Oh, it steps up, looks for the spray, hits the deck. Lovely movement there coming from Fresh. This guy is a unit. What a dynamic player from Fresh. Gapahala with an aid around the side, spots the player, goes even as the blue zone puts a hurry on things. Around the side, Beast is there, looks for the spray, goes low and goes down. Gapahala.
Can't believe we're into our second day of the finals of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2, but that's where we find ourselves, as we also find out that yesterday had quite a few upsets and unfortunately for some teams quite a few blunders. We've had some new teams rise to the top and some top teams fall to the bottom, but you know what, who's going to happen today? And I can't tell you, but maybe some people who could tell you is my two lovely analysts to help break down all the action we're covering today, as we have Kalars and Maxman joining me once again here. I guess for the last times actually for this season. This is the second to last time. It's actually kind of sad if you think about it.
Yeah, it's been by really fast actually this season. I mean, now that we had PMPL Season 1, Season 2, man, we already had 2 seasons back-to-back finished, and then we're going to go into a new year after that. Like, man, I'm impressed by how quick it's been going, but I can tell you for sure the season has improved drastically since last season, and it's been great to see.
Yeah, it's truly sad.
Kalars, I see you have learned from yesterday's mistakes and taken off any pink color as you're wearing blue today.
That's correct. I decided to go with pretty neutral stance today, but it doesn't matter because Unicorns of Love is still going to... No, I'll stop the rhetoric. Yesterday was all over the place. I watched it back. I was thinking about like exactly how people were moving and how the games were panning out and stuff like that. And it was still topsy-turvy. It is a crazy start to this finals, Jason.
Yeah, if you guys missed out on what happened yesterday and wondering why are they talking about things were crazy, well, let's just take a look at the overalls from our first day of play here, and you'll see exactly why. A team who came in, I believe, 15th place overall in our Super Weekends is sitting pretty in first place. Nexus Gaming have surprised, I'd say, almost everyone in the lobby, finishing out on 82 points at the chicken dinner, as well as Vodafone Giants, your 16th place team, able to make it into second.
It's insane that 2 teams at the top, Nexus Gaming and Vodafone Giants, had to fight tooth and nail to qualify in that last Super Weekend, of course, and then in the Super Weekend qualifying into the finals. They just barely crossed the finish line to make it into the finals of this PMPL. And they're doing great. I mean, you've seen Dexter fragging out big time. I still think if we can see more kills coming out from the entirety of Nexus Gaming, that will be good. There's a little bit of a disparity in placement points and kill points right now we're seeing from the team, but I'm impressed. But the thing is, right, the question for these 2 teams today is, can they retain that successful day 2 and hopefully day 3 of the finals? If so, they're going to be looking pretty to make it into the European regional finals. But you got Game Lord, you got Eastern Stars, you got Unicorns of Love. They are not going to leave this like this. They are going to try to catch up today.
One interesting thing comparing it to previous finals of yesteryear and kind of super weekends of yesteryear is that Nexus Gaming's strategy, after rewatching things, was very much so about survivability compared to the fragging potential and the fragging kills and being able to rack up those kill points. Whereas normally when you see a team rocketing to the top, the kill points are generally a little bit higher than placement points. So I think if Nexus can continue this on, they've found their niche. They have found the strat that is going to be able to carry them here to the win, which is a little more unconventional than we're used to seeing, Jason.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like we should talk even bluntly about this topic coming up. Not in a negative way towards any of these teams, but we are kind of wondering to ourselves, you know, if Nexus, if Vodafone, if Romanian Boys, you know, if teams get through into the next stage, the European Regional Championships, can they compete against the likes of the top teams from Turkey, the top teams from CIS? We've seen some sort of stability within them now as they've been able to do well in one day, but we haven't seen that consistency throughout the entire league season, whereas Unicorns of Love, Eastern Stars, Big, Game Mode, etc. were able to. So it kind of throws an interesting spanner into the works as we progress through our next 2 days. But even while we have our race to get into the next stage, we also have that little battle between Unicorns of Love and Eastern Stars, which we'll check in a little bit of time. As you can see, they're currently in our 6th and 8th place position. But what about our other 8 teams? We're not seeing Big in there. there's a couple of other big names we're not seeing, unfortunately, for the likes of them. And we don't know exactly what's going on, to be honest. Maybe, Clarus, you have some insight after watching the games back yesterday?
Again, I do kind of what I mentioned yesterday about circles really not being in favor of some of these teams, and also kind of a lot of the bigger teams running into each other and bumping into one another on rotation was prevalent for, I think, the first 3 or 4 games. Beyond that, it was less prevalent, and then Unicorns of Love did win that last game, but we kind of, I already mentioned, at the end of yesterday, Max, how I wasn't as much as Unicorns of Love won, I wasn't the hugest fan of how they won, because there was a lot of risk involved in, those rotations and obviously losing Ash early.
I think what John called it yesterday was just a gamble, and that was the perfect description of a play like that. The fact that a circle that late, when you drop towards Same to go towards a northern rotation towards Cal, and you have that central compound free and no team has took it after trying to move away from Paradise Resort, I was so astonished by that actually happening, and then be able to get a compound while no one got it. So there's a little bit of luck factor into that one, of course, but then they got the position, they played it correctly, it's all good and dandy at the end, but there was definitely a big risk that they took, and they actually just paid off at the end. But I was surprised.
It's less so the compound that they ended up in, right? It's more so the compounds are on the barrier just after the bridge to, like, if they were going to get shot at and then they're trying to rotate past and actually get die off. Because when you're looking at a game like Sanhok on the battleground with that round, it is very heavy in terms of, like, people wanting to take those compounds and people just blasting you as you drive past those compounds. But yeah, that was fortunate for Unicorns. Sorry, Jason, I know I've talked over the entire highlights about just one game, but it's important. It's important.
I mean, that's your guys' job, right? To analyze what's all going on. And the thing is, like, I know we talk about zone luck and such, but I feel like you could feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like that's such a cop-out sometimes. I feel like if you want to be the best team in the world, if you want to be able to be the best team even just from a region, you have to be able to adapt, and you have to be able to, like, make the best results happen from bad zones that happen for your team.
Yeah, there's a perfect example for this, actually. I'm going to focus on Team Big. When we look back into the Super Weekends, there was that really fun game, actually, Kalash, where they normally drop Saverni, and there was that big circle shift down south towards Military Island, and they took the win there. They had some of the best rotations to a circle that was not going their way, actually the complete opposite of where they usually drop, and they secured themselves a win in a game like that. Very surprising. And I look back on some of the games, Team Big is definitely one of the teams that had the least circle luck. They would have to force fights around Everest at some point on that Erangel game. They had to try and make it out of 2 or 3 teams pinching down on their location. They did not have an easy time, but in what we saw from them in the Super Weekends, these are not circles that they're not against playing with. They are definitely used to having some really hard situations to play with, and they do play them relatively well. So I just think this is just maybe the first of the finals. A lot of the blunder happens from time to time, but when we're looking at Big, it's not even I want to see them do well, that they have to do well, because being this low after the first day was only 2 more days remaining. They have no more odds and they have no more options. They need to have a great day today.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about quite a bit yesterday, quite extensively, that if you have that bad first day, then you really have the pressure just continuing to build on top of those shoulders until you can eventually break through or you get crushed. And right now, luckily for Unicorns of Love, as we take a look at the update of the race to PMGC, they're not the only ones that had a so-so day. Eastern Stars were down about 27 points, if I'm not mistaken, Max, and they have closed the lead a little bit. But if Eastern Stars were to have had a decent day yesterday and Unicorns of Love played like they did yesterday, we could have had a new #1 team. But it's not done just yet. We still have 2 days left.
Yeah, pretty similar results for the 2 teams. They're not too far. I think one is in 6th currently. That is Eastern Stars, and 8th places for Unicorns of Love. So they're very close, but all you need is one of these 2 teams to get a big day and the other team to struggle a bit, and you pretty much have your PMGC qualified team. So that's always going to require, it's down to the wire. One game might make the difference. We talked about the tiebreaker. I was not able to find what's the tiebreaker. I have no idea. So we'll have to see how it works out. But if we get to that situation, I guess we'll know then.
I mean, it's not even just like one day will make a difference, right? I mean, you look, as you say, one game can make a difference between Unicorns of Love and Eastern Stars. Are we coming out and saying that one of these teams is not going to get a 15-kill chicken dinner throughout this? When you look at these 2 teams, I think it's very unlikely that they wouldn't get one of those during these next, 12 games or something.
So you're saying that you guarantee one team will?
Yes, almost. I'm gonna like look at. I mean, okay,
It's early in the morning, and double negatives are hard sometimes for me. But for people at home who are wondering, what are we talking about here? There are two ways to get into PMGC. The first way is obviously a culmination of points between your entire year of play between PMPL Season 1 and Season 2, which is exactly what this is. So the number one team at the end of the next 2 days will get through directly into PMGC, while the other team, the other teams, I should say, still have to play here in PMPL and hope to get a top X placing to then advance through into the European Regional Championship, where then you have a chance to advance through into PMGC. So obviously finishing number one at the end of the year is much easier, and you feel a lot more confident and a lot more relaxed, I'd say, going into the next stage if you do qualify to that position. But some teams who shouldn't feel too confident at the moment were the ones who were probably performing the best when it came to all of our super weekends, as we take a look at the average points per game from some of these teams compared to the average points per game from yesterday's play in finals. And we're seeing some massive step-ups and some massive drop-offs.
You just get twice as many points in terms of average points per game for Nexus Gaming compared to Vodafone Giants compared to their Super Weekend overall averages, all the Super Weekends they played into the first day of the finals here. That is a drastic jump up. But of course, when you have an average points per game of 13.6 and 13, once again for Nexus Gaming and Vodafone Giants, being able to retain such a strong average, I think is going to be complicated. And I don't think I'm the only one that's going to say this, Kalash, but I don't expect the average to still be that high at the end of the day. I'm expecting it to maybe go towards the 10 points per game average, because that is just an insane increase that we saw in that first game.
Yeah, unless there is some significant anomalies going on throughout this day, I think that you'll see the first three fall a little bit in terms of their average, and the second three kind of rise a bit, right? I mean, it's traditionally speaking, from what we've seen of this entire tournament so far, the three on the right-hand side, Eastern Stars, Unicorns of Love, and Big, whilst, yes, they didn't have the best of days yesterday. It's funny, because Eastern Stars is still in 6th, but we're still, we expect so much from these teams that they should be rising, all things considered. I don't think the form that we see, especially from Nexus and Vodafone Giants, unless something crazy goes on, is sustainable right now with what we've seen from them the entire season.
It's just a law of averages, right? If we take a look at the blue bars, that's from 6 rounds. We take a look at the orange bar, that could be between 30 and 45 rounds. So you would expect things definitely to go towards the way of the blue bars for most of these teams, or maybe, it's these teams, as we talked about at the start of yesterday, was really any team. If you take a look at their best 3 days of play, any team could technically really qualify, but obviously it comes down to if they can maintain that form going forward. Just like one player in particular who's looking to maintain his form and continue to build on his form, Redox, our MVP of yesterday. Maxman guessed it correctly. Claris unfortunately couldn't pull that one out correctly. I'm sorry, I have to keep bashing on you a little bit. I gotta be fair, right? I gotta treat you guys both equally. If you're right and you're wrong. But he's been performing quite well and improving.
Yeah, it's been great to see Redux. You also got to keep in mind it's not only Redux performing for the team, Dorian also has steadily improved from Super Weekend 2 into Super Weekend 3, and now in the finals getting some really good results. But Redux, he came back. We saw a lot of Redux, especially in that first Super Weekend where he was really performing well with the entirety of Romanian Boys. They were one of the top teams, part of the Golden Six, as we called them on that first week. But Redux is now definitely back into his comfort zone, got himself an average kills of 2.17, which is very strong, a lot better than when he was around 1 kill average per game. So he's definitely serving more as that fragging purpose that we expect from Redux in the first place. That's what he showed us in that first Super Weekend, and he's just leading into that a lot more, creating space for the team. And they have been extremely consistent yesterday. And I'm talking, he always gets to the late game circle. Sometimes he's down to solo players, you can see right now, but they find the best entry points in a circle.
That's not a highlight.
4 out of 6 games every single time. So I'm happy to see that they have some of the best macro, at least in that first day.
I really enjoy that our first highlight is of him completely missing every single bullet on a spray through field. Well, I mean, it can be difficult. Sorry, go on.
What you haven't been told is those are the only shots he missed yesterday.
Oh, that's why I see. We had to highlight those just because everything else was just hits after hits. I get it. But in all fairness and seriousness, Redox is the star currently of this team. As you say, like in that first Super Weekend, looked phenomenal, Max. But then we even had games where he was not present on the team for a little while, and there was a visible dip in how Romanian Boys was able to play without Redox. So having him here on this stage right now and seeing him perform, aside from some of those missions on that spray, fantastic stuff so far.
Yeah, and honestly, like, this is a championship caliber player, Avenger level threat player. I'm going to take both of your terms when we talk about stuff like that. But Also, to be fair, there's a couple of other players from one team, the Double Ds of Nexus Gaming, WEU and Dexter, who have been able to really carry their team through. If we look at teams like Unicorns 11 having these massive fraggers, like your GK First, like your Fresh, well, I mean, you can basically give a direct comparison against Dexter and WEU because these two players in the finals yesterday were phenomenal.
Yeah, you also got to keep in mind on these stats, Dexter has 2 games played less than WEU. I think it was the 2 first games, if I'm not mistaken, he did not play. And yet he's always able to make it to the late game with his team. And he's with WEU, especially, I was intrigued to see how that potential synergy was going to work out. Of course, you had that Miramar game where Dexter got the 1v2 clutch, amazing on an individual level. But when you talk about them taking fights together, it's always WEU, Dexter serving as the entry fragger, always creating those opportunities and just allowing the entire team behind them was Bam, Rana to actually get those good situations coming their way in the first place. So Dexter and WEU, I didn't know what to expect, and seeing that first day in those 4 games where they actually played together as a duo, I've been really impressed, and I want to see more of what Dexter and WEU can offer here.
The funny thing is, when you look at the numbers as well, is that yesterday, the thing that impressed me most wasn't even the 1v2 towards the end from Dexter that effectively snagged them that Miramar game. It was actually, I think it was the first Miramar game, if I'm thinking correctly. The fact that, yes, they only got 3rd place, it wasn't a win, but they did get 12 kills. And bear in mind, they're kind of on the edge of the circle when they're doing this. And Nexus Gaming is not generally a team we consider that's a sweeping team. They're just going to go on the edge and kind of sweep and kill and kill. Like, I usually consider them a compound team, but they were able to make the sweep happen and get 12 kills off the back of it. That's not the Nexus Gaming that we saw in the season as a whole. That is a leveled up Nexus Gaming, which I want to see more of, Jason.
So, one thing that we also need to remind ourselves was, do you guys remember Nexus last season in the finals, what happened?
No.
I would have let you two just say, I thought you were going to say yeah, but for the audience out there, Jason, why don't you remind them? They actually had, in their first day of play in the finals, so 6 rounds, they had 2 second place finishes with 7 kills and 1 chicken dinner with 9 kills. This team did the exact same thing last season in day 1, had a massive step up and were really towards the top leaderboard, if not the top of the leaderboard. And they're doing it yet again. But this time, again, the question will come down to, can they maintain that form over the next 2 days? 1 day is great, but you got to be able to pull a little bit more out than that if you want to keep progressing forward and improve on before. And honestly, I think what we saw yesterday out of Dexter and WEU, they definitely have that potential to do it.
I have the impression we copy-pasted the script of the finals of last season for Nexus and we just applied it to this one again. Oh, no, okay, oh, my bad. But yeah, these are 2 players that we expect big things from now. We saw what they can do into the Super Weekends. Hopefully they can retain some of that consistency, but the change of mindset of we're going to be changing from a edge team to now a more central team that's going to try and potentially go for sweeps. The kills are very important if you want to be a championship caliber team now, and I think they understood that, and that change of mindset is huge, right at the perfect time too. So now all they have to do really is remain in the top 5, and seeing how they've been doing so far, it is a possibility.
I'm still skeptical, Jason, to see this carry on through. If they do it today, 100%, I'll be behind them. But until I see it,
that's fair. I saw that. I caught that one. Let's take a look, though, at the schedule today to remind you guys at home how our Battlegrounds are being played and what order. We are going to be playing each twice a day. We're starting off with Erangel, Miramar, then Sanhok, and then repeating that with another Erangel, another Miramar, and of course, another Sanhok. And that'll be happening exactly the same as tomorrow. So 6 rounds each of these days until we do have our victors. And as we move forward into this one, speaking of victors, you guys at home can help support PUBG Mobile to be a victor in the Esports Awards happening still at the moment. You guys can get your votes in to make PUBG Mobile the Esports Game of the Year and the Mobile Esports Game of the Year if you head over to esportsawards.com/vote. All right, gentlemen, we're about to get into our first round. Before we do talk about what you guys can win at home as well while watching, I want to get your predictions in really quickly for this first round. Don't worry, I won't do it too much today. And Maxman, since this is scripted, hopefully you can read the script correctly this time and guess the correct team. But you did do it yesterday. You were looking good. Who do you got, Max?
I don't know. I feel maybe I don't know if I still have the powers today. But you know what? If I still have power, I want to support Team Big. I might not get the 10% prize pool they chose for me, but we expect better from them, so I'm going to say they go with the first win.
We'll see if you have that unlimited power, Max. Claris, you wanted to say Big, I guess?
I was going to say Big. All right, okay. We're gonna change things. We're going to change things. Quickly, James, what do you think? It's coming home. Exquisite Décode UK. They're my de facto. Wait, it's not Miramar. No, do it anyway. Exquisite Décode UK.
Oh man, you were so good for 3 weeks. Then we get into the finals and everything goes crazy. For you guys at home, as we are about to kick off this first round of the day, remember you can win some items. If you join the game and you go watch PMPL live together at the PUBG Mobile Event Center in the esports tab, you can invite your friends to watch together, so you get a lot of tokens to win in Gacha, which you can get some special permanent items. And hopefully we have some special permanent commentators here to join me on the desk. It's John Allen and Blanker here. Gentlemen, first round of the day. We've had things go all topsy-turvy from day one. Are things going to normalize? John, you're the stats man. You tell me.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, there's only 3 teams on that table that statistically were in the bounds of being able to say something has changed. Something is different with these teams, that being Big, Vodafone Giants, and Nexus Gaming. Those 3 teams are more than 95% certain that something has changed from their league play. So I'm really excited to see what they're able to do to continue today.
Yeah, I think they are certain that something has changed just in terms of their points alone. It's like they woke up and like, you know what? I've a feeling there's been a change that's happened. And it's right here in this finals, which is great stuff for us, John, because honestly, having such a massive switch up towards the last 3 days of play is always extremely fun. But I do think that, you know, for the guys on the desk, I really do think they missed one team in particular, though, who I personally think has probably one of the best runnings to actually finish out this finals as a first place. That is one that we can expect, which is GameLord. I mean, they have performed fantastically throughout the majority of the Super Weekends as well, John. Coming to finals, they're still putting up good points. I mean, they might not be in first or second place, but they're currently holding that 4th place with 64. Currently 10 points behind 4 Romanian Boys in 3rd, but I don't think that it's out of the realms of possibility today for GameLord to jump up into that 1st or 2nd place. I think the way they're playing right now is very, very good. If you look at their placement points, 42 compared to their 22 kills, like, they're a team that's known for being fraggers. If they can continue to put up these very, very good placement points and now just integrate back that fragging capability today, damn, I think it should be easy.
Easy? Wow, okay, fair enough. If they're, I mean, to be fair, if they play the best out of the lobby, it should be pretty easy, but they still have to put their money where their mouth is, because, as you say, they're doing pretty well right now. One of the only teams that has sort of carried it over from those league stages in terms of that quality of performance. I mean, Eastern Stars and Exquisite Décode UK biting at the heels, but they're still a little bit further down and quite far away from that top 3 block that you see sort of emerging right at the top. Circle drops up towards the northeast, and LMV once again going to have a little bit of a schlep to get there.
Oh yeah, but again, a nice circle here for GameLord dropping in against Naya Polyana. It's a good place to start for them. It's where they can start to get a little bit of control coming through. 4 Romanian Boys all the way over towards Gatka. They don't have to worry about them for a while if we do get a gas circle, where we know that the 4 Romanian Boys do like to pick up one of the compounds right on the southwest side of Yasnaya. GameLord usually try and take a similar one, but have been rebuffed quite a few times by 4 Romanian Boys. But that was before we had teams like Vodafone Giants, Conquerors, Nexus, all gatekeeping out towards Pachinki and the coastal side on the south, which is going to make the rotation for Romanian Boys slightly more difficult. Again, if it happens, we get that yes circle, we can talk about it a little bit more, but for the time being, I think I do want to talk about Eastern Stars just a tad more, John, because although they haven't really changed in average points, I mean, those average points just aren't enough to guarantee, to almost like give us that hope of like, oh, that's a championship team right there, you know? Like they've been very consistent, but it's kind of more consistent of like consolation prizes towards the tops. Obviously, it's still towards the top, John.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's always great to get that prestige of finishing closer towards the top, but it is that top spot that you're really chasing for. And of course, the 2 teams looking for that PMGC qualification spot as well. So it's sort of a couple of races going on.
Exactly. And for Unicorn to love, like it's actually quite amusing for me at the moment, because realistically, they don't have to win this tournament. You know, they just need to be a little bit behind Vodafone Giants and 4 Romanian Boys or Nexus if they continue on this streak. Because whatever happens, as long as Unicorns of Love can stay in the chase, they will overtake the guys beneath them on that PMGC rankings board and be able to just straight qualify like through this PMPL, which is my favorite thing so far, is that because of the way that we've had this leaderboard turn up, where we kept calling it topsy-turvy yesterday. It's created this weird chase, or it's a case of Unicorns of Love like, well, don't need to win as long as those three are winning. We just keep putting up points, I guess.
You know what I'm wondering now is if Unicorns of Love do win and come top in the PMGC points tables, who gets the spot after them? Right? Is it the PMGC points table second place, or is it the or if they go through and win the European Championship?
For this one, it would be for the European Championship, right? Like it wouldn't matter about coming first place here. Like you're playing for the first place for the money and a spot into European Championships. But yeah, you would probably not looking at the sixth place team, right?
I'm not sure if it's. I'd have to double check on this, and I'll have to do that in the break, so I'm not entirely sure. Is if they qualify for the European Championship and then get a spot in PMGC through that, is it the second place team on the points that gets it, or the next place down in the European Championship? I think that's something that I'm going to have to think about. If they do
it
well,
wouldn't be the second place down, though, would it? Because the second place down would get the points. So it'd be the sixth place, I imagine. Interesting.
The second place in the PMGC points table, because only one team gets qualified from the PMGC points.
Yeah. I think it would be the second place points in the PMGC table, to be honest with you. Because, they've played... It's a case of playing... It's like a longer format, right? I think you have a bit more...
Well, we'll see, right? We need to...
We don't know. We don't know. We're speculating right now. This is now a speculation stream, guys.
That's a speculation podcast. Let's go.
Yeah. But we are actually in game with a couple of these guys, and Nexus in particular, with the two players, Dexter as well as Do, both very, very good teammates. And I think that the fact of the matter is that this team should really field those two players more. I think they were like chopping and changing a little bit yesterday, seeing what works, what didn't. I mean, Dexter's coming back in again. We hadn't seen him for a while, so maybe they were just like testing the waters, see if it was lukewarm or if it was piping hot. And coming out yesterday, that come straight out the kettle. It looked fantastic. So I want to see a little bit more of that coming through from Nexus, and if they can continue that kind of like pace that they were setting yesterday, I see no reason why they can't win the finals, honestly. And it's not a case of, because I would be hesitant to say that with a team that didn't show me they could do it, even if they had a good day yesterday. But the way they were playing, it was very calculating. As Clara said on the desk, it was much more about survivability. They can add a little bit more fragging into the mix, fine. But if that's the way we want to play, I still think that they have a very, very good chance of hitting that first spot.
What they're hoping for anyway, getting that top spot, getting all the money. Well, not all of the money. There's plenty of money going everywhere else, but...
No, all of the money.
Yeah, all of the money. It's no money for anyone else. That's the rules, as we have just decided. No, I mean, 10 grand is fairly poggers, but I feel like for a lot of these teams, it's more about the qualification to the European Championship. Unless you're Unicorns of Love, who are chasing for that top spot, right? Then maybe you're thinking a little bit differently. But I think a lot of teams are looking at these European Championships and thinking that's their route forwards.
Exactly. I mean, this is another weird one, is that there is actually a world where unicorns are we've just had the discussion that unicorns are love, they could win both, but there's also a chance where they don't get either. They could drop into 6th place here. They could drop down, 6th place, not get into the European Championships. They could also drop down to 2nd place on the PMGC rankings and not qualify that way. So there is a little bit right on the line. So for the Unicorns of Love, there is they're much more invested than you might think into this finals, because it does actually mean a hell of a lot for them.
Yeah, it definitely is. Very important. Vodafone Giants have spotted out 4 Romanian Boys. 2 Titans of the first day. Coming to loggerheads a little bit around the center of the map, just to the south of school, near apartments. Over the Headshot Hills and far away. 4 Romanian Boys disengaged. They're on their rotational path.
Yeah, so they make it through fairly easily. I think it was that discussion I had earlier where Nexus as well as Vodafone Giants both were able to gatekeep from the coast as well as Pachinki, but realistically, Vodafone Giants here, they've clumped up. Nexus have moved slightly ahead of them to the east. So there is now 2 avenues of access through school as well as passing through farm. For Romanian Boys, they pass through Headshot Hills, past school, into that area around apartments. So realistically for them, that worked out as well as it could have done. Vodafone Giants really the only ones left out to dry in the wind, to be honest, because Nexus get ahead in this process. I think that was maybe, I don't know. I think that's just a case of for Romanian Boys, you get lucky. I think Nexus prefer this rotation path, but we do get that Yaz finish. Not Yaz finish, but we do get a Yaz circle. So things, as I was talking before, are coming into play. And for Romanian Boys, they've succeeded in getting over the first hurdle, that is.
The first hurdle, though, certainly not the last. Exquisite Décode UK on the east as well. They should have a pretty decent position here. The question is, how far forwards into the circle do they move? How far do they want to try and take a central position? Because they can feasibly guard out on the eastern edge of Yasnaya Fields, should they want to, but that would be a major repositioning, a major mission to be able to get into those spots. Xtreme Slayers moving up from the military island, now ahead of Conqueror.
Exactly. So they're pretty happy about that one. Conqueror's obviously on the coastal side, down towards farm, just slowly maneuvering their way through. The majority of the time, towards prison, Lipovka, that's generally a free rotation path towards the end of the game, because most teams like Eastern Stars and Exquisite Décode UK, they've already made their way into the circles, so Conquerors can still play edge, though. They tend to have a lot more success when they're able to get into that center. We saw that yesterday on Sanhok. I think for me personally, though, I am looking at Unicorns Allure once again. Very late rotation from the blue. And it's this is what you keep talking about, John. It's that gamble, they flip the coin. They flip the coin every single game. And it's not a case of flipping the coin just once. They flip the coin multiple times because it's multiple circles that we get through, and it's multiple different iterations of players within this circle that you just can't predict. You cannot predict it. So it's very, very difficult.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? And when you say flip the coin, that gives people an idea of maybe a 50-50 distribution, but I feel like that just isn't the case as well.
I'm saying they're flipping it multiple times. Like, it's a case of wanting heads 5 times in a row, right?
Okay. But I mean, yeah, absolutely. But it's very, what we're getting at is very unlikely to actually pay off. And in general, the expected value of the play is far below playing normally. Eastern Stars locks in combat with TSC. Eastern Stars obviously the main combatant in those PMGC point tables with the Unicorns of Love right now. Neither of them have been having a stellar final so far.
Yeah, I think for Eastern Stars it's not been too bad. First nade goes through, hits Bujo, very nice, and the second nade will take Tam Tam very low.
Not quite going down though, still holding face, and actually gets the heal off as well. Octavian, Athis want to push in. Quite finding the angle. They've got that rooftop position as well. No one quite being found. Tam Tam. Shots being peppered. There's the Molotov. There's the burn around the side. And they gain themselves a windowsill. Vatoni tries to answer, tries to heat him up, but Eastern Stars not having any of it. Hang on a minute. Athis getting burnt a little bit. Too close to the fire. Will get put out though.
Yeah, it's a great little molly through the window from Vatoni. So this is all utility fight until we get Bazzi around the corner with the UMP. Will clear up that fight nice and easily. And now just Andy in the wings. When is he not? We'll see what TSC can make happen. But that was a very fantastically coordinated play where they realistically had to go back onto the windowsill. So they have 2 players run as if they're going to engage. And then the molly goes onto the sill itself. And quickly they get mopped up afterwards. So a very, very good play to manipulate the movements of TSC in that fight. And now just 1 player remains. Now, Eastern Stars cannot get complacent because this is a case where, you've got a really strong position within this circle. Losing another player on top of Kapahala would be horrendous.
Yeah, already losing Kapahala is pretty difficult. They're on the headstone here of the break of the teams from the west. A mansion circle to finish us out as well. Teams starting to move already, so they are starting to have. You can see them swirling around the foothills there. Nexus Gaming making their path through, and actually moving towards mansion. No one's there at the moment. It looks like Nexus Gaming might be the first.
If Nexus can pick up that, it's actually a decent position to play around. Nexus have had a fair bit of success in these type of circles actually before, John. So I'd be happy to see them take up a position here, because most of the time when they have played this circle, it's been more or less towards the edge side or playing out in the trees. So taking up a nice central position here where there is a compound to play off the back of. There is a little bit of cover. You know, that could give the edge to Nexus that they need in this situation. Game Lord going to pick up some 2-stories towards the top side of the map here on the north. They do have a road to cross going forward, but this is kind of that Yaz snaking road that slips down towards Lipovka that they're just behind at the moment. So it's not very likely they'll be in the next circle, but it does give them at least a little bit of a chance here to hold onto a position, waiting for that next circle where they can make a snap-second judgment decision where they want to go next.
There's a lot of compounds in this area, Blank. This fields, this wooded hills really is littered with small amounts of buildings, little setups, which means that I imagine we're going to see quite a lot of teams in separate ones. We're going to see a couple of 1-2 team scraps going on, but I feel like we might see quite a few more teams survive than we're kind of used to, and a lot of compound crashes coming through in our future.
Nice little first knock there from Kosti. But you are right, there should be a fair few compound crashes here. It's a bit awkward as well, considering you have down towards Lipovka, which is basically that sheer decline into that area, so no one's want to play around there. You've also got Prison down towards the south side, which creates like almost a strange little apple-shaped anomaly within this circle where it's difficult to play around that area, and it's really just those cliff sides you can go into. If you're really desperate, you can drop down, but it's a little bit of a death sentence in that sense of the word. Eastern Stars do pick up the last player from TSC, so Andy is out, and Eastern Stars secure a position on the west side.
Yeah, for now. Circle not quite about to pop. Unicorns of Love, they've been holding on the east of Yasnaya, playing very, very edge-based right now. Seems that that's where they want to hold, that's where they want to be, right on the edge. Maybe they don't have too much of a choice. They were in Yasnaya a little bit. Towards that, but now with the circle shrinking again onto Mansion. Super young roster, Nexus Gaming holding right in the middle. Teams maybe looking to take it from them, or maybe just find some of those buildings a little bit further out. Game Lord, they're not having the best time of it, Blank. I know you said you wanted to see them do well, but I don't know if your prayers are going to be answered.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, Kashi getting taken down is a little bit sad, really, because that guy is like my number one off-angle specialist. Octavian's really fell behind, in my opinion, with Kashi becoming my number one in this lobby in particular. Okay. Yeah, so sorry, Octavian. You're still my number 2, and you'll always have a warm place in my heart. I think for Eastern Stars, though, still taking a couple of shots. They're just about in the circle itself. Unicorns of Love, you might be saying to yourself, well, they made it into the next circle, right? So what's the problem here? Yes, but they have no priority and no scouting within this circle. So things become very difficult. Already they've taken knock from Talon. They haven't been able to quickly clear out LMV. Now this is a fight they will most likely have to win and take if they want to get further into the circle here.
LMV a full 4 as well. Talon skirts across in the buggy. They just want to get ahead. They want to get ahead, get that priority that you were talking about, because they've sent it done out already. This allows Unicorns of Love to get this res, and the question is, are they going to realize that fast enough to be able to get GK First back up, get back on the road, get healed up and in? Because LMV right now have a really good guard spot. The difficulty is, excuse me, have oversight on that spot.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is the thing. It's like, what is the decision now from Unicorns of Love? Because you could send it directly towards LMV's position and then just try and fight it out, or try and move down towards the east side. Right now it's ChasMac Gaming versus 4 Romanian Boys. There is cars just flying past at the moment.
Okay, I mean, ChasMac Gaming, I feel like, well, certainly for me, they were the most improved team over the course of this tournament, and now they're taking on 4 Romanian Boys, who, as we know, had an incredible day yesterday. Starting off not quite in kind, but there are shots still ringing out across the hills. Redox last standing for the squad. 4 players alive for ChasMac Gaming, though, and you have to wonder, as strong as he is, built like a bull, is he able to rampage down here? I don't think so.
Yeah, he's just skirting out of there as soon as possible. The shot's been taken his way as well. I think Unicorns of Love have just about found a quick knock and flush over towards LMV, which is something that they definitely needed if they wanted to make it in. Sarah goes down now as well. 4 Romanian Boys, last player alive is Redox, but Conqueror's here, which is trying to make a big crash over towards the guys from Vodafone Giants. It's going very well.
Gone very well, yeah, and that's going to be Vodafone Giants going down, eliminated in fact. Conqueror getting that kill. 4 Romanian Boys on their last legs. Is it topsy-turvy again? Well, Nexus Gaming is still going. They've got 3 alive. Unicorns of Love starting to move through, taking the fight with LMV now. They got elected to control, or try and control, this little bit of hillside. But they're right on the edge of the circle, and they are getting pressured in the meantime. Lin up top looks to rain down upon LMV, but not quite finding it. Not quite the cloud he wanted to be.
God. This is a very interesting fight. LMV, Talon tries to move around the rock side, doesn't get too much done.
GK first falling as well. 2 players down, but left the last standing for LMV, and it's all on Rollkiss. Can't quite step up, but Fresh from up top, from the top rope, descends the turnbuckle play inside the circle, and all 4 of them will be resable here.
Exactly. That was an incredible knock, though, mid-fight there from Fresh over towards, I believe it was Akashi on the side of Game Lord, which really slowed them down because I think they were very much willing and ready to third-party that fight. So, again, this is just classic Unicorns of Love, which is just brute forcing the door open. And this won't work for most teams, but it does work for Unicorns of Love. And, you know, I will swallow my pride and admit it, they're a very, very good team, and they can get away with making these types of rotations because they're so comfortable taking these fights from awkward places around the map.
The difficulty comes when you keep going, and they were talking about it on the desk. Does that style hold up when you come up against stronger and stronger teams? Now, you also have to think, well, maybe, you know, they adapt their play style for playing against different teams. This is a lobby-specific play style, perhaps, but it still is part of that question, and I feel like that's not where you want to be. Unicorns of Love, however, they are back up to full fighting force and actually taking fights with Game Lord now as well, over on the Northern Throws, stay alive, and it's Game Lord to go down in this situation. Victor and Rob's now last standing.
Yeah, Rollkiss, though, does get a quick knock, so this is going backwards and forwards between both of them. It's quite interesting, actually.
Yeah, there's still a 1 versus 1. Fresh still last standing for Unicorns of Love.
I was surprised. I was like, I
thought Game Lord
haven't.
Yeah, I thought Game Lord had been wiped there, but no, we're in a 1 versus 1 situation as Fresh launches the nade over the top. That could be good towards Rob's. Rob's repositions, though. The blue zone will be ticking. 8 first aids available. Unicorns of Love, and all of a sudden they're down to 1. I'll eat my words there as well, Blank. They looked like they were winning that fight. It really did. But now they're really struggling, being guarded out. And this is the price you pay for a late rotation.
Yeah, because it was that backwards and... Oh, my lord. And Fresh gets away with it. Actually is able to live a little bit longer. Has 6 first aid kits, so he can wait it out. But it's with the Decode UK, nice position with the circle, able to hold out to that northern side. Beautiful sight lines for them as well, just over through there. But it will be Xtreme Slayers from the east, which will get a quick knock on to Exquisite Décode UK. Nexus also taking a knock. This is a big fight between those 2 teams, and Nexus. Nexus desperately want to stay in. There's still 9 teams alive, which makes them not really going to earn too many points in this game if they go down now.
ChasMac Gaming trying to roll over the top of the mound. Conqueror down below, hiding behind it. Not quite able to find the respite that they wanted. Reeves in the vehicle, hiding it out for now. Maybe looking to strike a little bit later. Jumps out, looks for the shot. Shadow went. Not even going to go down there. Trazen's too quick on the trigger.
So I was not paying attention to this fight at all. I was desperately peering towards the bottom right of the screen there between the fight and Nexus and Excuse Me. And Excuse Me do actually win that fight out, which is huge actually in terms of rankings, because now teams like Xtreme Slayers as well as Exquisite Décode UK, they can take this opportunity to try and rank up within the ladder at the moment, because you know you have Vodafone Giants out, you got Nexus out, Unicorns of Love down. So this is a very, very good opportunity now for Exquisite Décode UK.
Certainly have priority position, but everybody's going to be looking their way as well. Need to be careful. One of them's knocked and actually gets flushed in the middle. Will eliminated there for Exquisite Décode UK. 2 players now standing for them. And whilst they do have that foothold in the circle, they've got ChasMac Gaming with 4 players who can sweep from the south. Super young roster with 2 standing. One of them down. You can see Ali down at the front there. Needs to try and pick up the pieces. So can they hold off?
I know. I mean, to be fair, we didn't see them in that last Super Weekend, and we didn't see too much from them yesterday, although they were holding their own. But it's really time now for me to see Alicio step back up again, because this guy was on a maddening run towards the beginning of this tournament, and we knew he was fantastic. So I want to see that return to form from this guy, and so far he does seem to be doing a fair amount of work again. Kosti should go down in this process. ShadowWen drops the floor. Muzi through the window.
Very nice there to answer the volley. ChasMac Gaming continue to pepper pot their way up in towards this circle. They've got that forward outpost now. ShadowWen launches the nade over towards Bardo, holds down in the building, can't isolate it. A longer nade than they thought. Bardo actually gets taken down there on the off. A lovely nade to see things through, and one more to seal the deal. Low HP across the board there. Xtreme Slayers have to heal up. ChasMac Gaming really doing well on this push, but they have to keep on crunching back up. The Caterpillar needs to compress again.
Yeah, just Muzi and Pappy remaining. Muzi obviously getting back up on his feet, getting the heal through. That was sad for Bardo there, because the nades were thrown from Trazen as well as ShadowWen, though we do know Trazen for throwing about 8 nades in one volley. Goodness me, ShadowWen down. But Bardo actually just runs into the arms of that nade, clutches him twice, and pulls him to the floor. And now Muzi has to try and make something happen as MZ flies into the circle. Where's this guy been?
He's been vibing. He's been vibing the whole time, but now he has an off angle. Needs to be a little bit careful from Excuse Me's position. They should be okay. Xtreme Slayers try and make their way out. Pappy stays alive for now, but there's an angle. Nope, not quite landing the shots there. Trazen back down. They got the res. ChasMac Gaming still with 4, but the nades can go in now. Next circle pops, and Xtreme Slayers are striking out for that. A long nade. That's nicely placed, and it's a double knock from Holes. Another one over the top as well. Looking for the shots, but it's MZ to backstop. Aza as well, still in the fight, guarding them from the other side as Trazen crawls across to his teammate.
I mean, ChasMac Gaming have had people planted all around the map at the moment. You know, these guys were sent in 2 years before, and finally these agents have woken up to the cause that they were needed for. So really, really well done, ChasMac. But Pappy hitting some beautiful nades over there. Both players were quite low, hesitant to actually drop the healing. Because with Decode UK, they lose Alicio finally. Now just Daddy. Looking to ladder up, though. 4th place. Even if he goes down now, it's a good result. Muzi will be finished off by Aza. And now Pappy on his lonesome.
All alone. 4 players from ChasMac Gaming, 13 kills on the game. They've played exemplary PUBG Mobile this game. From the south, just containing everyone, moving through ground well, keeping themselves alive. And now they're reaping the reward. Excuse me, 2 players have got the high ground, but they're not in the circle. Only Pappy really is in the circle here.
Yeah, I mean, you got Pappy and Daddy. Only 2 fathers to stick around to the very end, it seems. So good stuff from them, at least. They are the single players of the circle. ChasMac, the 4-man. They've been getting very good at cleaning out these end circles now, so you would expect them to finish out this, accepting some kind of miracle from all these teams.
Molotov from Excuse Me, looking to burn out Daddy's position, but not quite going to connect on the damage just yet. Kosti for the resupply on the crate. I think that one already got taken. No helmet appeared there. Kosti gets spotted out. The damage is there, but it's not going to quite finish it off. But the play zone, however, that's going to be good. And Daddy picks up another point for Exquisite Décode UK.
Yeah, that looked scary for a minute there. He started trying to shoot through the vehicle. And the vehicle somehow had a bit of metal that was invisible, sticking out the side. Good place nade. Throws for 3, just to be sure on it. And that'll be Excuse Me going down. Daddy ladders up to 3. Oh god, okay, we got an interesting final circle, but ChasMac all but sure to win this one out. Now it depends who can stay alive the longest. Daddy could backstab Pappy here though.
Ooh, the nades over the top. That should give the game away as to Pappy's position. I don't know if they knew that already. Nades maybe a little bit sparse for ChasMac Gaming. You can see no meds basically for ShadowWen, but there goes Daddy. And now it's just Pappy. ChasMac Gaming looking good to take this one down. They know where he is. Straight up, straight down. ChasMac Gaming, 30 points on the chicken dinner.
God, so you've got the team of ChasMac who are really cosplaying Zeus in this situation, kill your father type, so I like to see it. Happy days. Xtreme Slayers are laddering up as well. Exquisite Décode UK, beautiful stuff. ChasMac Gaming, I'm happy to see this again though. They had such a good run in that Super Weekend. It looked good, like you were saying, John. A lot of improvement from this team, and seeing them again here on this first Erangel of the day, well done. Big well done coming through from me. Game Board, unfortunately, going down a little bit early. I think Vodafone Giants as well was another one to talk about, particularly because they crumbled so easily under Conqueror. You know, they just dropped into that little trench and then just cleaned them up like it was nothing. Similarly with Nexus going down to excuse me. So unfortunate stuff for some of our teams towards the top side of the lobby, but this is a big opportunity for those teams towards the bottom to start climbing.
Absolutely, it's a chance to bring it back to a little bit of normalcy, but still we see teams like Big going down early and not having the greatest of times and not having the performance that we were expecting. Unicorns of Love, they did a little bit better this time around, and we spoke about, you know, how they had some fights that were really going their way. They won out a couple of those positions and maybe were able to do those rotations that they maybe shouldn't have been allowed to, but still they don't get too many points this time around. They don't do fantastically. But then, I think Vodafone Giants and Nexus Gaming going down as early as they did, that's the main story. As well as 4 Romanian Boys, the 4 veritable titans of the last day.
Yeah, exactly. I think you touched on something interesting there for Unicorns because they did have some good fights, but they're the type of player that goes to play airsoft, and they are first in every single time and constantly getting knocked out again and going back to the spawn point. What I'm trying to say is, you know, they're getting pelleted by so many bullets during these games. They have to leave the day early because they're bruised, they're battered by the time they get into the circle. They're not having a good time. 2 players, 1 player, you know, a couple of players still out in the blue, and that's what's typically going to happen. You're not going to be able to force your way into the circle and not expect to have to fight 2 teams when you've got no information. And I think that there was an interesting play during that game for Unicorns of Love, which is they just sent it at LMV. And what that says to me is that they would rather send it at a team where they have a relative idea of their position rather than head down towards the east or the west side because they have no idea what's going on down there.
Yes, it's a lack of scouting, really, or lack of information, maybe not lack of scouting, but lack of information towards crucial positional paths. And like we highlighted, that's because they have taken so long to get there, to start rotating, that they haven't had the time to do efficient or good scouting in those scenarios.
Yeah.
It's not ideal, and I think we've had a lot of criticisms of the Unicorns of Love playstyle.
Yeah, I would say so. And it's funny because, you know, we do have criticisms and then so many positives come out of those criticisms because it's like, yeah, but they're so good, John.
Well, they aren't at the top of the tables right now. They're sat firmly in the middle. And whilst it may be good enough for the PMGC points tables, it might not be good enough for the European regionals qualifying spots. We'll have to wait and see. Only time will tell. Still, plenty more games for them to go. We'll see you guys after the break.
Well, we were just talking about how it's possible for teams to get themselves 30 points with obviously those 15 kills on board and the chicken dinner, and ChasMac Gaming come out and pull it off, just like a fantastic move up in the rankings that we'll see later on today. I want to remind you guys once again, though, OnePlus, our sponsor here of the PMPL Western Europe Season 2, with its 15-minute recharge, all the players can easily use that time in between rounds to get their phone back to that battery percent they want to play on at 100%, and so they can play at 100% as well. But gentlemen, Kalaris and Maxman, let's take a look at the match rankings, get an idea of the other teams and the points they did get. But ChasMac, I mean, the bounce back, again, they had an okay-ish day one. If you go to day two playing like this, they could easily come down to the top spot. It's so crazy to see how it changes so fast.
This was the most impressive ChasMac game we have seen the entire tournament long, Jason. This was absolutely fantastic by them. Not only a case of like having hard circles to deal with, sweeping down south, taking out Conqueror the way they did. I loved everything about what we saw back here.
And they also got rid of 4 Romanian Boys at one point. They took down some of the top teams in terms of fragging potential in this entire tournament, and they remain until the last second as a 4-man roster. Every single fight, they took a 4-on-4 and they made it out absolutely untouched. And they even got double naded at the end by some players of Xtreme Slayers, and they were able to get the reses back up. It just shows how they were so good at dealing with that amount of pressure coming their way. So heads up to MZ, being IGL in positions like that is not easy. It's not an easy feat. And yet he was able to pull through with the team going for the widespread at the end to make sure they closed off that game. It's nothing less than impressive from ChasMac Gaming, but we want to see more from them. Hopefully this is just not a one-off game. We want to see them just be a little bit consistent, and if they can do so, this could be the jump up of ChasMac Gaming today.
Yeah, I mean, as we mentioned with Xtreme Slayers too, like that's a lot of points for them to get Exquisite Décode after their victory they had yesterday. They seem to be kind of not really there, so we're starting to see some other teams now have a good start to the day. Unicorns of Love, yeah, 7 points, albeit just that, but that does mean they get further and further ahead of Eastern Stars when it comes to our race to the PMGC. Conqueror 7 points, Game Lord 6 points, Super Young Roster 6 points. But let's take a look at the second page though, because one team that was predicted by Sir Maxman himself.
Oh no. Back. It's happening again.
Back to normal, boys. Yes.
I mean, Big had a very interesting rotation in the sense that they dropped usually Severny right, and they tried to go for big wide rotate northeast, then over to the east, then into southeast. And because of that wide rotate, they had no time to scout, and they instantly crashed into Doom that held a really good position, and they just sweep the entirety of Big very quickly. So Big, I'm not against wide rotates like that, but if you don't spend any time to scout before trying to enter the circle, you're going to get in deep trouble, and this is what happened here.
I think as well, like they couldn't catch a break in terms of the rotation and the scouting. I think there was some scouting going down, but then they suddenly realized, oh, there's a team there already. Oh, there's a team there already. Let's rotate wider. Oh, there's a team there already. Let's rotate wider. Oh, well, I guess we've got to do something now, right? And that's kind of how this progressed here for Big. So yeah, I gotta say, kind of an unfortunate game in the end regarding that.
Well, at least you did win when it came to prediction game. Of course, I'll give you that one. You should be happy about. But let's maybe drop into now our top players from the last round and get an idea. Again, who's really standing out? I was looking for Redox, but obviously it's got to be all ChasMac. And their fingers, well, I was going to say, the fingers are all going the same way, but Trace and Azure seem to have copied each other.
MZ just feels very threatening. I don't know.
He looks way cooler than the other guys. Let's be fair.
His hand is so big.
It's let's not talk about the big hands. Let's get TSC Legends back in here. That was but okay, so this game, it was like you're playing a video game and you get to that level where it's like a boss gauntlet. You've killed all the other bosses in the previous game, and now it's time to fight them all again, but just in sequence, right? They're rotating forwards, they run into Eastern Stars, they kill them, they rotate forwards, they're up against Conqueror in that position, they kill them, they move forward, Super Young Roster's there. It's like, oh, another boss to have to deal with, they kill them and then move into the circle. Somehow, despite being knocked by grenades, getting everybody up. I loved the crisis management from ChasMac Gaming in this game, and there's some numbers there as well.
It's actually interesting, this game, because you saw at one point the circle shifting heavily up north, and there was only Conqueror and ChasMac Gaming remaining in the southern side. I think that was actually good for ChasMac in some way, because that actually took a lot of the attention away from that fight between Conqueror and ChasMac Gaming, so you had no third parties from Xtreme Slayers, from a potentially Excuse Me or Super Young Roster, and they could just focus on each other. And the moment they won that fight, because no one was really looking in that direction, they get back up as a 4-man, heal up, get himself into the cars and start moving forward. So that actually hard circle away from them actually helped them out, I would say.
Okay, well, you know what? As we're talking about ChasMac a little bit more, we need to look at their averages in the Super Weekends against their averages in the finals. Again, give you guys an idea, are they performing about how they have been doing in the Super Weekends, or have they been improving? And again, like a lot of other teams we're seeing, they've had a pretty decent improvement here.
Almost up to 5 kills average. That's definitely a really strong performance here. Especially a lot of that comes from this last game. But when you do the average over those 7 games, definitely impressive from ChasMac Gaming. It's just, I want to see them making it to the late game a little bit more consistently. We haven't seen too much from them yesterday when it comes to making it to the late game, to the last few circles. So hopefully this is just not a one-off, as I said earlier. I want to see them make it a little bit longer. But that survival time is definitely increasing, and it's not a bad survival time. So hopefully they can try and remain around that 20-minute, 36-second average.
I think something that's important as well as in these final moments of the game is that I thought they may be done whilst we take a look at their overall roster here. Like, because you go through so many fights in a game of PUBG Mobile, and you fight, and then you run out of utility. And then generally what you do is then you kind of kill that team off, you loot their bodies, get your smokes back, get some grenades back and stuff like that. Going into some of those final circles, I don't think they had much utility left at all. So to be able to survive in those hazardous points, in those hazardous situations without the utility is very impressive.
Well, as we are looking at, like you mentioned before, Cloris, their stats from the Super Weekend, just want to get an idea, and for all the viewers at home, of who really has been the standout players for the team. And we're seeing Trazen. I mean, he's up there on damage, kills as well at 35, 60 knocks, I think, is the really impressive one. So he's opening up fights for his team, and he's closing out kills, which is massively important. And then also looking down the rest of the team, I mean, obviously they had a couple of switches, Kalamos coming out, MZ coming in, especially as the in-game leader for the team. But then as we, keep that in mind, taking a look at their stats in the final so far, it's again finding out, is Trazen living up to what they need him to do? Or is he unfortunately underperforming right now? And we'll check out his stats here and see.
I mean, relative to what I was saying about Redox at the start of the day, Trazen is really the star of this team right now. In terms of what we saw from him through the season, in terms of like seeing him constantly always being that surviving snake towards the end and being able to put up the numbers, very impressive by Trazen in my opinion.
So, guys, MZ, this was his first game in the finals, and they got a chicken dinner. Coincidence?
I mean, he is a really good IGL. That's all I can tell you. He deals with these moments really well, and I'm happy to see him do so good. But Azza, when you look back at that Clash last season, was also the big fragger from Clash when it came to Season 1 PMPL. So both of them together, I mean, it worked out great this game. I want to see more.
Is there the opportunity for them to have the 4-man on playing, but then have the 5th man leading them behind them, like in comms? Is that allowed, or I don't know? Does anyone know?
I'm not sure.
Because there's actually huge value to kind of like having that outside perspective, like when the 4-man's playing. But anyway, no, sorry, I was theorizing. I don't know if that's allowed or not.
I believe you're allowed to have coaches inside the voice chat, but they just can't look at gameplay or anything. But they can be there, so probably they can have the sub in there too. I believe so.
Oh, okay.
The only thing I'm sure of is that they're using a special moisturizing cream to keep that blue light off of their face and to keep them from aging.
No,
you guys at home, though, what's up?
No, they're not.
You guys at home, there are still some other things you guys can be getting for yourselves. There's the fall special crate currently happening, where it's going on sale. You can actually go to the PUBG Mobile store and get some outfits that you see the pro players using. So if you like what you see, go pick it up. And I like what I see coming into the studio. We got John and Blake coming back in once again. Gentlemen, looking fantastic, looking ready to go. But ChasMac coming out strong with the first game. It's really like, I think none of us really know who's going to win at this rate.
No, I mean, and that's why we have to play the rest of the tournament, right? I feel like is that why we're doing
That's
it?
Captain Obvious.
Oh no, I agree with Jason completely. Actually, it's hard because I don't know which team is going to win. But the thing is, I'm not sure which team to focus on. I think that's one of the biggest difficulties I'm having right now. Is it's very difficult to figure out which team to keep an eye on this whole time, specifically because there are so many teams that can make it to the top at the moment. So for instance, last game, trying to keep track of Vodafone Giants, Nexus and 4 Romanian Boys, because you're like, well, maybe they continue this momentum going through, and all of a sudden out of nowhere you've got these other teams coming into the fold, and like the guys on the desk said, brilliant points as well. MZ coming into the team, obviously fantastic IGL, been brought back in again. He's had a lot of success within that team, and instantly get that chicken dinner. Yeah, ChasMac could now be another force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, and to be fair, I've talked about them a couple of times, and they are by my calculations, the most improved team over the course of this entire tournament. Yeah, exactly. When you take a look at my calculations, then you can kind of it does just come out that way. I mean, people were saying maybe Team Doom, maybe Xtreme Slayers is another one as well that I was talking about a little bit as one of the most improved. But I feel like ChasMac just put them to the post, taking a look at their sort of moving average over time.
Yeah.
And yesterday not having MZ, I feel like that is a bigger factor than maybe we've really sort of highlighted. I mean, they talked about it a little bit, bringing MZ back on, a fantastic IGL, as Max said. Maybe not, maybe crucial part of their team and their performance.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of funny with ChasMac because it's a case of thinking to yourself, they're a vastly improved team, but they're probably one of the only teams where I thought to myself, one of the only other teams with the Nexus where I thought to myself, bringing in a new player has, well, not a new player, but bringing in a different player has drastically changed how that team performs. I think for Nexus, that new player would be due, in my opinion. I mean, he's basically just the golden boy of Nexus. Like, I've been very, very proud of that guy, and I think that taking a lot of weight on your shoulders when you go onto that team and you're replacing Dexter for the majority of the season. You have to do so much in that situation as June. There's a lot riding on it. A lot of people are expecting from you, and he absolutely put up the numbers. So, in my opinion, just huge round of applause to that boy right there. So, honestly though, Dexter back in the fold, Dude's probably quite happy about that. He's like, not as much weights on my shoulders anymore. He's pulled a few of those plates off the barbell, and he's taken towards his side of the rack.
Playing path a little bit southerly this time around. Circle pops up to the northeast. Seems like Circles like to go northeast today, Black. We had it on Erangel. We'll have it on Miramar so far. Oh, beg your pardon. Have it on Miramar this time around as well. Exquisite Décode UK got a little bit further up north. El Azahar, LMV, they like to go, well, they have gone to Campo Militar before. Are they going to go there again? Time will tell.
Yeah, I imagine they will do. Just pick up a few vehicles, then fly your way up to that side. Exquisite Décode UK, I mean, they're so well planted within El Azahar at this point in time. I think it would be a mistake to try and challenge them on this position. It is kind of just their spot at this point. For LMV, they're very happy up in Campo Militar, which it looks like they're starting to make their way up to now of a few vehicles on the side. Vodafone Giants, yesterday Miramar was slightly more kind to them, with a few circles heading over towards that west side, which they were able to capitalize on. Favorite one was the second Miramar of the day, which is where they just kind of sat and did nothing, basically all game, which is fine. That works. It works. They did play as two players, so still fantastic stuff to make it that far as just two.
Yeah, I'm quite interested in the Xtreme Slayers position, actually, at the moment. I mean, in Minas del Sur, they're playing all the way on that southwestern island, obviously trying to drop out very early and get their loot in. But I feel like Unicorns of Love haven't had people at their back too many times in rotations like this. The question for me is, which direction do Xtreme Slayers go?
Yeah, it's an interesting little step drops, and you imagine that Unicorns of Love haven't dropped mega split that they used to, which is where they kind of create that rectangular position with 4 players in separate spots. But I think that here it could actually encourage Unicorns of Love to maybe inadvertently do something good. I think too many times they get caught behind super young roster and don't go anywhere. So if you've got like a couple of pretty good players at your back, you're more than likely to be like, well, maybe we should find a better place within the circle earlier this time, because we can't really hang around. We're more than likely going to have to take a fight. Most of their rotational paths involve going down towards the southeast of Minas del Valle and then heading up through the road there through that passes through Los Leones. So with Xtreme Slayers there, that's much harder to accomplish. So potentially there's a rotation over the western road. I don't know yet, but I am excited to see what Unicorns of Love come up with in this situation, because it is a change for them.
Certainly is a difference, and maybe a good one, as you say. Nexus Gaming on the south side of Los Leones didn't have the greatest of performances last time, but they're still set in first place due to the fact that none of the other top teams had that great of a performance either. The points went down a little bit lower. So everything kind of settles just a little bit. It evens out. The gradient of the tables a little bit shallower this time.
Yeah, exactly, John. I think that it is quite interesting now looking at the point scorings, specifically when my actual points load on my screen, because then I will tell you exactly what I think about it. With Exquisite Décode UK, you know, they have jumped up just a little bit, right? And they did well. I think Daddy did extremely well to get as far as he did, which will bump them with the rankings, which is great. But also, that wasn't their best map. It seems to me that more often than not, Miramar is where they perform massively. You know, yesterday on their second Miramar of the day, getting the chicken dinner with 7 kills and a total of 22 points. This is time for Exquisite Décode UK to shine, especially with his position up towards El Azahar. They have a lot of control over this side of the map, so I have high hopes for them here.
Oh dear. As you say, one of the star players for Nexus does get knocked, but it's from Suave, and there's no backup from the rest of Big. I feel like this is a really heads-up retreat coming through from Big. Like, they just don't want to take the rest of this fight. They know the rest of Nexus is there, and they don't want to overcommit to this fight. I feel like it's intelligent what Big have done.
Yeah, it is intelligent what Big have done here. I mean, getting forward a little bit, getting a knock, taking a more advantageous position for yourself where you can start to gatekeep a team like Nexus and take control of this side of the map. It's going to really aid them when they do have to push through Junkyard, which is a fairly open space, and ChasMac away in the wings there as well, so it's going to be more difficult. So Big really need to control this push coming through from Nexus.
Nexus are still pretty wary, and rightly so. I mean, one of them did just get shot. True. Which would put the nerves in you a little bit. Xtreme Slayers, their path that they've chosen to take has gone to the east, so not at the back of Unicorns of Love. So we might not see too much of a change coming through from the Unicorns themselves. And the Xtreme Slayers, they're just going to cross out towards the south end of Los Leones, have to decide which direction they want to go, which direction they want to take into this circle.
Yeah, just figure it out which way you actually want to head in. Vodafone Giants ahead of them. They've actually pushed through Monte Nuevo, heading up towards Hacienda. Water treatment, usually a decent place to stop off, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, this has changed things up for Unicorns of Love in a way. I think that usually they're much more confident to push down towards the south side, but it's sped up the rotation a little bit with Unicorns of Love fresh, as well as Lin already passing up towards La Dreyera, with GK First and Raucus just in the wings behind. Game Lord, on the other hand, they'll have to contend with Vodafone Giants, who will be passing through their position shortly, but they have a decent spot round here at the moment, with a lot of good sightlines available to them should any player try to pass through this territory.
Game Lord trying to pick up the pieces. This is, again, the team that you said you wanted and expected more from at the start of the day. Didn't have the greatest time over on Erangel, but on San Martin, they've got a pretty decent rotational set of paths available to them. Vodafone Giants to the north, maybe a trickier time. Fairly central here, ChasMac Gaming. They have the Crow's Nest position up the top of the Red Rock. The Western Junkyard there, you can see that's a lot of rotational paths actually covered off by their sightlines. A lot of the area around that graveyard, around that junkyard position, can be covered off by those sightlines. Obviously, the risk you run is if you get knocked on top of the rock, it's very difficult to get rezzed.
It is very difficult to get res. Once you're down, you are down. And more often than not, trying to go for that res becomes a difficulty in the sense that it causes you problems. Potentially get another knock come your way. It is quite difficult.
Not easy.
Not easy at all.
Not easy at all. Not one bit. Circle shift comes on through. ChasMac Gaming still inside of it, but a little bit skewed now. Potentially looking to move out. Water treatment, a fairly central location. You can imagine the hills around it. Going to be pretty decent in terms of the real estate value. As Vodafone Giants probably have one of the better spots here.
Yeah, it's an alright spot for them, 100%. I think there's some good sorts of towards water treatment as well, where you can drop into water treatment. I think that's like one of those plays where where it's a case of, oh, things are going to hell, I think it's time to get into water treatment, then just kind of take it easy. But yeah, the south side is starting to really get quite tight for a few of these teams. You know, you've got a lot of these players passing through the Valley of Death, or just the north side of Picardo, where people can take shots on you from the upper side of the hill. Super Young roster, they've moved in towards Vodafone Giants' position, already got a knock on side. Xtreme just decides to,
there we go.
let the car experience what it needs to experience. Super Young roster, they're flying into position.
Vodafone Giants are going to suffer for it. Sebi already downed. And Vodafone Giants, they don't even want to go for the save hit. They just want to keep 3 alive, keep position. And maybe that's more valuable. Maybe that is more valuable in this scenario. Go for the punches, or, well, the pan. Okay, pulls out the AKM at the end, but looks a little bit shaky there. Result does pick up the point, and that's the first kill in the game, Blank. It's been 10 minutes, it's been almost 11 minutes now, and that's the first kill that we've seen.
Yeah, it's been a tense game, to say the least. I think most people are making some damn good rotations to make this one happen. So honestly, so far, good stuff, good stuff. For Romanian Boys, very central. This is it's looking good for Romanian Boys. I mean, it is a promising start for them, and usually they perform very well from these types of positions. Exquisite Décode UK, they're still making the slow approach from the eastern side, but Eastern Stars, they've also made their way in. You know, the classic Eastern Stars from the east, as per usual.
Behind Exquisite Décode UK, though, and playing Edge on Miramar, not always the easiest. TSC, very central. Unicorns of Love now potentially have the ability to guard out, on the west. LMV, they're chilling in the north side.
LMV don't really do too much. I mean, this is a typical position they like to play, where they'll just hang out on this north side and not have to do too much after coming down from Campo Militar. I think a few times it does become difficult on Campo Militar, but realistically, LMV have been fairly lucky in that regard, not having to do too much. Moving along this hillside, this ridge, will be very beneficial for them, giving them sight lines down towards the south as well as both east and west. It's good stuff.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Big,
Pretty good.
still alive. Still all 4 going, hoping to put some points on the board. Certainly do more than they have done so far. You can see 27 points on their tournament on this finals. Over 7 games. Massive departure.
Painful.
A massive departure from what we're used to. Very central now for the Romanian Boys on the shift.
Yeah, currently set at 74 points, so 10 points behind Nexus Gaming currently. But with a game like this, you know, we've seen Romanian Boys absolutely frag out when it comes to Miramar. And with that shift on the circle as well, bloody hell, it's going to be very difficult to get rid of them from that position, to almost displace them. Most teams around them end up fighting one another at this point. No one's found those crucial positions. No one's been taking too many fights. So for Romanian Boys, although enclosed and closed in, they're more likely not going to have to take too many fights themselves, because there will be ones raging around them, force position within the circle.
Hopefully try and weather in the eye of the storm. Because at Décode UK, feel like they've got a pretty decent spot here on the top of these hills. Good sight lines, good position, good oversight. And actually they've managed to find a little bit of a compound as well there. Very nice hidey hole for them. Teams on the west, I feel like, going to have potentially an easier time than the teams on the southwest, but it's still not going to be easy. Super young roster in the way of Unicorns of Love, as well as Vodafone Giants and Game Lord guarding beyond that. It's very crowded on this western side.
It is, yeah. Well, you can see that up towards the north side as well. You can't see on your screens right now, but LMV have moved down that ridge and slowly making their way towards water treatment. Team Doom fully engaging right now with Big. ChasMac Gaming off in the wings, but as expected, I would hope that Big will be able to win this fight. Now, Team Doom, yes, they've improved a lot during this tournament, but I still think that Big is a far superior team at this point in time. And it would have boded very badly if Big had gone down to Team Doom.
Definitely want to be taking the fights that you can win, and it seems like getting 2 of them, that's going to be good news. One of them did get knocked in response, one a Big, that is. But they're all back to fighting health. 2 players from Team Doom managed to get out. And remember, Big, they made that smart decision right at the start, getting that knock, just fading away from the fight completely, not engaging in it one bit. And it's gone well for them. Super young roster have spotted out Game Lord, and both Akashi and Spicy hit the deck.
Yeah, I think for Gamelord, that is very bad news for them. Luckily, they're in a position where it's very craggy. You know, this is the type of position where if you've not brought your walking boots, you're more likely to trip over your nice new Yeezys. So Gamelord can at least stay safe in that situation for themselves, knowing that someone's not going to get right on the doorstep immediately. For Nexus, on the other hand, let's compare that to Big's position, like you said earlier, getting that quick knock onto Nexus and then moving out, finding a more favorable spot. Nexus being left behind, they've had to move into this position, which is just barren. Yes, they have a compound, but moving out of this one now towards the north side of this next circle shift, very, very difficult. This next circle shift is not a kind one either, with the majority being a lot of just empty fields right here. Unicorns of Love do manage to dip in on that northwest side, which is good, but they're flying into TSC's position.
Unicorns of Love trying to crash on NGK first, stays alive and flicks up for the shot of the Yaya, but goes down almost immediately. Tam rolling forwards now as Rolkis tries to bring it up as well. GK first, flushed on out. Fresh also moving forward, but taking so much damage. Lin gets cut down in his prime, and Rolkis now low HP. Very, very much in danger here as LMV are looking their way as well. Busts out the door. Fresh standing as well. TSC with 3 in the building. Fresh with the pincer, with the flank, but is it going to have enough firepower? I'm just not sure. Nades in through the window as Buho is low. Rolkis even lower though. And the time is not on their side. Unicorns of Love have a clock and it's ticking away. Rolkis down.
I mean, this fight could have gone easier for them if it wasn't for a case that this circle wasn't so open. This position can be seen from LMV, it can be seen by Vodafone Giants as well. So Unicorns of Love crashing this, they had to get immediately into the building. And if it was occupied, which it was more than likely occupied, you know, it's a rough ending for them. So Unicorns of Love, I doubt they're going to make it too much further, and Fresh just kind of has to play this game of, I'm not here. I really, really am not here right now, guys.
So not here. He's the least here guy right now. I'm just not even here. I don't know what you're doing. Why are you even TSC looking for me? TSC right now? It's kind of cringe. You should stop looking for me.
Exactly. He doesn't exist. It's folly to even search for his position. I do think that it's not the greatest idea right there to be hunting down Rolkis when you could identify that a lot of the kills that you got from TSC were not ones that you opened up yourself. They're coming from the hilltops, they're coming from across the way. I think being outside of that building is maybe a little bit dangerous if you're TSC.
ChasMac Gaming and Xtreme Slayers clashed on their rotational path. ChasMac Gaming came out on top there, losing only 1. Xtreme Slayers lost 3. Trazen, though, under pressure, shots from the front, and it's Big to try and guard this rotation, but they aren't in the circle. They will have to move. Big have an incredible angle here, but all ChasMac Gaming need to do is stay alive. The 2 of them are there, MZ and Trazen, they're in the circle. Big will have to move. The question is when, and Eastern Stars, are they ready for it? Big want to make that move now. They're not going to wait for the circle to move them. Trazen is back up, but MZ is low, and they will get wiped on out. ChasMac Gaming fall to Big.
I mean, Big, yeah, well played, but I got to admit, I was very, very interested in the great bus wall that was created almost immediately. A new piece of terrain entering the field from ChasMac Gaming, but Big are able to clear them out. Now they've got Eastern Stars towards the north of them, but this fight between Conquerors and 4 Romanian Boys, very, very important. 4 Romanian Boys can win this fight. They can start to move towards the north side and try and find a position that way. At the moment, though, they are still locked in this fight.
Conqueror, 4 Romanian Boys, Ex Machina, doesn't quite do enough there. As the push out comes through, and lovely holds coming through from the Conqueror players right now, both dueling off against 2 apiece and actually doing very well. And against the 4 Romania Boys, that is no small order. Finally, Doran able to find one of those angles, win out one of those duels as Regox continues to rage on in his. Clink not flushed yet. 4 Romania Boys, they just want these reses. They want to stay all alive. Jamaz pushes on in, looks for more. The damage not quite there. The drop shot as well denied as Jamaz back out into the open and into the corner. Ex Machina around the side, and finally they're dealt with. Conqueror can't find a kill against 4 Romania Boys.
Yeah, that was certainly time for Redox to step up and give him hell, and certainly that's exactly what he did. But now we've got Eastern Stars as well as Big. Now, the decision comes here is like, what do you want to do about this fight? Because right now, there's barely anything within that next circle that's playable. So take this fight or just try and dip. I really don't think Big has the vehicles to make it happen. They've got one here, and the Eastern Stars are holding another. So perhaps they need to finish this fight to get into the circle proper.
Eastern Stars, they're trying to cross the road, but it's so difficult. Octavian, forward position there. The off-angle specialist, second best in the lobby according to Blank. See if he can leverage that a little bit more there. Big, though, just 4 players on a ridgeline. It's so hard to deal with when you're in those smokes. The circle pops yet again, and I have to move a little bit further. It's pushing them now. Eastern Stars look to get ahead. Big, want to shut them down. Octavian glimpsed Mickey, trying to isolate those smokes, isolate those angles. Octavian around the side, can't find the knock. There's answers coming through from the rest of the team, but they can't get anything done. It's Eastern Stars to go down, and the Unicorns of Love, they're going to be happy about that because there's no more PMGC points to worry about this game.
I know that's very important, but Alicio's been waiting in the wings this entire fight, and now Reznov flying down to support him. Mickey, MVP from Super Weekend, trying to hold it through. These smokes just about covering from the time being, but Alicio has a general idea.
And there's backup as well. Times goes down, and now just Mickey for Big. Alicio looked to shoe in for MVP of the entire tournament, but Exquisite Décode UK fell off slightly. They're looking to answer for that now. Their sins being dealt with, they're paid for in kind. Alicio moves forwards, Tommy gun in hand. Mickey crests the ridge and actually gets the knock. A nice little pop up there. There is backup. Reznov has the suppressing position, but there's shots coming across the way as well. I think that's from 4 Romanian Boys to put them back. And Alicio abandoned out in the open. Exquisite Décode UK gonna lose this player.
Absolutely they are. Mickey might not be able to get swayed back up again, though. You can see Reznov just on the distance, and now Mickey has to use all the smokes possible, but it looks like he's just got the one. Perks, also LMV taking out many players from Nexus. Next circle heads up towards that position, so LMV very happy about this one. Previously taking down TSC earlier in the match there. After, in my opinion, TSC really did open themselves up to assault from that team.
Nexus Gaming finally eliminated, not going to be able to hide out any longer. 5 teams remain now. LMV dominant position for the moment. The question is, do they have enough control over the terrain for the time that the next circle pops, for the next circle to push them? Because once it does, if it pushes out of the LMV compound, they are going to have to move, and at that point, everybody's looking their way. Will they be able to control the ground well enough?
Was it me, or was Daddy just shooting through rock?
I was looking at the map.
Oh, well, you missed something incredible.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, if Narvalo has gone down, I doubt they're going to get him back up again, but Game Lost still have a ways to go. 4 Romanian Boys stuck on the southeast side at the moment. Exquisite Décode UK still have a chance to get in here, but LMV currently holding a very, very strong compound. I'm pretty sure we saw this exact finish between, I believe it was Udu Gang as well as Team Secret, and it's just almost impossible to fight this compound. There is like a ridge side that walks up to it, so the only way that any other team would win this game other than LMV is if we shift away from this compound, because it is impregnable, to be honest with you.
But it is likely that it's going to get shifted away from. The question is timing, right? How long can they hold these positions? How long can the team survive outside of this open ground?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is just rough. This is probably one of the roughest places to play within Miramar, to be quite honest with you. I don't really think I could think of anywhere the worst to play, in my opinion. Will does take down Daddy accidentally. LMV still shoots the vehicles out from along the way. Excuse me, just taking the time with it though. I respect that. There is actually a hill over towards Excuse Me's position, which they're currently behind, and that'll give them time to play this one out. Doran finally goes down. That's 4 Romanian Boys down now, out in 5th. Not a bad result, and Reznov probably soon to follow.
Kareem's across, actually makes it to the hay shack, but angles spotted. LMV still not quite getting the bead onto Game Lord. Shots head their way. There's a crate actually right by Reznov there. Potential for a resupply. Excuse me, look to move forwards just a little bit as well. As you say, a little bit of a ridge line to play around, but the difficulty is that Game Lord have vision on it.
Yeah, it's difficult, but the fact of the matter is, like, how do you cross? How do you cross this position to LMV? Like, there's no way you're walking through this field to new cover. You have to use smokes, you have to use vehicles. At this point in the game, like, vehicles are rare. There's just one there for Game Lord. Reznov's still alive, and excuse me, still sending shots their way. I think Gamelord's got the worst end of it at the moment.
Yeah, they take a knock as well, and that's going to slow them down. Resnov needs to try and get around to the next circle for Exquisite Décode UK. Excuse me, they take a knock, and that is going to be Exquisite Décode UK eliminated. The next circle moves from LMV, sure, but they're on the shortest side of the circle of any of these teams right now. They have the least distance to move. They have the most control of this current zone. And you have to wonder who's going to be able to make it through. And I feel like this is the end of the lobby.
It might be, but the thing is, though, is that for LMV, obviously they've shot absolutely everyone, so everyone's looking their way. For them, it is so difficult to get down from this ridge side because there is not much cover beneath them, and you're going to be exposed on that hillside for quite a while. So the utility is going to be extremely important. I imagine they've already started dropping smokes.
Trying to make their path, trying to create it. You can see there's the forward crash. Talon now with an outpost.
Oh my God, Robs!
Excuse me, makes a mad dash. Not going to pay off. Excellent movements there from Gamelord as they try and suppress LMV on their push. The blue zone now enveloping them. Spicy needs to move around the side, but they're just going so low. LMV, 3 players alive, 3 players standing. Just hit on Robs all the way forwards at the tractor, but there's nades around the side, and Gamelord take the tumble. Robs still alive, but the feet get taken out. LMV control the ground, and they take down Miramar.
It was almost could have lived there a little bit, but LMV, the clear distinction for them was that they had utility that other teams did not. They had to expend that utility to get into their position. For LMV, they've been chilling on that side of the map for so long at that point. But there was a chance, you know, that situation there where you have LMV coming down from that hillside. They're so open. Luckily, they had a vehicle to get down with, but even so, it was just the one buggy. I think Gamelord could have potentially got a few more kills in that situation, but again, it's very difficult to play from the blue, especially when it's ticking that hard. You know, if that compound is slightly further within the circle, maybe there's a chance, but in this case, so difficult. LMV, though, they play that position well. It's a winning position, and they're able to clear a lot of the difficult teams around them.
I mean, great news for Gamelord, right? It's
yeah,
it's fantastic news coming through from them to be able to get to that second place. It's the performance that I'm going to keep bringing it up that you said you wanted to see from them, and I feel like they really did fight for that position, right? Like they were not easily in that spot.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that what I said at the beginning of Erangel is that they're literally just one good game away from taking away that first or second spot. And I'm pretty sure with that one, with the amount of kills they got, they should be in first or second. I'm not sure which one, but I definitely think that now is the time for Gamelord to continue putting up these points, because they, in my opinion, have been the one team that I've had the least fault with. And if that's the case, then usually that means they're a good team. I don't have too many complaints about Gamelord most of the time. They're just a good team. Some weeks they might be less good than they were, but it's never a case of like, oh, what is Gamelord doing? I've never had that case.
Yeah. No, it's always seemed to be just fairly consistent, fairly easy going, even going. And they have, you know, they've reaped the rewards for it. I mean, they did have a little bit of a downswing towards the end of those super weekends, but they are picking it back up. And that first day, obviously not as illustrious as it has been so far today. But now it seems like maybe they're back on form. There's a reason that these guys have done so well in these super weekends, right? And we're looking out for them here. They're one of the few teams to have that hangover of good performance from the league play.
Exactly, and I think for them at the moment, it is something you need to mention, a case of like almost lucky they had that downswing on the last super weekend, right? Yeah. Almost lucky, because it's a case of, what if that one came right now instead? So you have that time to be like, well, this is what we feel like when we play bad, but let's get back to normal form rather than getting to finals and being like, oh no, we're having a bad run. It's like the scariest thing that could happen to you.
Well, it wasn't great yesterday. I mean, they did well, but it wasn't, you know, a phenomenal performance yesterday. But today, they started to turn things on. They're one of the top spot competitors, Gamelord, with an excellent game on Miramar.
Hello everyone! Today we would like to introduce to you Banpan's Investigators. The Investigators are the first line of response when confronted with cheaters. After a player is reported for suspicious behavior, the Investigator will then verify whether cheating has occurred. Up till now, Investigators have been hard at work every day resolving player complaints, establishing themselves as a key component in maintaining a pleasant and fair gaming environment. Without further ado, let me introduce the Investigator. How to become an Investigator. Investigators consist of in-game players and official security experts. To become Investigators, in-game players must fulfill certain requirements. Be passionate about PUBG Mobile and have a strong sense of justice. A clean in-game record free of penalties, no bans or warnings. Be firm and resolute when dealing with cheaters, and report any suspicious behavior. Must have a high tier. Skilled players are preferred. Experienced players that have achieved a higher rank are better suited to judge whether cheating has really occurred. Players that have met these requirements can apply by tapping the Request Investigator access button. We hope more players can enlist in the Investigator ranks and stand together in protecting the integrity of the game. How Investigators review and report footage. After becoming an Investigator, they may review footage of reported behavior. Footage found to contain violations will be sent to the official security team for a final review. You can check your submitted video review statistics under My Reviews. See details for the results of corrected judgments. For our dear Investigators that uphold the integrity of the game, we are constantly improving the Investigator function. To thank all our Investigators for their hard work and effort, Banpan has added Investigator Challenge rewards. Investigators can complete challenges to claim their corresponding rewards. There are rewards for daily challenges, weekly challenges, and monthly challenges. We've also prepared an exclusive Investigator outfit, titles, and rank. We've introduced the requirements on how to become an Investigator and the responsibilities it entails. We hope that many new Investigators will join us in our fight to maintain a pleasant gaming environment. Fairness for all. We will never give up.
Seems to be a day of everyone having a shot at a chicken dinner. LMV this time take themselves one, of course, with the 15 points that go with it. Of course, the kills they got as well, moving them up the leaderboards, getting one step closer to potentially breaking through into a European Regional Championship. But guys, this was, again, another interesting game. You know, I was watching the beginning, seeing Big do well, and I was like, oh, Max, maybe you have a delayed blessing with your predictions. Literally, within 10 seconds of saying that, Big dies.
I don't know. Was it you that cursed him in that game, or is it because I cursed him because you talked about me talking about them? I don't know how it works. Okay, it's very intricate. But no, LMV gets off a really strong game here, 27 points total. And we talked quite a few times, Kalaris, especially about how they drop in Campo Militar, and it's not really a position that makes it easy for you to rotate. But this circle, especially going very close to water treatment, they just took that high ground position on top of the mountain super early, and they just waited it out, got all the information they needed, and when they had to crash onto TSC, they had the information, they had the utility, they had the fragging power, took the fight, got the best position, and took the win. It was so easily done by LMV Gaming, and it was just so clean.
Yeah, the Crossroads location is one of the scariest central circles on the entirety of Miramar. And once you get a vantage point, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. And LMV found that vantage point and was able to just fire down everything. Because even if the circle shifts away from the Crossroads, which is a pain in the bum anyway, or any roads around there, it's still shifting into open fields. And you're like, well, damn, okay, let's try and play this one out. That's why you see so much edge play, and that's why LMV, from their perch on high, is able to shoot at everything and kill everything.
Yeah, we see here ChasMac, just to move on to the other 8 teams, is they got first last game, 30 points. They pop up 3 here, so a little bit of a fall for them. Nexus as well, kind of sticking true to, I guess, more of the normality of what we expected out of them. But also Eastern Stars, Unicorns of Love, they both got 1 point. So that gap just going to stay exactly where it is, around 19, I believe we think it is. But like you said, Kalaris, with your lovely sounds, Talon. Almost 1100 damage. Rob's in there as well. Perk's in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you've got this kind of location to just fire at everything that's going to be going down on the fields, or kind of like the great thing about the compound that they had was it has great lines of sight, not only on the fields, but also the surrounding hills around it too, where all of these teams are scrambling to find some semblance of stability. So for LMV, this was the perfect opportunity to get them really on the board.
You can draw such a big comparison between the breach of Unicorns of Love onto TSC and how LMV actually breached that one. Unicorns of Love send it one by one. Lin is trying to run to the compound, gets knocked midway. And then you had LMV doing the exact same breach against the same amount of players, doing it all together. Really well executed. And of course, as you can see, getting himself into the advantage point you mentioned, Kalaris, and just picking up all the kills left, right, and center on Excuse Me, on Game Lord, on some of the also Exquisite Décode UK. It was so easy for them to play it off. But Game Lord, they were a team that were not in a strong position, and them having actually a pretty big spread and then regrouping every time the circle went into the fields, which is not easy, but they made it work out. They made the most of what they could do in that game.
They get Miramar, Jason, do Game Lord. They truly get Miramar. They understand it well.
Well, I'm glad they actually were able to do well, because I feel like the domination, I guess maybe it's too strong of a word, but how well they did in the Super Weekends. I mean, overall, didn't really get replicated when it came to our first day of play. So it's nice to see them at least bounce back a little bit, but they still have a long ways to go. But so do LMV, and we'll actually take a look at their stats in the finals versus their stats in the Super Weekend. Just to give you an idea again, are they playing better than what they were before? Are they playing the same? Are they playing a little bit worse? And they're actually just doing slightly better. But the unfortunate part for them is slightly better than what they did in our Super Weekends will not be enough to get them into the European Regional Championship.
Because when you look at the average they had in those 45 games of Super Weekend, it evens out. After you look how good of a second Super Weekend they had, this team can really be one of the best teams in the region if they play on an even basis towards that level we saw in the second Super Weekend. But first Super Weekend and the third Super Weekend, they were kind of invisible a lot of the time, and we didn't see too much of the team, so their average maybe doesn't look great, but when you look at their potential highs, this team could be a top 5 without any doubt in my mind. It's just that we need to see them play like this, understand the map positions they're playing from, get into strong positions, and then try and frag out if possible. Sometimes they like to play a little bit too much onto the edge, which I struggle with sometimes, but games like this shows how good of a team this can be, and that they could make into the top 5. At least we'll have to see how it goes at the end of the finals, but there is true potential here.
Especially if they get the snowball rolling, right? Like, if you think about, as you say, in that second Super Weekend, it really did feel like they were very swing-based, and once they have all of a sudden got this kind of little bit of momentum behind them, they were really rolling with it, and they could have got even more during that Super Weekend had we not had that ridiculous bridge situation and Hidan maybe in a little bit of a better spot. But beyond all of that, this is a great win for them to try and get that ball rolling, because it really wasn't rolling here in this final, and maybe this is just the nudge they need to move even further up the table.
Yeah, and maybe for Perks and Talon as well, they were, I mean, basically neck and neck in kills, neck and neck in damage, and yet again, pretty much neck and neck when it comes to our finals. Definitely the standout players for the team. And like you guys are saying, like when they were having their highs, they looked fantastic. They looked like an extremely dominating team, but the problem is to be able to channel that kind of play into just now 2 days of play where you have 12 matches in total, the best teams in the lobby, with the pressure of trying to qualify on your shoulders is very difficult. And we, like you were mentioning with the bridge circle, that pressure can get to this team. We were already
again. Are we in upside down world, Jason? Because quite honestly, ChasMac before the previous game was 13th place, right? And then LMV before this game was in about something like 15th place. What is this final? Because it really does feel like anybody in this lobby with the kind of skill across the lobby as a whole can go out, can have a win, and can push themselves up the leaderboard here. And there are differences in prize pool across a lot of these placements. So all of these teams very much out to play right now, Max, it feels.
We touched upon this in the pre-show for day one, right? We said even the teams on the second page, they showed us, maybe not consistently, but they showed us on a short period of time they can shine through and get some of the best results you can see in the entire tournament. So I'm not surprised to see some of these teams do well, but I'm surprised we're seeing this many teams that were struggling at the start shining through in these finals. And I think that's the very big outlier here. And when you're looking at Eastern Stars, Unicorns of Love, not being as consistent, and Big especially not being as consistent as you would like to see, you're answering now, and especially when it happens 2 day back-to-back, you're asking yourself, what's changed for these teams during those 4 day break? And I just can't tell you, but it's good to see the teams like LMV and ChasMac actually performing well today.
See, but I don't like it. I mean, maybe I'm just like super harsh, but I don't like the fact that like we go into the finals and none of what we learned in 3 weeks of play is holding true, you know? And that worries me for this region in general. When you get into the European Regional Championship, Turkey, insanely strong. CIS, ridiculously strong. And if we can't have any teams playing consistent when it comes to just this PMPL, like, how are they going to fare against these international teams? It scares me.
I truly sympathize with that notion because, again, looking at kind of how it came in coming in, and we saw the top 6, and then they kind of narrowed that down to like, well, it didn't narrow it down at all. It got wider to like a top 10, top 11 that could easily like challenge for those top spots. Now it feels like everybody's kind of there. It does feel like maybe it makes you question where the skill ceiling is of the lobby compared to like where just kind of this, it's too spread out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you know, obviously, if any of these teams that we didn't expect to get through do, and they perform well, credit to them, and they'll definitely be my radar going into PMGC and obviously future tournaments. You guys at home should have something on your radar. We still have the Gacha game going on where you can watch together in the esports center with your friends, get these tokens that you can use to unlock special permanent items. So make sure you guys try to get that one in. Invite all your friends, and I'm inviting my friends back to the lobby. At least I can, I think, call them friends. John, Allen, and Blank. Is that okay?
Blank? Okay with you?
Yeah, I would say so.
I mean, I can get out of here if you want.
No, I wish you would stay with us the whole
please
cast,
stay. Oh no! Oh, sorry. Oh, you had to go. Oh, that's fine.
You're so mean, John.
Agreed. Getting into the game, we're going to be looking at Sanhok this time around. Blank. We're going to be
just going to brush over it like that.
Yeah, I know. Like a whitewash over mold from a shoddy landlord. I'm just going to brush straight over it.
I can't believe you've done that.
Yeah.
That is so rude.
And I did just call Jason Mold. That's right.
Yeah, I know you did. That's probably the worst thing. But I don't know. You said a lot of bad things just then.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm not sure which one to pick out and be like to focus on, because it's
that's the trick.
Mess.
It's a scattergun of insults, and at some point you're just like, I don't. How do I? It's too. It's just the volume is too vast, and there's no point dealing with it.
That's
an excellent tactic if you want to not. It's an excellent tactic if you don't want any friends.
Yeah, true. I don't know if you heard what I said, but
No, I wasn't listening to you.
Anyway, that's cool. That's great to know. Moving into the game, on the other hand, we're going to listen in for a couple of these players and see exactly what kind of rotations they're thinking about making. Obviously, we can't actually hear their thoughts, although it would be great. But hopefully in the future, we might be able to hear their comms, which would be...
So what are the voices in my head? What are
that, you know what those are?
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Oh.
I need sorting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, you know, a few problems in game too for a couple of these teams.
Sorry, I'm going to...
How many segues am I going to have to make?
Look, I'm bringing it back to the game. Because Unicorns Alive, didn't they lose a player to this exact split last time?
Yes. It was fresh. What is going on with that? Do they, like, just make a cheat? Is it, like, a little bit of fun for them? They're like, ooh, super young roster. You can't catch me. They're like, okay, everyone has to do a round. Like, overall super young roster's gone out. Yesterday it was Fresh's turn, but today it's GK first turn. He's got away with it as well. Damn, that dastardly kid.
Ooh, he's a rascal. Ooh, look at him. So confident in his compound. Whippersnapper.
Okay. He's a bit of a whippersnapper. ChasMac, bit of shadow one action over here. And it seems like all these teams have the one player they send forward as a scout, a ninja.
It's almost like teams like to scout. It's good. Good quality game.
Right at the
right at the beginning.
Right at the beginning of the game. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
I'm feeling a bit acky today. I don't know what's up.
You are. You've been attacking everyone. What is happening? Is it finals? Does it
It's finals.
You?
Yeah. I think it must be. It's the adrenaline. I've had my coffee. It's all going my way. Well, not for too much longer if I keep acting like this. I'll behave.
Yeah, I know. It's like you'll just hear like a big bleeping sound, and then John will be cut from the broadcast. It'll be me for the rest of this. So yeah, just wait for that one. It's coming. It's coming.
What's
soon.
your best me impression?
Your impression.
An impression of me. Do you have one?
Okay. You want me to do it? I've got an impression of you, yeah.
Okay, go on. Let's hear it.
All right. Okay, go on. Let's have a look at this game right now. There are a few things that I would like to place, actually, here, would be the mathematical calculations that I have made in my own time through spreadsheets and a lot of good gusto. It has been quite interesting, the types of curves that have been coming through. That's you. How was that? Did you like that?
I didn't realise I was William Shatner.
You are William Shatner.
Am I?
You're basically, yeah, essentially. You're like modern day William Shatner.
Okay.
With like, just probably like a little sprinkling of annoying in there.
Oh, that's fair enough. Okay. There's I feel like there's also strong, what's his name? Oh, I've forgotten his name. The guy who plays, the guy who had the watch in Forrest Gump. What's his name?
God.
The dad in Hairspray in the film.
Wow, this is amazing. I've never known you had this quality where you can like name people very vaguely, but from a large set of different films. This is amazing.
Oh man, and he's Christopher Walken. That's it. There we go. Got there in the end.
I feel that's not Christopher Walken, although Christopher Walken's a very classic accent. We have really strayed from the game, John. Okay,
Absolutely.
we need to get back to.
We've got a little bit of a walk, and
Yeah, we've been a walking, and now we need to get a strutting back on the game, or at least get in the back of the buggy here in game with the boys. Nexus, they're all wearing their PMPL outfits. You can get your own PMPL outfit. Get yourself on the app. Slap some, just do some gathering, you know. See if you can grab yourself a prize, because PMPL outfits, they are gorgeous. Potentially get some permanent items too. Everybody loves permanent items. I love permanent items. You know, Jason introduces a special and permanent friends earlier today. I'd say that you are permanent. I would say I'm special.
certainly one of those is true.
Yeah,
At least.
at least.
Let's go with that. Eastern Stars, they've got a pretty solid position right now to control rotations, but I feel like the circle has diminished the value of this hill, because normally, I mean, we talk about this hill as being really strong, having a lot of oversight over the trifecta, over the confluence there of the rivers, but it doesn't have quite as much value in this current scenario.
No, not as much anymore. I think that it's quite interesting to see whether all the teams are placed, because we're going to do a quick stock check. Going in the back, we're going to stock check these teams. Stock check. We have, I felt like a Dave reference right there. We have LMV up towards the northeast side. Vodafone Giants, they're down towards Lekawi. They're looking in at the moment. You know, most of these teams just playing it safe. I like LMV. They have that niche play style of just, you know, chilling it out and then coming in later, finding a strong position, and getting in. But Unicorns of Love, I'm sorry guys. You can't be playing in the blue. There is no blue to play in. Unless GK First is going to stay right on the western side of Nakam, where there's about 200 meters of area to play. It'll be in the blue.
If there's blue, they will be there. That is one known in the Sanhok games, certainly over the last couple of days anyway, for Unicorns of Love. Super Young roster, they've yet to move from Ruins, and potential for them to guard out Big, but I feel like Big have a plan. I mean, certainly Mihi is either swimming right now or is controlling the headland for a different sort of rotation on Big's side. But around the cave, teams are starting to group.
Yeah, I think you know what? I like Super Young roster. Don't get me wrong, I like Super Young roster.
Okay.
They have done this same hold on the Northwest Bridge coming down to Ruins every single game. And at pretty much every single game as well, Big's done the same thing, which is just swim off to the west side of the map. And the way they've got this set up is they've got two players either side of the bridge, one player at the back side, and then one guy watching the docks. And realistically, like, this isn't going to help you versus Big, who are doing this every single time. Just like, go watch the coast. Just have one guy watch the bridge, because more often than not, Big just rattle it through if they do go bridge, in which case Super Young roster are left in the back.
Are they going to have that info, though? Have they been scouting effectively? We'll have to wait and see. At the moment, Team Doom around this cave, around the area. Xtreme Slayers split across the river as well, just out to their west near Camp Charlie. Excuse me, out to the east of this position as well. And as I said, teams are starting to group around this area to the south of Quarry, which is going to be detrimental should it move up a little bit further north towards Boot Camp or around that area. You imagine that traffic jam is going to be quite tricky.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that, you know, it does get a bit difficult in this scenario, God, how many times O's are going to come up here? Xtreme Slayers, they're on the south side, right? You know, you've got Vodafone Giants as well as Excuse Me, all trying to push through. But I think it's going to be a case of, like, who's going to make the rotation that goes over the top side of Quarry and then loops back down towards Painan. Now, I think that would be a smart rotation to make rather than getting caught here by the river, which is very awkward to play around. You can see Exquisite Décode UK currently there, as our TSC. TSC are probably going to be locked into this spot for a long time because they're very much at the back of the queue. I mean, they could move north, which would be okay in my opinion, but it depends where the next circle goes, really.
Teams on the western edge still need to move big. They made one swim, but they still have to make the others. One has to wonder if there's a boat that they've got their eyes on to go for a long rotation, even, you know, over towards docks or Kampong or something similar for big. But maybe they're just going to swim. Maybe they've got enough meds. They feel confident. It's only going to be phase 2 circle damage, and they're just going to swim across. It looks like that's what they're going for, by the way. Circle shrinks, and it's very, very central there. TSC, again, slap bang in the middle.
Yeah, and I mean, they're holding that same hold. You can see on your map there, where it's literally directed at the bridge, and big, once again, they're like, we're going to circumvent all of that and get ahead of you, and then leave. So it's a little bit confusing to me. And remember, I like Super Young roster. Don't get me wrong, guys. I like Super
If you keep saying it, it will be true eventually. Big,
Yeah.
they're making that
is
swim.
true.
Absolutely. I believe you. I believe you.
Thank you.
Unicorns of Love need to move in as well, just shift their way through. The advantage that I think Xtreme Slayers have is that they have that sort of outpost, that ability to go back across the river should they need to swing up past Painan. I feel like that is a credit to them that maybe can't be undervalued, but at the moment it looks like they just want to push straight on forwards and give up that ground.
Where is Conquerors going right now, John? They're almost off my screen. Yeah. So let's just paint a picture for you guys at home. I have looked over to my left monitor up towards Northwest Island just to check if anyone else is still out there. I see Conquerors quite physically leaving the map in a vehicle up towards Mong Nai. And I think they're going to swing all the way down past Lakawi to head in towards Dockside, or even just dock at Lakawi itself. That would make sense. But yeah, they're completely off my screen now. That was incredible.
I had the same exact reaction, except it's on my right monitor, not my left monitor.
Oh, right, okay.
So, that was the only difference.
Fair enough.
TSC, they've got a pretty decent split. With their backs to Quarry, I feel like TSC have a really good chance at controlling this area. The difficulty is that the high ground for Xtreme Slayers is actually very good. They have so many sites. You can see they can see all the way over to Team Doom on their south. It's a really good hill that they found themselves.
I think for TSC, it's hard though. It's really, really hard because, you know, I know you said they have Quarry to their backside, but to be honest, there's no clear-cut winning position around Quarry. Like, typically when we see Quarry, what we talk about is like it's towards the beginning of the game. If you get caught in a crossfire at the beginning of the game, you drop into Quarry, more than likely you're doomed. And that's where it's good to play on the outside. But more often than not, after that point, the players who are playing around Quarry will get shot at by players coming into the circle. It's rough. I don't think there's one singular position that I would be happy with. There's a couple of towers you can play around there, but there's nowhere it's like that is the definitive position to play in Quarry.
Big have been spotted by Super Young roster, so they're now locked a little bit in a scrap, and the circle's really going to start to hurt soon. I mean, it's the non-zero amount of damage, and Alush doesn't have any first aid kits. You can see meds not particularly healthy there for Big. They want to just get ahead, want to get out of this, get towards Painan, but it's easier said than done. On the northern side of the Quarry fights, you've got Romanian Boys and Nexus. Knock went over onto Do. Up the hill, should be resable. Romanian Boys going to hold their compound.
It'll be fine. I actually liked what I saw there from Big because you could see Swave moving out down towards the south side. They've sent Mickey forward, and I appreciate this because he's the one running 7 first aids. So I think his mission at the moment, should he choose to accept it, would be to get a single knock and then get the rest of the team out, which is how I feel they're trying to play this one. Because if they have that many meds on Mickey, then he can stay behind long enough to get that knock, which they've just achieved now, and then take that moment to leave. But yeah, the circle moving off to the eastern side, woof. I mean, Vodafone Giants can be very happy with that one. I was meant to be an oof. I woofed instead. You know, I turned into a dog. It was that surprising.
I mean, it is a bit of a munter of a circle there, to be fair.
It is a bit of a muggy circle right now.
It's not fun. It's not fun. For all the teams on the west of Quarry, they're going to have to figure out how to either get around it or play in Quarry. I feel like ChasMac Gaming right now have a really strong spot, have a really good chance to move a little bit further south, take a compound there and hold out, or maybe they just want to try and play edge, allow people to pull themselves into the vacuum ahead of them and then try and play from the back. They swept before very effectively on a circle in Erangel, so maybe that's what they're going to try and repeat.
Yeah. Conquerors finally make it in. They're in Lakawi,
What, hey?
as we said. Oh, hey, look at that rotation. That was one hell of a rotation. You love to see it. I think for LMV, though, also another really good rotation from the north side. Getting down here into Kampong, not easy, considering there's a few teams around this area, including ChasMac. So very, very well done to them. And look at this. Exactly as I said, get the one knock, find the vehicles, peace out. Really, really well done and well orchestrated coming through from Big. I imagine they've given each other a couple of beds as well to get healed up. Eastern Stars going against Team Doom. Bazzy has to hit the floor.
Trying to mount
the grass.
Mount the cave mound and need to be careful of dropping on in. Eastern Stars, they're being rebuffed from angles across the way. Look, this split from Doom is actually pretty effective at holding out this position. Look at the shots from Unreal. Bazzy just trying to stay alive. More damage sent into Athis as well. The res has come through, but the damage continues to pour in. A double nade and a kill there comes on in. A beautiful nade over the top. I think that was Action lobbing that one down and spelling doom for Eastern Stars right now. Action doing so much work for the squad. All four of them alive, and no one really hears a third party.
No, this is just clean-up time, really, for Team Doom. So, really, really nice stuff. Again, this is a very, very tense finals. Again, we said at the beginning of this game, you know, it's very difficult to figure out who to watch, where to place our sights. There'll be one kill coming through from Octavian. Finish off that player as well.
Standing tall. Eastern Stars not going down without a fight. Kapahala down in the dirt, naturally going to get wiped as well. That's a squad wipe going on through. Eastern Stars are going to get eliminated there. The point difference between Eastern Stars and Unicorns of Love on the PMGC tallies at the start of the finals was 27 points blank. So Eastern Stars need 27 more points than Unicorns of Love, and they've gone down before them again. I think the difference before this game was fairly minimal. I think it was sort of around in at least, I think it was below 10, if not 10. So it was around that sort of area.
I can actually tell you right now.
Oh, okay, fantastic. But they aren't getting enough points right now to take over Unicorns of Love. And my God, what a dirty circle. That is right on top of Quarry. Right.
Let me have a quick
slap
look.
bang in the probably worst area, I would say.
Oh, yeah, that is not good. That is not enjoyable. I don't want to drink my coffee anymore. It's left a sour taste in my mouth, that one. Yeah. That's bad. But I think for Unicorns of Love, Eastern Stars were 8 points ahead at the start of this game. Like I said, 27 points more required. And I think that for Unicorns of Love, just live a little bit longer, though they are playing the blue game right now. They do like to sack off Sanhoks. I don't know what it's all about.
Win some, lose some. If they choose when to lose, they can choose when to win, right?
Well, you know what that is? That is a terrible way of explaining about what I was about to explain properly, which was that, you know, if you just sack off Sanhok and then focus all your efforts on Erangel as well as Miramar, then maybe you get a couple of breaks for yourself. You don't feel as pressured to perform here. But yeah, also your attempt at explaining it was also very good. I enjoyed it.
It's like having a dump stat on a D&D character, right?
Yeah, exactly. Either way, this is a very difficult circle to play. Vodafone Giants, though, this would be a good chance for them to get themselves in a better position when it comes to points, because they were holding on to a very firm spot towards the top side. Ooh. They have dropped down a little bit now. Conquerors, this is the team that made the huge rotation. They backstabbed ChasMac Gaming, and to be fair, ChasMac Gaming, if I was there, I'd be like, where the hell did these guys come from too?
Who on earth are these guys pretending to our western coast? Trazen goes down as well. MZ now under pressure. ChasMac Gaming getting picked off one by one. It's a horror film in the forest. As they swing around, knives are flailing. Conqueror swarm across, and there's really nothing you can do here in this scenario. They've already been divided, and now it's time to conquer. Vito does go down. MZ tries to put up a fight here. The smokes, the Molotovs, the nades starting to pump on through. Nicely placed as Clink goes. Takes a tumble there. 2 players still going for ChasMac Gaming. Jamaz with his head above the rock at risk. Reses trying to be made here. And in goes Shadow End for the res onto Trazen, bringing ChasMac Gaming back up to fighting force. This is Act 2 of the horror film Blank, when the heroes potentially have a chance at defeating the killers from the deep.
It is, yeah. I mean, we're fully into Act 2 at this point in time. We've changed position, we've changed scene, we had the smash cut from the trees to the grass. But MZ really putting up huge performances right now. This could be amazing for him. Gets 1, and possibly 2. With a second.
Lines him up. Reeves now trying to get the shots. The Vector in hand. MZ has cover behind the tree. The rest of ChasMac Gaming coming up fast as well on the outside track. 15 bullets in the UMP. Needs to find a flush. Needs to find a knock. Gets the point, but goes down. And Conqueror fall as the circle shifts north.
MZ, what an MVP that guy was there for that fight. Incredible nades, incredible ability to play the terrain. MZ is the biggest blessing right now for ChasMac Gaming. When he comes on side, these guys step up in a huge way. It is beautiful to see, and that's what you want from IGL overall. Super young roster, you made the mistake there. You can't be resin at this point in the game. It just doesn't work out. You'll immediately get re-knocked. Unicorns are low. They're coming over towards LMV's position. Going to try and clear them out. They struggled from the last game, but it's an instant knock there from Fresh.
Raucus not backing up this push as well, and immediately Fresh taken down as well. GK first eliminated, and Raucus just left alone. I imagine they dropped meds over, and they're going to try and out-heal the blue zone here for Unicorns of Love. Not entirely sure about that crash. It obviously did not work out in this scenario, and LMV are going to keep on going, although they are slowed down. The circle's doing a lot of damage now.
Yeah, this is cruel from Raucus, in my opinion, almost in a way, to Eastern Stars, because they know that they to be fair, if anything, it's actually incredibly smart. It's an incredibly smart play, if anything, because it's a case of, we don't need to win Sanhok, we just need to keep putting up consistent numbers. What's the best way to put up 6 or 7 points on Sanhok? Try get towards the late game, pick up as many first aid kits as possible, and then heal to 6th or 5th place. This could be the biggest brain strat ever if they are purely going for those PMGC points to qualify from the totals.
I mean, it's potentially there, right? That's potentially what you're going to see, but you kind of have to, it is quite interesting, because Unicorns of Love essentially need to get 1 point less per game than Eastern Stars every single time, and they'll be fine. They'll be in, right? It's 27 points, there's 18 games. They can get more than 1 point less than the Eastern Stars each time. But if you keep it at that level, it's a little bit safer. So the games where you get more, these are all bonuses. These are phenomenal results for Unicorns of Love for those PMGC spots. But they do lose out on money, and you can't ignore that here in these finals.
I mean, getting the PMGC, you're going to earn so much more, but also this is even more big brain. Is this a quarry finish? No one's going to survive for that long when you're playing Quarry. This is just going to be teams going down one after another. You can already see there's only 15 players besides Raucus over on this side, with Ex Machina also healing, Fakers healing from Superior Roster, so Shadowwen. There is a big opportunity for those 3 players to go down straight away and Raucus stand up tall.
We are trying to just nail those shotgun shots. The Raucus is moving right now, so I wonder if he's out of meds. Vodafone Giants are just sweeping across right now, but Nexus Gaming still up the top. And this is actually a really important fight, Blank. Let's look at the 3 teams still in this circle. Nexus Gaming, Game Lord, and Vodafone Giants. These are all teams right at the top. A team to win this one is most likely going to take that top spot.
Take the first place, 100%. I said it from the start, Vodafone Giants, they're going to win the entire finals. Game Lord, they're going to put them up for a good run, to be honest with you. But I believe in the Vodafone Giants. I think it's high time that the Vodafone Giants and the players on that team, they got themselves a finals win. They've been deserving it for a long time. They've consistently improved. And right now, they're looking very good.
Dexter makes the forward break towards the tree, trying to get that outpost, get those angles locked out for Nexus Gaming right now. They don't really have too much utility in play right now, and they're getting burnt out as well. Game Lord looking to try and survive. That's their goal right now, to stay alive with bullets flying over their heads. They just need to weather the storm. Nexus Gaming have the toughest time of it as Vodafone Giants move forwards. 2 players down now for Nexus Gaming, but Nano's there. Akashi strikes, Pokers falls, and now Vodafone Giants are scurrying, moving around like rats in a trap, but they still find the knocks. Ulysses with the M249 over towards Rana. Last player standing for Nexus Gaming. Game Lord trying to stay alive with 1 player as well, but the off angle is there. Akashi looks to get the pepper in, but can't quite get the spice. Rana falls to the M249 instead of Vodafone Giants. Look good to close it out.
It's the Akashi Assassin once again from the sidelines, moving in with the UMP. Pocus is low, out goes Sebi. It's down to 3. Pocus extremely low though, he does get back up on his feet.
Turns it around, 1 versus 2 now behind the rock. Akashi gets one more, turns it around from below, from the quarry, covered in mud and rocks, looks to take on the Giants and will be trying to slay here. David Incarnate. Akashi moves forwards. Nano wants the res, makes the final push, the half HP and can't quite get it done. The slingshot not good enough, and the Vodafone Giants take it back into their control.
Oh my lord. The Akashi Assassin. This guy, I said it, you know, Octavian, he's a clear second for the off-angle specialist. Akashi wins every single time.
He's the off-angle for
It's
Nexus
just
as well.
impossible.
I mean, he's playing...
I know, right? He's played 2 teams. This guy is mad. Honestly, probably one of the... He's a new player that I've seen as well, and he's probably one of my favourite new players that I've ever watched. And that is that is one thing I will not say for a while, because it is so many times where Akashi bails Game Lord out of a really difficult situation. But let's just think to 2 weeks ago when we saw Akashi win by himself on Miramar. These things are happening multiple times, and it's like happening so many times now where it's a case of like, yeah, this is not luck. This is like something that he's actively doing. I love his playstyle so much, and I can't even talk about Vodafone Giants win, even though I'm like hyping them up so much. All I can think about is the Akashi Assassin.
Absolutely. I mean, and remember, that fight was really, really important in terms of deciding towards the top of the tables. Those were 3 teams directly in contention with one another. And I imagine that with that point bump, Vodafone Giants are going to have enough to overtake. But Game Lord, I mean, they got plenty of kills. Nexus Gaming, they were still in there as well. Those points are really going to be crucial there. But I mean, 4 Romanian Boys weren't there. Exquisite Décode UK weren't there in towards those final circles, which means that gap can start to open towards the top yet again. Although it did close towards the start of today, it's looking exciting. It's looking very exciting, Blank.
Very, very exciting. I think for Game Lord, though, that was very important that your boy Akashi was able to get that second place and pick up, I think it was 2 extra points from Vodafone Giants at the end there. I think he almost killed Vodafone Giants twice before he finally went down. But yeah, I think that's great, and it might have just enabled Game Lord to hold on to that first spot, but we'll have to wait and see, John, until the desk is able to bring us that information, which I'm very excited for personally.
Oh, absolutely. No, it should be very exciting stuff. But it was also the situation that it
Your impression of me?
No. Next question. But it was very much the case that Akashi could have won that. Right, that was a scenario where it came down to a 1 versus 1, and you know how volatile those results can be, right? I mean, sure, he had less HP, but it's still like 2 bullets at that range that really decide it. And if you can get the drop, if you can have a sneaky little bobble around the side, maybe even a nade, you know, you can just pop it in. If you find a box that has a nade in it, all of a sudden,
nothing.
Bang. Yeah, but in the end, did phenomenally well for the squad and kept them very much in the running.
I think that even just a testament that I'm not, this is not luck and I'm not just talking this guy up, is that, you know, the end of that fight, he gets that 3rd knock onto Sebi, and then there's 2 players, one getting res behind the rock. A good player makes the play he makes. A bad player might have just sat behind that rock forever and got pushed by the blue, but he's thinking about the win. That wasn't a player thinking about, you know, maybe I can hold it for second. He's thinking about first there. He runs immediately up to the rock to try and sideswipe them, and that was an instant decision from Akashi. Like, goodness me. It is just a beautiful play. And amazing movements boiled into about a 30-second clip.
I mean,
it was great.
I would be really interested to see his POV for, as you say, the last 30 seconds of that fight, right? What decisions was he making? What information did he have? Because it was well played. He took 2 players down from the Vodafone Giants almost immediately and then started a fight when Nexus Gaming came out, and it was a lot of chaos that nearly got capitalized on. Unfortunately, fell just a little bit short. What a sprint it was, but didn't quite make the 100-meter mark. Instead, the Vodafone Giants were able to take the chicken dinner for Sanhok.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. And again, we've had a new victor, though it could have went the way of Akashi. We were kind of expecting him to with the amazing play pull-off against Vodafone Giants, but the Giants still held out strong and get a much-needed win as well. Let's take a look at the leaderboards here in this last match. Let's bring in Claris and Maxman to talk about it. Gentlemen, that was an interesting, fight at the end. I don't know what to call it, honestly.
Sanhok. Yeah, it's Quarry finished. I said it when the circle was closing off. I was like, please don't go towards Quarry. And Quarry is my least favorite circle finish in every map combined. It's not fun to play, and I can tell you the teams are probably complaining right now on the Discord about how they hated that circle. But you got to play with what's available at the time, and one team that was really proactive, of course, was the Vodafone Giants. They dropped Lakawi onto the more eastern side of the map, and they just regrouped, and every time they were getting pushed towards Quarry, like, oh, we don't want to go, but they were forced to go there. And then actually Ulysses got himself a really good position, and he just became the Eye of Sauron basically of the lobby and just picked up 9 kills out of the 12 kills here.
Yeah.
Ulysses really carried this.
What a massive performance. Yeah, it's really cool to see how Vodafone Giants were able to win this out. I will say as well, though, I mean, kudos still to Game Lord and Nexus, considering that they were already up towards the top of the standings and then kind of carved themselves out. Interesting locations. Nexus Gaming's is a bit more obvious, right? You take one of those compounds alongside the Quarry, that's kind of a given. Even those compounds aren't exactly great, but Game Lord decides to go into Quarry and somehow plays out from there and almost makes that insane play towards the end on Akashi. This was an interesting end to our Sanhok, Jason, for sure.
Yeah, you know, I actually really wanted to see him close that one out. I know we were talking while we were watching that one backstage, like, oh, you shouldn't go for the flushes, you should go for the flushes, but either way, I mean, his HP was low, but that would have been a fantastic ending to pretty much pull off a 1v4. We do have to mention ChasMac 10 points, good for them. Again, bouncing back, doing decently well. Unicorns of Love, still not really breaking through into any major point gains today, unfortunately for them. Let's take a look, though, at the second page. Again, Eastern Stars, where I'm going to be looking how many points ahead were Unicorns of Love up against them. because that's going to be the determining factor for the race to PMGC. And you can see that's another, 6 points or 5 points that they're gaining against their only opposition.
Yeah, I mean, as Kalara says, oof, that's all we can really say right now. Eastern Stars have not been performing today, and sure, Unicorns of Love, they have not been getting themselves some huge results, but those points, they add up over time pretty quickly, and you don't have many games remaining. We're already at now, after this game, we're at the 50% mark of these finals, and if you're already behind, it's going to be a little bit harder for you to try and play catch-up, especially in that race to the PMGC, so Eastern Stars need to start getting some results in now, otherwise, I'm scared Unicorns of Love are going to get to a point of no return where they will not be falling off of that first place.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And as we take a look at our top players, we can maybe think about that a little bit more and obviously flesh out the fact that Akashi put up 690 damage, but only 2 kills, and those came at the very end. But as he said, Ulysses coming in with 9 frags for his team. I think we've talked about Vodafone Giants, I feel like so often, season 1, season 2, but I feel like we always build them up sometimes and then our hearts get broken.
I just don't know how they show up like this. It's kind of crazy, right? To think that we were in a situation where, as you say, hearts were broken. Our hopes for them were dashed against the rocks, and now all of a sudden they're here again, just making it happen when it counts. Maybe they sandbag. Maybe they're just memeing. I don't know, during some of those weeks. But regardless of the fact, they can have these explosive games like this. You saw Ulysses push-ups on towards where Nexus was, really constricting them like a boa and not allowing them to actually even move forwards. And that was just, it's a winning play, and they made the win. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see when it works out for the team that makes the correct play. And again, if they keep the pace up, they could be represent us when it comes to European Championship. And we can see some, I was going to say some Sanhok numbers, but I guess it's not as flat as I was expecting to be fair.
Yeah.
Nexus, just nowhere to be seen considering how late they got into the game. They didn't even break 600 damage to me. It's pretty crazy.
I think that's fine, though, for Nexus. I'm completely okay with that. It's a circle that ends on Quarry on Sanhok. You want to avoid the positions where no teams are going to rotate. And because of how the circle kept shifting up north, they're like, if we just go to the more northern side of the circle, no teams are going to be forced our way. So we're just going to be chilling a lot of the time next to Quarry. So Nexus Gaming, sure, not get himself an insane amount of damage and kills, but I think that in a position like that, they just aim for placement points alone. And I think that was actually a really good playstyle for them. So I'm completely okay with it. I think that was good.
Okay. All right. Well, I can't argue with that, Max, but one thing I can at least show us, which isn't really about arguing, is actually about what happened with Akashi. We wanted to rewatch how he's able to take down 3 members of Vodafone Giants, knock them down and then potentially pick up the win. I believe we have a replay of that if we can take a look, but it was extremely cool to see because I during the stream we were watching Nexus live and then we see Akashi just peek up the side and start downing players. I guess this is actually a little bit after, but it caused a distraction to allow Vodafone Giants to freak out a bit here in Nexus to maybe have a glimpse of time to get back into the fight. But I mean, Akashi, I don't know how he was able to take these players down. He was getting so many great shots.
You say it's not about arguing. I'll argue. Akashi, yeah, so he goes for the spray on the right-hand side. It was mentioned by multiple people, maybe he's going for the win here. I feel like, in my mind, when you're going for the win, you see him going for those flushes on the right-hand side. It depends what your objective is. Are you looking to win the entire tournament, or are you almost guaranteed in inverted commas, or are you looking to win this game in particular? When you're going for those 2 flushes on the right-hand side, for me, if you're going for the win in that game, all of my focus, every single ounce of it is on the one player that I can hear is on slightly to my left as I'm looking at that situation. So maybe the sprays are like, okay, let's get these kind of consolidation points here, Max, compared to it. But do you have a different perspective on that, or?
I think I touched upon it while we were talking about that in the green room. I think it's okay because I don't believe he put himself in too bad of a spot confirming those 2 kills, because you saw where Ulysses was currently standing. He was on the northern side of that rock, and he was confirming kills on the southern side of the rock. So you're not really going to get give an angle and an opportunity to Ulysses doing so. I think it was fine, but you're always taking that small risk, right? And that risk could have allowed you to potentially die afterwards. I think that's fine. But then he was getting pushed by the blue zone. It was a lot of pressure. He's like, I don't know if I'm going to win this fight. Let's just try and get as many points as I can while I'm still alive. I like that mentality personally. It doesn't bother me. So still good to see from Akashi.
Yeah, whilst we look at the overall, sorry, Sorry, Jason, I'm taking over now. There is the thing of like...
He's the host now.
The blue is on your back, right? So you're in this window of time where you don't have much opportunities to make something happen, right? So you got to make decisions quick. So you could, in theory, transition up to that rock, but then the people that are down are providing that information to your, the other person, as well as your third person perspective is also providing that information. So it's kind of a catch-22. It's like you're in such a rough spot, and it's really hard to make that exact snap decision in the moment, I guess.
Okay. No, I love to hear it. Don't worry, you can take over my job as much as you want. I will say this though, currently Exquisite Décode, sitting there at 83 points. They have a decent gap between them and ChasMac, but ChasMac has been able to push Unicorns Love. So is LMV off this front page. And then Nexus, I mean, they're still holding out. They're not really building much of a lead, but they're still sitting pretty at the moment, like 28 points ahead of ChasMac currently. And Vodafone Giants, this is so weird. I feel like this is the Vodafone Giants we saw like week 1 in the Super Weekend. Or sorry, not even in the Super Weekend, in the league play. Yeah. Super Weekend I can't even count because they had like 8 points for the first day or two of it.
Yeah.
But I just don't know where this team came from. I don't know if they can maintain this kind of form over the rest of today and tomorrow. I don't know if they can show this kind of form when it comes to the European Championship.
Yeah.
But right now, I mean, they're showing the form and other teams need to step up.
I think not only them, Nexus Gaming too. I think John mentioned at the end of that game, the top 3 teams in the overall rankings were in the top 5 of that finish on Sanhok here. And it's not an easy Sanhok finish. There's definitely a method to the madness that these teams, it seemed like they've broke the code in some way and were able to find some type of consistency, which I've seen them on top consistently like this. With Romanian Boys 2 after yesterday, I'm impressed. It's fun to see.
Look at the numbers. Kills across 1 through 8. All relatively even. The code right now is placement points.
Yeah.
And also, these circles have not been easy on edge teams. These circles have been better for those central teams that are playing things out. And for the most part, these 3 teams have been playing more center than edge right now. That's been the winning code for them thus far, which is getting them to 1, 2, 3.
Well, we take a look at our second page. Eastern Star is actually going to be ahead of Unicorns and Love, so only clawing back 3 points in total since the start of the finals. Really rough for them. Conqueror and big. I don't know what's going on, guys. I mean, there's so many big name teams that we expected to do well, and I mean, you had players on Conqueror playing in PMGC last year, and the rate they're going, they're not even going to be having a chance to get into PMGC this year. But gentlemen, the next round is ready to go. I have to say adieu to you two and bring you back in later on today when we finish round 4. We got to bring in some commentators for the first time today. We got Imperium and Copter join us once again, and Imperium, I'm going to ask you this question before you ask it to your fellow commentator here. If you could eat one food for the rest of your life, what would it be and why?
Oh my god, it would probably be pizza. Because pizza is OP. What about you, Copter, seeing as he said I was going to ask you if you could eat any food for the rest of your life? What would it be?
Chicken dinner, of course.
There you go. See, that's a really good answer. That is a really good answer. But we are getting into round 4 of the day. We're heading over to Erangel, and yeah, I'm consistently surprised with the top 3 teams, specifically Vodafone Giants and Nexus, and how resilient they're able to be. The biggest difference maker, I think, for Vodafone Giants has been Sanhok across the board, because they have gotten 2 chicken dinners in the 3 Sanhok games. They gotten 14 points as well. This team on Sanhok is major, but they are lacking still, Copter, on Erangel. They only have 6.3 points per game in Erangel compared to the likes of Game Lord, who have 13 as an example.
Just wondering, usually Sanhok is kind of like a bit more random, I would say, because of the landscape and, you know, the events happening at the hills and the rocks and everything, all the covers where you can actually hide so well. So maybe Vodafone Giants, maybe they have found the secret key to Sanhok, because we don't usually see that one team is like dominating it. It's usually like quite much all around. So definitely great job from Vodafone Giants, like winning 2 chicken dinners out of Sanhok. Definitely nice to see that they are popping up on the scoreboard. I mean, we are definitely seeing something else that we haven't seen earlier on this league. Circle's gonna pop a southern side, including the Millie Island as well. So Xtreme Slayers, as they're dropping there, they should be completely fine. Of course, LMV on the Primorsk area, where they have been dropping now for quite a time already. They will have a nice place. And I mean, we had not completely the same, but a similar circle yesterday.
Yeah.
And then we had a lot of people like piling there on the plateau on the northern side of the ferry pier. Some teams kind of like also moving on the ferry pier and the southern side compounds as well. So I guess those will be the hot properties on this circle as well.
Yeah, this is definitely a tricky phase one for these teams. We did have very similar yesterday in which Nexus did rock up towards that ferry pier hill area to the north, and LMV rocked up a little bit later and they got absolutely blown to smithereens to an extent. Well, not blown to smithereens, but they did lose a player at least. So I expect something similar from Nexus when it comes to these rotations. Curious to see how Xtreme Slayers are going to rotate across the Millie Island, whether they will hold on for phase 2, because I think the one difference between today's Erangel circle and yesterday's that we saw is there's a little bit more military island in place, so it could still head towards that area of the map.
True. Well, that villa building on the on the fields right there on the northern side of the ferry pier, I guess both Nexus and 4 Romanian Boys, they are quite eager probably to rotate towards that area, so we'll just have to wait and see what's going to happen. But yeah, kind of like having that the best location possible completely free right now, that's of course got to be tempting for those teams who know that they are near and have decent chances of getting those down. Meanwhile, Unicorns of Slav, they're going to spot down big, and the spray is going to go towards Swave. Takes damage as well, like about half of the HP is going to be lost. It's going to be GK first, of course. Reloading the guns. Web is not really moving, so I don't know what's going on there. He's going to be healing, it seems, so that's the case. But the GK first going to be letting go from that angle, and we'll just realize that maybe it's too far away.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love don't normally hang around this area specifically too much. They tend to go straight towards North George, so this is something that I think has maybe to an extent caught Big off guard. But if you're all heading in the same direction, there is that chance that there's going to be a limited amount of vehicles. You can't get yourself kind of somewhat caught out. And this is where Big's solo drop spot of Severny starts to become an issue for them. A bit of a trip over for them, right? Like they're falling over their own feet. When it's that kind of playing path where it makes Severny so much more difficult, really having that secondary drop spot, especially somewhere like Novo, which outside of having 2 players of Xtreme Slayers, nobody lands in for the finals. Why not have that secondary drop spot, right? Make it just that little bit easier for you to loot up, rotate. I know that's easier said than done because you need very different pathing lines in the opposite side of the map, but they're not a new team. They are very experienced, so they should have prepared for that, right? They should have that secondary drop spot.
Yeah, you might be right on that one. Unicorns of Flop, they will finally leave. 4.5 minutes, almost 5 minutes on the clock, and they will start the movement towards the northern George Pole. So that's pretty late, and we can see Big going towards the Severny. Actually, they will follow them on the northern George Pole. What's the case here? They will definitely go on top of that hill, and they are not with the current path. They are not heading towards Severny, so they will just go on the northern side of the whole George Pole area. So we'll see what's going to build from this one, because Big is definitely playing a different play from their books, what they have done in the past. So maybe they will try to get something done. You just can't flip that vehicle, and luckily they will land on their feet, will not have any major problem. But I mean, flipping a vehicle on that location, that would have caused a lot of time. But yeah, they will just decide to leave now.
Big didn't exactly look like they were exactly, kind of looted up. Beast didn't have a helmet or a vest, right? So they're in a bit of a similar situation. You can put yourself in a pretty good situation of grabbing some free stuff for yourself in terms of the prizes. You have the gacha moments where you can watch in game and pick up a couple of free stuff for yourself. Not something that that you complain about. I'd imagine who doesn't want free stuff while watching PUBG Mobile esports through the in-game esports tab. But we go throughout this game. The blue zone is starting to close in. Copter, a lot of teams I've noticed are playing a little slower when it comes to rotations. I think when too many teams start to do that, we see a bit of again, that kind of trip over effect between 2 to 3 teams when it comes to phase 2, phase 3.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things worth noticing definitely in the Multa area. We can see Team Doom coming through it. Conqueror, they haven't completely left from that area, so something might happen there. Also, LMV, they have left the Primorsk area. That's a good thing, because they they don't overstay on that place, because the circle is kind of like making them at some point anyways to get away from that place most probably. So it's a good idea to actually leave from there earlier so that you won't be trapped there if the northern teams will rotate on the northern side of it. But on the pictures, yeah, we can see Team Doom, they're just scouting the area, what is happening on the intersections, road trolls, all those places. Conqueror, they're kind of like playing the north side of the bridge here, the gas station, and the surrounding area.
Setting up a bridge camp?
Yeah, I mean, it seems that they're definitely trying to do something. Maybe scout if the Xtreme Slayers will be coming from the southern side, but they don't seem to be coming. So if they want to set up that shop on that bridge, it's going to take a while until they will realize that, oh, nope, there's nobody coming. We got to go.
I don't disagree with the bridge camp in theory, right? Because Xtreme Slayers dropped on the kind of Millie Island Novo. Technically, that eastern bridge is a safer route when it comes to this phase 1. But again, it's like I mentioned, because this phase 1 is so much more inside the military island, I think there's less pressure to even leave the area, never mind go through the eastern bridge. So it could hurt Conqueror in the long run, as they let the likes of Team Doom go ahead, and it takes away a level of strength on their rotation towards the end of phase 1, phase 2.
Xtreme Slayers, they will go from the west side bridge though, but they will not go towards that camp, even though we saw the pictures on the in-game feed. But I mean, Conqueror, they can definitely stay there as long as they will just keep their eyes open towards the backside. Team Doom just rotated from there, and now it's going to be Eastern Stars also approaching the same area. So as long as they're just watching all the surroundings, not just towards the bridge, it should be fine to stay there for a while. But they just have to make sure that nobody can actually catch them off guard. Like we can see Eastern Stars now opening fire, but the Conqueror's going to be returning fire as well, so Kepahala takes the damage as well. But also 2 players from Conqueror going to be getting a little bit damage at least. They don't go less than half HP, but still kind of like they will be spotted down, and the Conqueror will just have to put the focus completely on that direction for now.
Eastern Stars, they're having a mare of a day. They didn't even have that good of a day yesterday compared to the PMPL League stage, right? As we see this phase 2 shift on up. What did I say about a potential military island finish? There's still about 30% water in play, and you have that mainland, but when you look at it, the majority of this phase 2 is inside the island.
And kind of like the Xtreme Slayers rotation, I mean, they went on the other side, but they stayed close to the bridge, and now they can fall back easily on the military island. So in a way, I think that the western bridge, they actually did it very well. Of course, it would have made more sense to rotate from the east side, just like you said, Imperium. But this time, when they decided to go from the west, the circle popped back in, so they can just utilize the same route, knowing that it's safe. They can immediately fall back, and that is a smart thing to do. And they will go straight on the western tip of the Sosnovka Island. We can expect to have a lot of boats, a lot of flimmers, a lot of people on the bridges as well.
This is so tricky, because with the mainland still in play, it's too tempting for these teams to commit to the mainland, right? It's too tempting. They're not going to all go onto the military island. LMV are going for a swift botation, and that response is absolutely perfect for me. And look at that, they're even going wide. They recognize that they don't know how many teams are in the island. They don't know where they are, but common sense tells you the further away that we are from us getting targeted, and using 2 boats not only saves us, but it also takes away a boat from another team, and it slows them down. Big reaction from LMV.
Yeah, I mean, they have 2 of those, so it's DB, double botation.
There you go. DB, nothing beats a DB double botation across the board. Game Lord coming in towards the eastern side. Nexus are holding down their fort in a bit of a 2-2 split. They have 2 on the lighthouse, 2 in the compound here. Now, in my opinion, a 3-1 split would be much more advisable. Actually, no. It is a 3-1 split. That's a perfect location for Nexus in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not going to argue on that one. Meanwhile, I mean, just more and more teams are getting it. So some parts are already on the blue. A lot of teams are actually playing on the blue. Of course, Unicorns of Flow, like we have seen in the past, they're coming slow from the north, and George Paul running on the blue. And the big, at the same time, also is moving away from Severity, so there's a high chance that they will collide on the way. But the east side breach, this is an interesting one. Eastern Stars, they want to gatekeep it. Game Lord wants to come from the other side, and Exquisite Décode will come on the backside, as that's going to find us the same by at least. But the Eastern Stars, they are definitely engaging the find Will's gonna find Atis down, and now Reznov tries to go for the flush. Of course, shouldn't be a major problem, so that's gonna be Atis taken down, and that was the only player on the north side of the bridges, but they still have guys on the south, and there's gonna be more teams now moving on the bridge, so definitely they will try to welcome them.
Honestly, Exquisite Décode have gotten very lucky with the fact that there was only Athis on that side, and Game Lord had already suffered a casualty, so they weren't exactly in a position to fight. In my eyes, it's such a linear rotation from Exquisite Décode. It's such a classic level rotation to try and go for that eastern bridge. Yes, it's in the blue, but come on, it's only phase 2. With the kind of circle shifts we've seen, you should expect to be gate kept. Why not go for that botation from Milta over to Novo and make it safer for you? It just, to me, doesn't make sense. Now, TSC are coming in from behind. I don't agree with this in terms of the long-term effect. They might win the fight against Exquisite Décode, but in my eyes, they're going to be taking too long as phase 3 shifts up.
Yeah, this is again one of those moments when you actually need the traffic light on the bridge. If Vito's going to find Elise, so Exquisite Décode, at least TSC will get the initial knock. They have lost Jar Jar though, so they're only 3-man strong currently, and they will just go for the flushes. So we can see Bujo changing the position, Tam just getting the gun in his hand, and of course driving over at the same time of the player from the Exquisite Décode. And all the other two guys, they're already going into the circle on the southern side, so on the military island side of the bridge, so there's nobody else anymore on the north, and TSC, they can just collect the loot, scout it, and hit it on the road towards the south. Eastern Stars, I gotta mention, when they left actually from that position, they're already past the edge, and they're quite nicely actually getting inside of the zone already, so that's a decent one, because there was a very high risk that they would actually stay there on the east side and kind of like be a gate kept by maybe for Game Lord or maybe even for Conqueror.
Well, I'm expecting a strong Conqueror result. They love a military island circle. They are always prepared for it. They do get a knock and a kill onto Akashi, so just Victor and Rob's left standing. Victor walking high up towards the mountain. You can see Xtreme Slayers trying to gatekeep Nexus as they shift across towards a western bridge. Eastern Stars, they found their home. Doom swimming across the mainland, or across the water from the mainland onto the island.
Xtreme Slayers, they're holding the absolute center of the circle, and of course Nexus right next to them as well. The only thing that I'm wondering actually is that because there were so many teams coming from that bridge and also from the western side, and that we do have a replay, big how they will get the one knock towards the Unicorns of Love. So Fresh falling down, Wave goes for it, gets the flush of course, that's gonna be happening, and that's how you do it. Meanwhile, Conqueror will get him on the picture, or them on the pictures, and Game Lord, they're approaching from the eastern side, so Robs and Victor, kind of like, you know, scouting a little bit what's going on here. They haven't like completely started fighting, and it seems they actually want to get away.
Reeves? Okay, Reeves is trying to think one step ahead and try to wrap around them. Curious if that will work out for them. Creator went down from Nexus, so it leaves him with a trio in a compound. It's not the best compound to play for because you don't really get that much information and control from the south. You can have a look towards the bridge, but it is very much a kind of a Hail Mary, really praying that the circle continues in the favor of Nexus's compound.
And Big Eddie, excuse me, at some point they will have to go on the other side because kind of like holding that lighthouse area, excuse me, still on the gas station, and they seems to be like getting to the vehicles at some point. We can see 4 Romanian Boys having some casualties as they will try to land on the Millie Island. ChasMac's going to be holding them down. A circle hard shifting on the northern side, of course, giving the favorite position for Nexus Gaming, which have been absolutely yesterday performing well. So maybe they can actually continue that streak and try to challenge the Game Lord and Vodafone Giants situation. But yeah, a lot of teams are coming that way, so they have to be like super careful on that location because so many angles from the north and of course from the beach line as well. So they will be definitely, I wouldn't say sitting ducks, but definitely targets.
Nexus couldn't have asked for a better circle shift. They said their compound was the kind of compound which really relied on the circle continuing in their favor. ChasMac opted to prioritize the coastal line, and it has paid off, but they of course have given up an element of any kind of circle control based on this shift, which is just one of those things that can happen. One thing we need to consider, Copter, is that 16 minutes in, that circle still has a good 30% water in play, right? So the landmass available is absolutely slim.
Yeah, it is. It's like, what is like 60-65% land, and then the rest is water. We can see the last 4 Romanian boy players just holding there under the boat, trying to somehow survive. The boat is already, of course, in flames, and you can't use that. But as soon as he's going to be popping out of the water, he's going to be a dead guy most probably, unless the blue is going to be, of course, getting him first and kind of like denying that point from the ChasMac Gaming. But they will decide to leave. They have to move inside. They're quite far away. We can see the lovely small dino following Shadow in as well. But yeah, let's not focus on that one. And then we can see Boring just going to be denying that point most probably. Should be falling down. And that's about it for Romanian Boys. They are down.
And I gotta give credit to ChasMac, right? They were aware that the knocks hadn't been executed into a full squad, right? That there was still that last player up, so they didn't want to turn their backs on him just in case that backstab came through. Now, Unicorns Alive, they shifted over towards the eastern bridge as a duo, leaving GK to swim across the water, but he got taken out, so it's just Lin and Rokas that's left standing, and they're facing up against Conqueror towards the southeastern edge of the circle. Conqueror still up as a full squad, a super young roster. They get taken out.
Well, that's one less team, so down to 13 teams, 45 players. But, I mean, getting 45 players in such a small place, this is going to be a very hectic ending, I gotta say. A lot of players on the water. Xtreme Slayers kind of like watching still towards Team 2. We got the Xtreme Slayers that are having the battle with the Exquisite Décode, and they're going to be falling down as Pappy's going to drive over Daddy. So Daddy's not going to be the saving force this time. We cannot be shouting Daddy this time. But, yeah, he will make his effort, but Xtreme Slayers, they will get a kill from that one, and they have 4 in total.
LMV looking to try and wrap around and find some kind of entry point in this circle. Xtreme Slayers need to keep being proactive, keep moving, keep somewhat running and gunning. Don't stay in one place for too long. The blue zone of phase 4 is encroaching and we're about to get into phase 5. Unicorns Alive have found a tiny bit of an entry point, and Lin gets a knock on the clink. That's positive, but it's by no means why Unicorns Love need to keep surviving. They have to stay strong as Pappy makes it in, goes for the 1v1 against TSC, and he gets dropped down on his own. That was a weird positioning, weird movement. I appreciate it, but didn't work out as the next circle shifts up north.
Yeah, I mean, so many swimmers still on the water, and getting all those players on that area. There's a couple hills that you can actually use. There's not really any hard cover, just the landscape that you can actually use. So definitely a very hard circle, not just for the guys in the water, but also the southern teams and the teams coming from the west side. Nexus, they are currently moving in, as we can see. TSC, they do have that small shack that is actually inside, but that is probably the only hard cover what's currently on the circle. So they have to just play everything out of that situation. And I mean, if there's a time, it's now for the TSC. Hammer time.
Oh my lord, it's not looking good for Xtreme Slayers as Conqueror enter in, and it's just Bardo left on his own. However, Conqueror aren't exactly looking the best. They have 2 players. Knock Jamma's the last one up. Clink was taken out earlier on at the hands of Unicorns Alive, so Vito and Reeves will be revived up. Unicorns Alive go down, they bow out, and that's very positive for Eastern Stars, who still have 3 players up inside the circle.
Yeah, even my pink shirt is not going to be saving Unicorns of Love, just like it didn't work out for James yesterday as well. LMV getting on the backside of the whole TSC situation. So we're going to spot down the Conqueror as well. The trade's going to be connecting a little bit at least.
Oh my
We can see ChasMac actually destroying Nexus at the same time. So they'll try to take that position on the western side of the circle. Tantam's going to find Barut. So that's 1 player down, falling down. And Xtreme Slayers, they had such a great place, but now they're completely down.
And then Vito sent it into that shack and went down himself as well. It's so weird, and now it's just Jammas, and Jamma's left on his own as far as I know. LMV gonna push in, and TSC are just going, okay, another one, but hey, that wins that one. The IGL of LMV carves the opening for his side, but can the rest of the team make it in? TSC, they still have 2 players up. Conqueror are dealt with. There's an opening for LMV.
The battle from the shack. That is what we are seeing here as ChasMac tries to enter the circle. Nexus is going to be getting a knock towards them. Shadow is going to be taken down. Tracer with that nade going to be trying to fish all the way from the other side of the smoke. It's going to be not connecting this time. Rana has taken a minor amount of damage, but that has come from elsewhere. And now Dexter will put some more cover, more smoke. So Dexter's definitely, they want to hold that down. Dexter's first going to be connecting a Shadow, and he is falling down. And can the rest of the guys still do something about it? It's going to be hold down completely. Can Nexus stand, keep the stand versus the ChasMac Gaming? That is the question.
it's going to be easier said than done. They're down to 2. They're close together. A nade here, a nade there, a molly everywhere. But they're going to look to reposition. It could go towards them, could go against them. They're full sending it into the water. A desperation play. But they find one of the Vodafone Giants in through the vehicle. The shots come through. Sebi, Ulysses, that's it. Nexus, go. Okay, Vodafone Giants, you won the last game, but we want that top spot. We are coming for you.
Yeah, definitely. They will make a push on the water. Of course, they will have to get out of the water at some point, and that might be backfired. There's still one player from Vodafone Giants going to be on the water as well, together with Nexus. ChasMac still having their try to come to the circle from the western side. They have just eliminated most of the enemies. Only TSC holding that shack. They are on the way, and the shack is, by the way, still in the zone, the only hard cover. And now the next circle is going to be shifting towards the south, and there's no more water anymore.
Oh my god, Eastern Stars finally possibly starting to wake up in the PMPL EUS finals. Don't let the choke continue. You still have 3 players up in this game. Erangel is your booster. Map times, the rest of the big go down, hold on to the coastal line, but they are not in the circle. Doom have won games from this coastal line position. They push in from this position as are taken out by Nexus.
Yeah, the battle to get away from the water is going to be a tough one. Falling down at the same time as well. Zero, by the way, has 5 kills from Team Doom. LMV coming out of the southern shack, so 3 guys right across that road, and that is of course a dangerous situation. Trey's going to find Trev at the same time. The Trey will find Laugh as well, second, and the whole team, Trey's in with amazing spray, will just wipe them down from the floor.
And now TSC knows exactly where ChasMac are, right behind them. It's going to be 2 against 3. ChasMac have had a hell of a day, a hell of a PMPL final so far. 47 points in the first 3 games, but they might have met their match as Nexus go down as well. Just Azure and MZ left standing. The IGL MZ standing tall, but the tickety-tock, the shots come out. Azer gets knocked, MZ is taken out, and ChasMac, like I predicted, meet their match at the hands of Doom.
Yeah, Team Doom is actually really the aggressive force here. We can see 10 kills for them already, and I mean, they're just holding that side. They're coming from the side which didn't have, they actually had the landscape cover earlier, and they are just all the time just engaging what is coming from the west, so they're definitely the active party here. And I mean, Eastern Stars, even though they have 3 guys, they haven't been so active, so I'm a little bit worried about the Eastern Stars situation.
They're playing it how they need to. They're allowing Team Doom to do the hard work for them, using all of their ammo, using all of their healing, using all of their utility, and then Eastern Stars, a very intelligently led team in the arms of Kapahala, will look to stand up and make themselves noticed in due time. The circle shifts away from TSC. We're down to our final 3 teams, 9 players. That's 4 V3, V2, the TPP perspective, allowing Team Doom to try and get some sightlines in Eastern Stars.
Well, TSC, the circle's going to be shifting away from them, so definitely not the easiest one. So if I would be putting my money on somebody, I wouldn't be putting it on TSC for now. But they will have to build a cover and then just try to somehow get inside, but it's going to be a difficult task.
Kapahal is knocked, and TSC once again continue to carve an opening. Very impressive game for TSC. They came into yesterday's games, I believe, in 16th place on a total of 16 points. They've rised up just that little bit more. 9 points so far in today's games. Looking for a chicken dinner in the 4th, but one of their players in the back line gets knocked, so Vitoni is left on his own. A tiny bit of sweet revenge finished by Zeshi of Doom. Still 3 teams, but Doom have that full squad. They have the power, they have the might. Do they have the precision to close it out?
Yeah, Eastern Stars, I mean, they haven't been getting any points here, even though that knock towards the TSC earlier, it was made by Team Doom. So basically what we can see, Team Doom just stealing the kills also from Eastern Stars at the same time. So, you know, points-wise, Eastern Stars, it would be very important for them to actually get those 4 kills in the end from Team Doom.
Time's playing down. TSC technically has an advantage over Eastern Stars, right? Being on that low ground, far less noticed. So realistically, TSC, the last player, Vitoni, despite being very low in health, and I don't believe having any kind of heals, might have the opportunity to go for a third party. Easier said than done. I know I make it sound so easy, but timing is going to be absolutely imperative. It's going to be up to Eastern Stars as well to maybe get the first 1 or 2 knocks into the hands of Doom for Vitoni to in any way third party this successfully.
Yeah, it is complicated, but yeah, I mean, kind of like he's still in the circle, he's proning there, so I guess it comes all the way to the approach. The final circle is going to be shifting a little bit more towards the west side, so that kind of like allows more third partying from his location. So if Team Doom and Eastern Stars, depending how they will actually approach the circle, if they will be just proning, but definitely there will be an opening at some point with Vitoni. So it all comes down to spotting. Will he be the one that actually spots the enemies first, or will the other party will just spot him down and destroy TSC all the way till the end?
I love Frosty and where he's positioned. That spread from Doom is pretty perfect because even his 2 teammates who are together aren't really that far away, and Action is holding on to the left-hand side. I'm pretty sure they know where Eastern Stars are, but Team Doom are doing what they can to get a little bit more of a hold of the lower ground, it seems. Again, that 4-man advantage does play massively into their late game, into their control. 12 kills for Team Doom in this game, so chicken dinner, to an extent, isn't needed, but certainly would make this game so much sweeter.
Yeah, I mean, the last circle currently, it is pretty fair. All the teams, they are equally far away from that circle. Of course, there's more small differences on the landscape, you know, hills and dips, but yeah, nothing that major. So it all comes down to the fact that all the teams going to be trying to approach towards that tree.
Oh, perfect timing! Walked into those bullets. Action gets a knock and the kill. Zero finishes it off. Octavian is on his own and it's 4v1v1. Team Doom, they know they have this game wrapped up. Put a bow on it. The final player of Eastern Stars go out. They stand up. They stand tall. Vitoni can do absolutely nothing about it. And it is a Team Doom chicken dinner.
Exactly. I think all the odds for on the side of Team Doom definitely there, because Eastern Stars, I mean, they made it there, and of course the placement points and the kills what they made, they're gonna be helping with the PMGC points versus the Unicorns of Love.
Yes.
But yeah, I was still expecting a little bit more, maybe, you know, hoping that they will get some more kills, some more points from the players, but kind of like, you know, the passive gaming style, and of course having a Team Doom with more members on the northern side of them, that didn't really help on the situation. They tried to do their best, and even these points, even though they didn't get the highest prize, still they got more points than the Unicorns of Love, and that's what matters.
If you think back to the PMPL League stage where we had those crazy shifts on the military island and Team Doom won it over, I believe it was LMV and or TSC Legends. That was all about the proactivity from Team Doom in that game, and it was the exact same. It was rinse, repeat, happy days. They play that position on Military Island so well, and you're right about Eastern Stars. They probably could have been a little bit more proactive, but again, they're looking at that going, okay, we've had a nightmare of a final so far. We're slipping down in terms of the race for PMGC. We just need a stable result. After that, then we can think about taking some more risks.
Yeah, it's definitely still a good game, even though they don't get the chicken dinner. But Team Doom, how they actually approach the circle, I think, well, they kind of like took the western side of the circle. There's the hills, so they were able to use the hills as a cover for a long time. And when the circle like started to shift towards the north and then also towards the west, so of course they had a small advantage from the circle. But still, I think when it mattered, they made the most important call, choosing the right side of the circle. We quite often see the teams, they want to rotate on the the less busy side of the circle, and now they did it perfectly, and nobody else more or less did it. So that's why they got it. Of course, Eastern Stars, they made it, but they came from the eastern side as well. So they didn't do like a huge rotation. They just ended up being there. But I think Team Doom, of course, they came from that direction as well. But also, I think that they did the wise choice, and they also dominated that area because they had the higher ground. All the teams coming from the water, from the sand, from the west side, TSC coming from west, even having a hard cover. They were just, killing all of those guys. So they were definitely taking the control in the zone.
Nexus continue to show up on these games, not in a super impressive way, not in a dominating way, but definitely a lot more intelligence behind their decisions, right? Realizing that we are not looking good against ChasMac in this position. We're pinched together. We have this opening. Let's send it into the water. They knew that they could only really play that short-term game, and the water was the safest position for that short-term game, but they still turned it into something by taking out Vodafone Giants, grabbing a couple of kills, and getting a lot more placement points.
I might be wrong about this one, but Nexus, they had almost like a perfect location on the circle when it came to phase 4 or something like that. They were actually holding the compounds, they're moving a little bit away. And I think that they got a little bit eager there because they didn't maybe understand the full force that was coming from the west side. They spotted some enemies on the water, they sent 2 guys with a car there to take them down, but then they kind of like left 1 player completely alone on the beach, and then that's how their position got severely like a breach, I would say, more or less. They just allowed more people to come from the land side from the west, and also attacked him from the southern side as well. So I think that was a problem. But definitely otherwise, I like the gaming style that they actually want to also try to take the control, just like the Team Doom actually did as well.
Man, the finals have been crazy in itself, and that was a pure example, ending in Military Island in the 4th round of the day. 2 more to go. Let's head to break, and then Jason and the crew will break it all down.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG MOBILE Pro League Western Europe Season 2. As things have changed, we have a new winner, we got a new producer, and we got everything happening still with 2 more rounds left to go today. But you guys at home who are watching, remember, OnePlus is our sponsor here. With their 120 hertz refresh rate, you could track all your opponents like we see every player do here in the PMPL, who should definitely be using one of these awesome devices. And Kalaris and Maxman, I'm going to bring you two in now to talk about the match ranking, because again, I will tell you this at home, you didn't know, I have to tell you again, this is the first time I'm telling you, Kalaris predicted this so early in that last round.
Yeah, Max, what am I ordering for this one? Any thoughts?
I think you're going to go take the Doom Special. I think that's right. The one you're going to be taking home, yeah?
I'll take a Jumbo Doom Special, please. 15 kills and 15 points. Now, bear in mind, they always win these circles from this position on the south side of Erangel. They make that transition from those rocks that they very often go to and then swim across the river, swim across the little oceany area and then get themselves onto Sosnovka Island and then win from this position every single time I'll order the Doom special, please. I said this to the boys in the back when there were 16 teams alive. I cannot believe that they always win this circle, Jason. It's nuts.
Yeah. Man, we were looking at the trailer earlier for the new update of PUBG Mobile. When you see the aliens drop around here, like, I think they tinkered with a circle around these positions, so it's always Doom who wins it. It's kind of weird. It's
every time.
It's another world experience, but I don't know how it works out. But now onto the second page. I mean, Game Lord, a little bit of a drop off for Romanian Boys too. Though we've seen a good result from Eastern Stars, and Unicorns of Love only gave himself 2 points. That gap is going to be reduced once again. There's a lot of back and forth between these two teams, but it's definitely getting a lot closer as we close that gap in the PMGC race.
It's 100% going to come down to the final day, isn't it? It's going to come down to like final match of who's going to take the spot for the race to PMGC. Zero, though, a name we haven't seen and been able to really say in a long time here coming in for Doom. We did obviously have him have that like fantastic 1 day of play, but like before then and since then, we haven't really seen Doom kind of reach those heights yet again.
I mean, they've been invisible for a lot of this final, I want to say. But then again, yeah, they're here. Then they get their Doom special circle, which is brilliant. And also we get Bujo with the big hands. So I'm getting everything in this game, Jason. I'm loving it.
Yeah. Well, you know, we had Imperium do the pose. I think he sent over to the TSC guys. Got him, his honorary team. I think he's probably getting a jersey now because of it, I would assume.
Wow.
But Eastern Stars going to be he's a sub now. Eastern Stars getting about 600 damage done, but only 3 kills. And Doom, on the other hand, less damage and 12 more kills than that at 15.
That's so close, Max, to full conversion.
Yeah, I'm still dreaming of a day where we're going to look at this graphic and we're going to have the kill graph higher than the damage graph. I haven't seen it yet. It got close. I think it got close to the point where it was 20 damage difference one day. Hasn't happened yet. But Eastern Stars, the reason why their damage is so high is because they were actually on the good little hilltop and they had a lot of visibility on teams trying to enter inside a circle and teams crossing the road down south. So the damage is pretty easy to understand, but all those kills got snatched away by Doom. So opportunistic is the Doom special. That's all I can say.
Doom special. I will say it's insane actually that they're able to win out these situations on this beach because there is not much cover. All there is kind of the incline, you know, like of the beach, and kind of dips on down here, but they're able to really work with it. I'm so impressed by what they can actually do in these circles, considering every other circle, they've just been dead in the water. But this one, they swim the water and then get on this beach and somehow win it. Every single time. I'm flabbergasted, Jason. Flabbergasted.
Well, you know what? This is, I think, the first time we've looked at a team in their performance in finals compared to the performance in the Super Weekend that's been this close. Which is not a good sign for Doom because you need to have that massive increase, right? You need to have a massive upward performance if you want to be able to break through into our top teams to get into the EU Regional Championship. So Team Doom, I'm not sure. I'm feeling like they can pull it off here, unfortunately. But you know what? They still have some more games to go. But 2 teams that we have been talking a ton about. And again, it's that race to PMGC where one team from this region, one team from this tournament will be going through directly into PMGC. It's a battle between Unicorns of Love and Eastern Stars. So why don't we just take a look at how these 2 teams have been doing against not against each other, but in the finals as we take a look at a head-to-head between the 2. And right now, Eastern Stars is actually winning quite heavily on the kills and damage, but the problem is they've really not closed that gap by much.
Yes, it's not an insane amount, but I'm looking at the average survival time and the fact that the kills are up there too. It's a slow process that Eastern Stars are going with right now, but they are getting to the point where that gap is going to get close to the point where a singular game is going to be the difference maker. You said it might be down to only tomorrow, Jason. I think it's going to be down to 1 game. I think that is the difference maker between these 2 teams. It is going to be damn close, and what we're seeing right now from these teams are not seeing extremely good performances. The 1 win from Unicorns of Love was the weirdest game we've seen from them in terms of how they rotated in Sanhok on yesterday's last game. I don't know who's going to be the one to make it to PMGC, but it's a close one. That's all I can say.
Yeah, it's close, and honestly, it kind of sucks for both these teams right now. Because if you are not the #1 team at the end of the final day tomorrow, then you're not going to be going to PMGC. But also, with the way they're currently playing, you're not even going to the European Regional Championship. You're not even going to have a chance to qualify another time into PMGC.
Yeah.
So one of these teams needs to step up, if not both of them, just to be able to have that safety net of, okay, well, we didn't win in race to PMGC points, but at least we'll play in the European Regional Championship and have a chance there.
And another team that's potentially not going to get to that European Regional Championship is Big, right? Even though we kind of had a lot of hopes on what they should be potentially doing. I really quickly want to touch on this about this game in particular, is that the need for backup drops given playing paths and circles, big drops, the playing path is very southern, but obviously they're very reliant on Severny. I feel like they needed a backup drop here to be able to make anything happen, because by the time they got all the way up to Severny, the blue was already moving in, and then that means you're going to be late on your loot, you're late on your rotation, you're late on placement and position and stuff like that. A decent backup drop could have quite easily been something like west coast of Erangel max here, and that would have given them at least some affordance to decent loot, and then maybe on a botation or anything they want to do from there.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that, actually, that exact position, the west drop split location towards the western coast. I think it's a really good option for them, because you have entry points that are not that hard. All you have to do is make sure you regroup in time to actually pull off those rotations. But I think committing to Severny when you have a southern plane path plus a southern circle that ends up going towards Millie Island, it just adds up to a point where it makes it so much harder for Big. And then they had that encounter with Unicorns of Love very early on. They had to try and rotate around the bridge. It got very complicated for almost no reason. So I think the Big need to try and look as another option for the drop, yeah.
And I only bring this up, Jason, because this is a team we have a lot of hopes on for going to that championship. So it's really weird to see them here.
I mean, that's the reason we're so harsh on them, right? Because we've seen them in the past. We've seen how well they can do in the league stage. But, you know, if you can't play when it comes down to it, then you're not going to have that chance to get further on into this whole thing. The schedule is coming up next. We need to look at it, because I can tell you from memory, it's going to be Miramar. But I will remind you guys at home that we still have that gacha promotion going on where you guys can watch with your friends, get these coins, and try to get a chance to get some permanent items. Would be lovely to see. All you need to do is invite your friends. If you're like me, you don't have any friends, but maybe Maxman and Claris can help me out here and watch with me.
I'll help you. I'll help you.
Yeah, we're here. Oh, it's fine.
Oh, you guys are so nice to me, even though I've been so mean to you. Well, two other people I've been very mean to, or nice. I actually don't know. I think I've been very neutral to. It's gonna be our casters. Imperium and Copter join us once again. Max and Claris. I'll chat with you guys in just a few seconds. Gentlemen, as we get back into this one, I'm gonna get your predictions. I'm gonna go throw it straight right to Copter of who's going to win this next match, and I want to hear it.
Tough one, definitely a tough one, because we have seen so much variation on the results. But yeah, I'm gonna go big. I'm gonna say Unicorns of Love.
Okay, I thought you were saying you were going big. I was like, okay, that's a all right. Unicorns of Love, Imperium.
I'm going for the safe route. I'm going Vodafone Giants. They've already won 2 games. They performed very good in the 3rd game as well. It's all there. They're lying on 21 points per Sanhok game. It speaks for itself.
All right, well, gentlemen, take it away. I'm going to leave. I'm going to get out of here.
I do appreciate, thank you very much, Jason. I love those questions. I do appreciate the choice that you're picking, going for Unicorns of Love and going a little bit off the cuff. The one thing that worries me about Unicorns of Love is just how slow they are to rotate in Sanhok. I talked about adaptability and how Sanhok is a smaller map, and you really do need to be that little bit quicker compared to Erangel and Miramar.
Yeah, that is true, definitely. I mean, that's what I'm hoping for, that the Unicorns of Love, they will finally find the performance, kind of like pop on the level that we have been expecting, but it just hasn't been happening so far, so I'm just hoping that this would be the game. And now when Jason is not here anymore, I can just say that, okay, maybe big. I kind of like have the 2 bets here, to be honest.
Well, into the Miramar map, we are the desert map of Wait, oh my god, I made a mistake. Oh my god, I'm such a klutz, because I came into this as if it's Sanhok, but it's Miramar. I'm in Egypt. My apologies. I'm gonna have to reevaluate. You know what? I'm still going with Vodafone Giants. I'm still sticking with Vodafone Giants. Why not?
It's a good choice. I mean, I knew, of course, that you meant Miramar all the way down. So,
yeah, oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, I mean, you just like reference it to Sanhok rotations, but I mean, you know, when it comes to Unicorns of gameplay, yes, they have been slow in the rotations in Sanhok, but they have been also slow in rotations in all the other maps as well. So I think it's completely valid still to say, because they like to play from the edges. They go to the looting position. If the circle is quite far away, they will just play from the edges there. I mean, I think I don't have the stats, maybe Max or somebody else has, but I would say that at least 80% of the games they have played, they have been rotating on the blue.
Yes, and I will definitely get behind that working in Erangel and Miramar, right? Because they did start to prove that more in the league stage. However, when you constantly stay in the blue throughout these matches, you allow teams who are adapting a little bit better and learning from their own mistakes in league stage to expose you a little more clearly, right? To punish you a little more heavily in that regard. And I think that's been the case with Unicorns of Love. They've become a little bit too stale being inside the blue. Now, we did see that Southern Playing Path. It's a northeast phase 1, so the cluster is going to be there in the south.
Yeah, definitely a tricky circle, especially for the Unicorns of Love as well, because they're so far away. But I have faith in them. I'm really hoping. I mean, I think all of us are waiting, like, when are they going to be popping on the scoreboard? Because the battle is tied from the PMGC points with the Eastern Stars. So, I mean, they cannot just slow down. We saw Eastern Stars on the previous game, kind of like, you know, getting some points, getting up a little bit more speed into the gameplay. So I'm just waiting when the counter attack is gonna come from the Unicorns of Love side. TSC gonna connect heavily actually towards the game lot players. We can see Navalov taking that damage from the AK spray. Rana's gonna fall down, by the way, so Team Doom is gonna find one player, and that's the knock and the flush towards Nexus.
Boom. Yeah, and that can be a product of that Southern Playing Path, and maybe Doom being aware that Nexus drop in the Los Leones region. They also drop with 4 Romanian boys, so their 4 Romanian boys in Nexus are often going to try to avoid each other. So the opportunity came, and Team Doom took full advantage of it. We're also seeing TSC and Game Lord have a little bit of a tussle. It is going into the favor of TSC, as Narvella will most likely bleed out, so Spicy will get away. And again, these are the things that can happen when you've such a Southern Playing Path. And in a map like Miramar, where vehicles are so important, when everybody scrambles to find the same vehicle, yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah, Spicy's gonna wait for his chance opportunities. They gotta spot him down, and they will go for the spray, and that's gonna be Tam fighting Spicy. He's gonna be taken down in just in a nanosecond, but that's one player falling down more from game law, so definitely having the casualties here. But exactly just like you said, Imperium, the southern side, I mean, when you have the plane on the south, people cannot get on the usual places. A lot of the backup locations, I mean, people are, yeah, let's go on the southern side of Los Leones, let's go on the southern side of Chumachera. And when you have multiple teams making that kind of decisions, then of course you have this kind of situations building up. But also one thing that I want to point out from the Nexus and Team Doom situation, the 3 other guys from Nexus, they actually went on the apartment buildings on the Nexus, so kind of like inside of the city, not for the halls. And there's the huge gap, you know, cliff, which is on the western side of Los Leones. And so there's one player who fell down. He actually went to the compound, so he didn't come to the city where the 3 other guys went.
Well, you don't have to fall down yourself when it comes to watching these PMPL games. Join the game. You can go watch it together live on the PUBG Mobile Event Center Esports. Sorry, should I say the special crate is on sale. So you can go and try and get the same outfits as the pro players on the store in game. So always feel free to check that out inside the game after watching the fantastic PMPL matches in this EU West region. This is the finals. We're in the 5th round out of 6 of the day. And the Super Young roster, they're in Chumacera.
Well, I mean, the team's going to be leaving from that scene. A lot of teams still on the Los Leones area, so we have Romanian Boys, Nexus, Team Doom. They're holding that area, and Unicorns of Love still in Vodafone. But meanwhile, the other teams, they are heading towards the middle. ChasMac going for the Minas General area, which is pretty much on the middle. Exquisite Décode, they decided to rotate at the start straight towards El Azahar, which is a completely fine position because the circle can shift like pretty much in any direction. And LMV, they are very heavily betting on the northern side, as we can see. They're actually looting the Campo Militar, the military base of Miramar. And well, I mean, they have like 2 kilometers for the next enemy, so that is a long distance. They can just chill and grill and get that loot, and you know, maybe even do some dances.
Well,
which look like it.
It's important that they look to really take advantage of this phase 1, and it's similar to the previous Miramar game. And I was a little bit frustrated with how slow LMV were to rotate in this phase 1. I will give them a little bit more of a benefit of the doubt because it was such a Southern Playing Path. So this phase 1 rotation is automatically going to be a little bit slower, right? But when phase 2 pops up, I do want to see a faster and very similar reaction as they pulled out in the first Miramar game of the day, because they got a damn good result that game.
Yeah, definitely. Well, now we have more and more vehicles actually on the way, so finally teams are starting to make the approach towards the circle. Vodafone Giants, by the way, your pick, creator, taking a 360 with the vehicle, but I mean, no harm done, can actually continue, no damage dealt, so he can just go on and nobody was watching it from the side. Sometimes when you make it that kind of a flip and there's a building nearby and there's like 4 guys with guns on the windows.
It's the worst timing, man.
Yeah, but luckily our creator's gonna get away from that one. And maybe, I mean, I'm quite sure that he even didn't tell his teammates, you know? And do you know, Inferior, what is the code word when you flip the vehicle, what they're gonna tell the teammates?
No.
Guys, I run out of fuel.
Okay. I didn't know that. It is gonna hurt the resale value of that vehicle, though. For sure. But you were talking about Vodafone Giants, and I think they made a really good rotation from the Monte Nuevo region, and they're doing it pretty quickly, and I think they recognize the power of a little bit of an earlier rotation. Now, it's not a super deep rotation, but it's a great balance of timing and the direction that they're heading in, so they're not really going in blind to too many areas.
Yeah, true. But a lot of pressure on the western side. I mean, Super Young Roster, Game Law, TSC, Vodafone Giants, they're all looking places like around the, on the southern side of water treatment, between water treatment and Hacienda. So I guess that's got to be like one of those, hot zones, I would say, more or less. And Unicorns of Love, they are also finally left from Valdemar, and they are also approaching towards the power grid currently. And they might be heading on that same pile, maybe a little bit more on the southern side, but definitely an interesting situation building up on that area, especially if the circle will be in the end like hard shifting or shifting towards the south and west. The whole north and more or less the east side there, by the way, almost completely clear.
What I love is that despite 3 teams predominantly being somewhat, consistently up there, Nexus, Vodafone Giants, Game Lord, there's still plenty to be gained for the lower teams, and there really isn't that much of a gap across the leaderboard in the top 10, so to speak. But Phase 2 pops up, and it does go over to the east once again.
True. And especially, interesting circle, because all the pressure, just as we mentioned, that the pressure was on the western side. And now with all the teams there, the same mass which was building on the west, they have to move towards the junkyard area. And that kind of like, puts the same amount of players in a smaller area. So we should be having a quite hectic moments pretty soon. That's what I'm expecting. Also, what I love is what is happening on the southern side, kind of like the southern highway. So Eastern Stars, they're waiting on the northern side of Impala, as they have probably scouted down Team Doom approaching from there, and Xtreme Slayers will be coming on the backside. So we have a good chances of having like a 3-way fight happening there.
Yeah, but 2 of the Eastern Stars players are separated, right? Honestly, I don't think that's anything like awareness of another team rotating. I would say it's the other way around. It's a lack of awareness. They should be taking advantage and rotating early. Vitoni, we didn't see that at all. You totally didn't knock yourself out by jumping out of the vehicle too quick. No, that was all an illusion.
Yeah, also the whole situation with the Nexus Gaming, we can see that the Eastern Stars, they're moving right next to them. So definitely there can be some quite hectic situations on the south. But yeah, I mean, surprisingly peaceful rotations, I gotta say. We haven't seen a lot of teams like finding each other yet.
Yeah.
But that's gonna happen, start happening soon. As we can see, Bassi actually just watching it. We saw an Eastern Star players right next to Nexus, but the creator's gonna continue that rotation, so Bassi is not gonna find anything from this one anymore. The player already left from the seat, but they still have to worry about Team Doom. They are a whole lot more closer than the guys they were just trying to scout towards. So that here we can actually see that when the Eastern Stars, they will make the move from the eastern side, of course, and then Team Doom, they're just chilling and waiting here. They're just hiding.
Yeah. I appreciate that from Team Doom. It's like they don't want to get into any real action, and there's a lot more of a rotation viability on the eastern coastal line, right? Because that Phase 2 was so much more in the east, you will have a predominant amount of teams using that southwest and western side of the map to enter in through the Minas Generalis region of the map. Conqueror have a lovely 4-person spread on a side note. surrounded by 4 Romanian Boys in ChasMac, but I do like their positioning.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things happening. Unicorns of Love, they're executing the same strategy, so they will stop on the edges when they will finally get, almost like inside of the zone, so they're just stopping on the water treatment area. Meanwhile, Exquisite Décode, they're gonna spot down Nexus, and they lost already one. Oh, great shot coming from the MK14. Elise finds Creator. He's gonna be crawling back to safety, but I mean, great shots.
I also hear, I think, an M24 shot rocking behind from one of the Exquisite Décode. So they have an M24 and an MK. That's a pretty sick set of guns they have on board. I don't normally highlight the loadouts too much, but that definitely is something that I'm happy to hear, a mix of those guns. Excuse me, still rocking in. They're taking the high road up and towards the northern side, which is definitely the road further traveled, but definitely the safer path on this. Phase 3 shifts down the southeast.
Yeah, the southern side of El Azahar, that's the hill, kind of like, right there on the eastern side of Junkyard. There's the small valley and the buildings on that area. It's a nice area. There's a couple very priority buildings, and then there's a valley between them. And then, people will have to choose sides, more or less. They have to choose, will they play the eastern side, western side? This is one of the priority buildings. It is very easy building to move towards the western side of the circle, but towards the east, it's going to be complicated. We can see Exquisite Décode crashing on it.
Really good. It's exactly what Exquisite Décode need to do, but they haven't shut down Creator. He's gotten an opening knock. We'll look to try and confirm that he knew. He absolutely knew that he was going down, and he tried to take someone with him. That wasn't the case. Will and Reznov, they'll get revived up. Exquisite Décode going to be back up as a full squad.
Yeah, that is, that's a good place to hold, definitely. That's one of those priority buildings. The hill is kind of like, starting to lean towards the west from there, so you can actually climb up towards the west side. But if the circle is going to be shifting on the eastern side, then the movement's going to be completely different. And kind of like if it goes north and south, then there's the path where, the canyon kind of thing that you can actually move. So it's definitely an interesting idea. And that building is good for now, but it's all about the next circles. Nobody has yet taken the position of the other side. No, actually, they have split it. They have split it. They have currently under control, but for Romanian Boys, they might push that.
And that's what I liked about Exquisite Décode's push onto Nexus, right? It's in the phase of the game where if you can get that early kind of team fight, you do create a lot more control. You take away the third, fourth party opportunity. They're still on the kind of lower part of the hill, and I would recommend that they get to some form of high ground to have an elevated level of control. But for now, Conqueror, Super Young roster are battling up against each other. An initial knock earlier on onto the side of Super Young roster, followed once again by Conqueror. Vito was taken out, so it leaves them up as a 3-person team. They are gatekeeping a little bit on the western edge, but one of the Super Young roster players, Sick, was able to wrap around and come in towards the underside.
The circle finally starts to be so small that the teams will actually have to fight from the existence or getting inside of the zone. So that's why we're seeing so many fights also. Atis is going to fall down from the eastern stars. That is happening more on the southern side. Xtreme Slayers is the stuff they're battling. And we can see Super Young roster still having that battle going with the Conqueror. We can see Kaylee getting away. Jamma's going to be getting on the vehicle as well. And result, that nade, will that connect? No, he's not going to be throwing that because the guys will be just leaving with the cars, and he will just stay here. And maybe he will start the movement himself as well.
Yeah, Conqueror just going to dip. They've lost 2. They're going to look to keep on going and get into the later stages of the game, which I do kind of commend them for. Good turnaround by Super Young roster, right? They suffered their first knock, but they were able to play around in their favors. The next circle shifts over to the west. We have El Azahar Hills finish, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, this is a great ending, definitely. And the position of Exquisite Décode, they have been, slightly moving on that area, as we have seen from the map earlier. So they are having the control, but they're currently very splitted. They haven't, established themselves in a 1 or 2 compounds. They have been, moving around a little bit there. And I think that it would be a smart thing to actually get people together, and somebody needs to get that west side priority compound ASAP.
And Unicorns of Love looked like they were making a rotation towards the kind of northeast/eastern side on the previous circle, but they opted to go kind of through the El Azahar city, which kind of makes sense, but I also think it's a bit of a defeated attitude and play style overall, and it's rare that I would say that about Unicorns of Love. They've already lost 2, so maybe being down to 2 makes sense, but TSC looking to rocket in, going strong. A nice pre-nade from Unicorn's Love to try and slow TSC Legends down. Raucous and Fresh, they're going to be communicating hard. They're going to be trying to scale it back, hoping that a third party from another team, specifically, will help their journey in overcoming this fight.
Yeah, TSC, they're definitely committed. They have to have this fight. I mean, they're kind of controlling the only buildings on the southern side of El Azahar, which are somehow next to the zone, and that they will have to leave. So nobody can just run away from here. It's a little bit the same what we saw yesterday one of the Miramar matches, that when you actually have the buildings that you have to leave, and there's a lot of people waiting, and the first team that's going to be getting away from here, they're going to be shot on the back if there's going to be still enemies on the place. And TSC having 4 versus 2 situations, just trying to find, a room by room, and Fresh is going to be waiting on the stairs. They open the door. Not for now, but that moment might come. But they might be smelling something fishy going on.
Waiting in the door here is Johnny. The lock comes in. A Fresh opens it up, gets a confirmation on the Jaja. Rokas creates a distraction point. They come in through the sidelines. Tap is knocked down. It's one left on his own, but it is going to be the clutch as Bujo and Vitoni keep TSC up as a 3-person team.
Yeah, it's a very hard one to keep. Only a couple of HP remaining for the last battle, and that, one bullet's gonna take you down, and that is exactly what happened there. The Unicorns of Love, my pick, definitely didn't succeed, but I still have pick on the circle though, so that is
True. That's true. Eastern Stars will benefit from that. They've held towards the southern edge. They haven't really opted to push too heavily for Romanian Boys though. They're gonna be pushing your second choice in the hands of Big Beast. Is knocked down. The revive came out. The heals come through. Exo Machine gets one, but he's going to get knocked down in return. Sway plays it into Composure. The Cool Calm collecting this with Big as they rocket in and take down 2 of the 4 Romanian Boys players. And I'm forced to ask, why was that not a full squad push for 4 Romanian Boys?
That is a good question. Maybe they wanted to have a safe place on the circle as well. Kind of think that they make him get some kills on the way. But what do you think?
It's silly. It's silly. You're in kind of this stage of the game. You commit as a full squad or you don't commit at all. Maybe 1 player, yes, but not 2. It's too big of a split.
Anyways, circle is shifting again, and it's going to be leaving that canyon, leaving the topside hill buildings and the big storage hall, by the way, which is completely free still, the circle. So those are the best covers. Then also a lot of those containers on the southern side of the warehouse. That's an interesting one if the teams will decide to play those like small covers, and then we see a fight between the warehouse and the containers on the southern side. That's an interesting battle if that's going to happen. But meanwhile, because he falling down, Octavus going to find one, and then Exquisite Décode trying to get inside. Result with the spray will not be connecting time. Going to find Kapahala meanwhile, and Will takes the damage finally in the end, and Result gets that spray on point and takes down 1 more player.
And that's why, I kind of don't get why Exquisite Décode were still on that low ground after taking down Nexus, why they didn't opt to kind of commit to 1 full high ground area, but it is what it is. It's Clink, the last player up. It's going to go up against Vodafone Giants, and he's going to lose that battle. Vodafone Giants went out a little bit too early in the previous game at the hands of Nexus. But as Nexus are down for the count, this is Vodafone Giants' chance to continue that gap against Nexus. While Big, they had 1 player knocked up from Eastern Stars earlier on, but they have been able to clear out 1 more 4 Romanian Boys player.
Yeah, I mean, if you think of the whole 4 Romanian Boys situation with Big, they actually got 2 players knocked down. But because there wasn't that, more players from Romanian Boys, they're actually able to continue with the form and stack, so they didn't lose anybody on that situation. That is a job well done.
And this is Game Board out, right? Nexus Game Board, the 2 teams that are closest to Vodafone Giants out of this game, and the Giants are still holding on strong as TSC. They make it up. They hold on towards the side of the hill. Tamtam's knocked, but Bujo, the IGL, is still looking to make some moves. You have Excuse Me on one side, you have Super Young Roster on the other, and Nade is thrown out by Mishi. Looks to try and confirm, and that's going to be the player from TSC down. Tamtam Bujo confirmed to be left on his own.
I think the TSC guys, they're hoping that they would have those magnetic boots that they could actually climb up from that hill. And we have Faker gonna put down Bujo as well. The Frey will go towards that direction. Bujo tries to something build out of the situation. Gonna be changing a location that Nate might not go on that place, but he's gonna be kind of like guessing the moves. Bujo's still gonna be staying safe on the smokes. There's gonna be more players from the super young roster on the scene as well. So I would imagine that he cannot really, he can stay there for a while, and he's just barely inside, but the nades and the utilities, they should do the job, but now we have the third party.
Well, here's the thing. Both the super young roster and, excuse me, no, they can't really commit to the last player of TSC because there's that third party potential, right? So Bujo is inadvertently being given a little bit more time to play with because super young roster and, excuse me, are cancelling each other out. But the next circle centers up and Doom is the only one inside it for the time being on that eastern side.
Can we see another great game from Team Doom? That's the question. But I mean, they have a decent place. There's a lot of teams on the north. They shouldn't be like harassing them that heavily. And also the southern fight, I think it's on a safe distance. So if they can just keep themselves safe, can find a place, they could easily play themselves on the top 5 just based on the current location of the teams.
ChasMac, cannot forget about them. They dropped down to 6th in the overall standings. It's now outside the realms of possibility. They've proven to be able to turn a game around inside the Miramar train, and now they look to drown out, excuse me, one of their players is knocked, but Mishi and Mango using that low ground to their advantage. The Shadow N and Trazen look to try and hold them down. Azer is still up in some way. Trazen goes in for the push. It is a 1v1, jumps down, is able to get the shots up, but not to confirm kill. Mango now has the time to get a first aid off. Shadow N is low in health himself. He's going to go in. The first aid is executed, and that is the clutch from Mango of excuse me.
Just a matter of time when the team's gonna fall down on that side. So many third party. Team Doom is gonna be taken down as well, so they don't definitely.
Wow.
I think I'm gonna stop calling any calls anymore because it's we'll see what happens with the team. We haven't seen what happened with the Unicorns of Law. Big, they are still alive, but yeah, that's about it. Anyways, LMV, they will take those containers that I mentioned, and we can see Exquisite Décode kind of like trying to battle from the long building on the other side. A super young roster, they are not so far away. Vodafone Giants, they are watching it from the distance as well. So yeah, I mean, they have to win that fight. This building, by the way, is not on the zone.
No, it's not, but Super Young roster knows that Exquisite Décode are somewhat battered and beaten down. They know that they have that body advantage after taking down Will at least. But they're opting to wrap around. They're playing on the other side, but Reznov with the barrel comes in to get the first knock, and that keeps it up as a 2v2. Sick is going to get sickened down to the ground, and now it's up to the final player, Super Young roster. He tried to play a little bit on the underside. They paid the price. They didn't push him massively. They allowed Exquisite Décode to come in and keep themselves alive.
Yeah, but now Vodafone Giants, they are watching it from the outside. Gonna be taken down though, so it's gonna be Mango who's gonna shoot the LMV player at the same time as well. So a lot of teams are falling. 5 teams, 13 players remaining. Next circle is gonna be hard shifting on the south and eastern side, and there's again no players on the circle. Excuse me, will approach from the north, LMV from the east. So I mean, it is there's a drop box in the middle as well.
Yeah, but you can't go in the center, right? You can't really enter in the circle, right? Because it's all flat. So it's going to come down to who makes the first move, who makes the last move, who can find a golden opportune knock. In the final 5 teams, I really feel any one of these 5 teams can take the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple hills that you can actually play on the sides, depending from which direction you come. Eastern Stars, they don't have the advantage. I mean, they are not inside, so they will have to get on top of that hill, and that's the problem. I think, excuse me, they might be able to somehow approach the circle, but we'll just have to wait and see. But I think that there's like some places that they can play, but of course there's a lot of like open areas as...
Nice one, Alicio Chamria, excuse me, are out. LMV are down as well, just like that. Eastern Stars finished them off. LMV tried to make the move, but it didn't work out. 3 teams left up.
Yeah, Eastern Stars, I mean, they have 3 guys alive. So, I mean, the performance we saw in the last game, I mean, they're definitely having a high curve currently, that they are looking to get some more points. They have 10 kills, and this is a huge amount of kills when you compare the situation with the Unicorns of Love.
Yes, exactly. But I'm so impressed with Alicio and Reznov, right? This is a duo that we kind of are capable of performing massively in this PMPL. Reznov came into the roster for this PMPL, able to support Elicio, the MVP of PMPL Season 1. They have a big task ahead of them. Also big, they don't have a good run in play as they get taken out round between Exquisite Décode, but oh my god, just like that, the game comes through, and that is elimination, and that is an Eastern Stars chicken dinner, exactly what they needed.
Yeah, 12 kills as well, so they will make 2 more since the last update that we had at the end of the game. So that's a huge amount of points. And I mean, this probably is, I'm not completely sure the studio will do the math, or maybe Max will do the math, but I think that this is going to be enough points that they can actually pass Unicorns of Love on the PMGC points, if I'm not completely wrong. So that's a huge amount of points. It's a huge play, and exactly on the moment when they need it.
Wow. That is big. That is huge, being perfectly honest. And let's be fair, across these finals, these two teams, Unicorns Love and Eastern Stars, haven't really performed up to the standard we expected. Up to the standard that they've kind of set themselves in the PMPL League stage. But the positive thing for both of those teams is that, to an extent, they don't need to, because they're in their own little battle for that golden PMGC spot. But I'm kind of surprised Eastern Stars won it, because you did make that positive point that they weren't really in the best position. It's just teams around them tried to make moves first, and they were able to capitalize off that.
Yeah, I think on the last zone, the key was when the Eastern Stars, they managed to take down LMV from the other side. And then they got more space to move. And the other teams, they were still fighting on the northern side of the zone, kind of like on the other side of the hill. So then they were able to move inside of the circle and get a decent position. And we saw how the end battle went. Then in the end, LMV was gone, Eastern Stars holding the southern side. And on the north, the two teams were fighting there with each other. And Eastern Stars, they just, collect the remains. But they had already like a decent amount of kills, so they didn't have to, try to get points from the last game. They were completely fine with the amount of kills, and then getting a couple last ones and a chicken dinner. So I mean, every time when you have a chicken dinner, first of all, and especially when you have a double-digit amount of kills, you gotta be happy with the result.
And I'm just also helping to keep an eye on the top 5, right? So far coming into that game was Giants in first, Game Lord in second, Nexus in third, 4 Romanian Boys in fourth, and Exquisite in fifth, followed closely by ChasMac. ChasMac did have a good game, but unfortunately for them, Exquisite Décode had that slightly better game. 4 Romanian Boys, Nexus and Game Lord did go out relatively early, so we should see possibly a mix-up in the overall standings. But with one more game to go today, 7 more in total of the PMPL finals, I'm going to reiterate, I think any one of the top 10, 12 teams could make it into the European Regional Championships.
Yeah, well, the next game is, by the way, Sanhok, if you don't remember Imperium. So
thanks, mate. Thanks.
And the next game is going to be Sanhok. So if you have some strategy, some rotational teams, maybe it's going to be time to tell those when we start the next game. But yeah, one thing that I still have to, because we spoke about the Unicorns of Love, and now we spoke about the Eastern Stars. And so Eastern Stars, they have upped the gameplay. We have seen now 2 matches in a row with a decent results. Of course, this was an excellent one. The previous one was a good one. So I'm still wondering when the Unicorns of Love are going to be waking up. All of us, we are going to be waiting that.
I think the biggest thing between the two teams across these finals so far is that Eastern Stars have just adapted that little bit better to these games and have adapted to their own failings, right? They've evolved. I'm still not happy with the speed of their rotations. I'm still not necessarily happy of how they have maybe lost control, but at the end of the day, they are still adapting a lot better than Unicorns of Love. The question is, like you said, when will the Unicorns wake up? Well, hopefully we'll find out in the final round of the day. We're going to go for a quick break, and then we'll have the analysis section.
Hello everyone! Today we would like to introduce to you Banpan's Investigators. The Investigators are the first line of response when confronted with cheaters. After a player is reported for suspicious behavior, the Investigator will then verify whether cheating has occurred. Up till now, Investigators have been hard at work every day resolving player complaints, establishing themselves as a key component in maintaining a pleasant and fair gaming environment. Without further ado, let me introduce the Investigator. How to become an Investigator. Investigators consist of in-game players and official security experts. To become investigators, in-game players must fulfill certain requirements. Be passionate about PUBG Mobile and have a strong sense of justice. A clean in-game record free of penalties, no bans or warnings. Be firm and resolute when dealing with cheaters, and report any suspicious behavior. Must have a high tier. Skilled players are preferred. Experienced players that have achieved a higher rank are better suited to judge whether cheating has really occurred. Players that have met these requirements can apply by tapping the Request Investigator access button. We hope more players can enlist in the Investigator ranks and stand together in protecting the integrity of the game. How investigators review and report footage. After becoming an investigator, they may review footage of reported behavior. Footage found to contain violations will be sent to the official security team for a final review. You can check your submitted video review statistics under My Reviews. See details for the results of corrected judgments. For our dear investigators that uphold the integrity of the game, we are constantly improving the investigator function. To thank all our investigators for their hard work and effort, Banpan has added Investigator Challenge rewards. Investigators can complete challenges to claim their corresponding rewards. There are rewards for daily challenges, weekly challenges, and monthly challenges. We've also prepared an exclusive investigator outfit, titles, and rank. We've introduced the requirements on how to become an investigator and the responsibilities it entails. We hope that many new investigators will join us in our fight to maintain a pleasant gaming environment. Fairness for all. We will never give up.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. We have our 5th round now done, meaning we only have 1 round left to go here on our 2nd day, and only 1 day left to go tomorrow until we do have our champion of the PMPL. And of course, we do have our teams going into the European Regional Championship, where you guys can also check out. I'm guessing, I actually don't know just yet, that OnePlus will probably be a sponsor, I'm assuming, of the event as well. Just like their sponsor here at PMPL. You guys can check out their awesome devices. I know Kalaris has been talking up his OnePlus 8. He's just waiting for OnePlus 9 to magically appear at his door. That would have been hilarious if actually your doorbell rang right now. But gentlemen, let's actually start to talk about what did happen this last match. It was Eastern Stars taking the victory, and also it's a very important victory for them.
It was a very straightforward game for them. Literally, they approached the circle south every single time. The circle would shift up north, and they would just clear teams, get a strong position, play into good dips from time to time. And to win, there's no out-of-the-ordinary kind of rotation for them. It was just straight to the point, get into the circle every time, when the game closed off at the end. And these are points that were desperately needed for them because they are still, we got to remind this, the big storyline is the race for the PMGC, and they were closing that gap with Unicorns of Love, and this game here I think is the one that allows them to actually overtake it. So Eastern Stars actually looking really comfortable now.
Yeah, they're going to leapfrog here. This is brilliant for them. The past 2 games have been decisive in that. So as you say, like a pretty simple game for them. I do feel sorry for a lot of the teams that kind of caught in those El Azahar locations, having to go up hills, trying to navigate some of the hills and dips up there as well, because this is a brutal little location to have to play from. That's why you see so much edge play in locations like this. So I can't fault people for playing heavy edge here.
I just want to point out as well here at number 6, Vodafone Giants getting 7 points, and you don't see Nexus there, you don't see Game Lord there. Game Lord coming in as number 9 with 4 points, so they're starting to build up a decent lead here in Nexus. Unfortunately, 0 points is not going to be ideal in any situation, but neither is 1 point for Unicorns of Love.
The one team actually I want to talk about on this bottom graphic here is ChasMac Gaming. I love their rotation. I think Imperium touched upon it a little bit during the cast. They were a team that initially were down southwest a big portion of that game, but they saw the circle continuously shift towards the more southeastern side of Al Azahar, and they're like, well, you know what, we're going to go where we know teams are not going to be rotating into. Of course, LMV is the team that was there usually, but they went for the wide rotate to make sure they could try and get into the circle. It didn't quite work out at the end, only getting 2 points, but I think that there was something that ChasMac tried and it almost worked out. So I'm actually really happy to see that attempt coming out from them.
Well, we do see our top players, Alicio. He was the MVP of the finals last season. He's been a little bit quiet in the finals so far, but nice time for him to show up, as well as Reznov coming through. I mean, Exquisite Décode did get a good chunk of points from that last game, and if I'm not mistaken, they were around that 5th place placing at the moment. So we could see the Lac Nostra MVP boys getting back into the finals once again, or the regional championship.
Yeah, Miramar has been their salvage battleground, I think, for Exquisite Décode UK. They're almost always able to get themselves a decent, maybe top 3, 4, you get that podium finish under their belt, and they're also very adept at being able to navigate how you transition through these hills, how you transition through these dips, which is why we oftentimes see them getting so much damage on the board. And it's not too much a surprise that you see a guy like Alicio rocking out at those top numbers. He's a pleasure to watch sometimes.
Yeah, he just rocked up at some point, excuse me. I believe that was the one. Yeah. And Alicio just got a 1v2. Alicio is still that good. Like, he is still potentially aiming for the MVP. He's a little bit late to go for that spot, but he's still as impressive as in Season 1. Like, on an individual level, Alicio is still up there.
Yeah, it always surprised me in Season 1, and I don't really feel bad for saying this, that I never really considered him a super strong player, and then, you know, we get into the finals, and he was like the carrying factor for the team, so that kind of surprised the hell out of me, and we got to see it as well happen in the league stage of Super Weekends across this season. Just haven't really seen it, unfortunately, yet into the finals. But then again, if you look at the likes of Eastern Stars, who, you know, get a chicken dinner here, we haven't really seen any standout players from them either. Usually it's Kapahala, but this season it's been the entire team. Octavian, Athis, Bazzi all coming in there as well. But let's take a look at their stats so far here in the finals. And yeah, you look at this and like, okay, you know, Athis 2K, that's good. Octavian 2400, that's great. But I don't know, we're not seeing that like one player in the team just rile up the rest, you know? Seeing Bazzi actually being like the second best performing player is actually a surprise to me.
There's definitely nothing too explosive here, and the thing that concerns me the most about kind of their maybe championship position hopes is the fact that their average survival time is been quite low compared to where they're normally at in these kinds of stages. But that being said, you don't necessarily need to be number 1 in this tournament if you're going to be number 1 in those overall PMGC points. So, yeah, as long as they do enough here, Max, it might be all right.
We saw the emphasis, and you mentioned it earlier when we were looking at the top 8 teams on the rankings at one point. They're very focused around positioning points right now. They're not really getting that many position points. Of course, they get themselves the 15 off the back of that chicken dinner here. If they mainly focus around kills, not only could that be the difference maker for them in the rankings of the finals to qualify for the European Regional Championship, but the kills alone might be the difference maker for them to qualify to the PMGC right above Unicorns of Love. So sure, it would be good to see them make it to the late game a little bit more. That could offer more opportunities to pick up those kills, but in terms of kills, they're definitely not looking bad. And I think that if they just keep getting those kills every single time, it might be the factor that allows them to stand out in the rankings.
Well, Max, you did bring up something really interesting when we were watching this last match about these two teams and about what they potentially could be focusing in on. I'm hoping you can kind of reiterate that yet again.
Eastern Star?
Well, the fact that, you know, these two teams, they technically don't need to qualify top 5. Yeah. They just need to beat the other one, right? So if you just focus on playing safe, not trying to play too crazy, you could just qualify off of your points, period.
Exactly, and that's what I think that these two teams definitely want to do a lot better than what we're doing right now in the rankings. Unicorns of Love, Eastern Stars, these are two teams, when we looked at their performances in the Super Weekends, we expected them to be top 3 by far. And they're not there just yet, but right now they just did so good in the first PMPL season. They did so good into the Super Weekend and the league stage. All they need is just enough points to overtake your opponent. Unicorns of Love want to overtake Eastern Stars. Eastern Stars want to overtake Unicorns of Love. That's the big, really, storyline we're having between these two teams, and it's just changing every single game. Now is Eastern Stars above it. Next game, it might be Unicorns of Love. It's just going to be down to, once again, the last day, even potentially the last game. It's so close between the two.
Yeah, I honestly kind of hope that Eastern Stars or Unicorns of Love don't run away with it. We have that coming down to that final round of the day on the final day, but that is still yet to come. That is going to be up tomorrow as we head into now our final round here of our penultimate day of action of the finals. Max Mancalaris, I'll check in with you guys in just a little bit of time as we got to bring in Imperium and Copter once again for the final time of the day here to cover all this action. I'm trying to think of a weird question to ask you two, but you know what? I'm not. I'm just going to let you two talk about whatever you want to talk about. And I'm going to get out of here because I'm going to go chill with the boys.
Chill with the boys. Final round of the day, Copter. Thank you very much, Jason. And you know, they talked about the race for PMGC, and this isn't anything against the top 5 currently, even though Eastern Stars is actually in there, spoiler. But I want to see both teams qualifying for the top 5. The reason why, because I really feel it would help legitimize that PMGC spot, whoever does get it, that little bit more heavily, right? It will also give them just an extra level of experience going into the PMGC by qualifying for the regional finals.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that because I mean, both teams, they have played so well on the previous stages of this league, and of course, like getting a top 5 result is what we are expecting from these guys. So, of course, the fight from the PMGC, you know, the top position to get the PMGC spot, that's a very important factor. But also, I mean, there's money on the line. Top 5 places got to guarantee also money, and of course, a spot to for the second team also to be advancing towards the next stages.
Exactly. Because I just think that if Unicorns Love were to qualify for the PMGC but only finish 10th or 11th in the finals, I don't know, there's a little bit of a sour taste to that for me, right? There's that little bit of a, really? Like, you just about did it kind of thing. I know that can be the case, but again, I just like to see them push that little bit harder. But we're into the final round. The playing path is upon us, and the teams are dropping.
And still gotta mention about the points. I mean, yes, the team that's gonna get the PMGC spot, of course, we are hoping that they will be in the top 5. But imagine the other team who will be just maybe left out with 2 points, not getting on the top 5. I think that's the scenario that I would like to avoid, because otherwise the battle from the top position for the PMGC spot is gonna be very fierce, to be honest.
Now that you said it, that's probably gonna happen, Copter.
Yeah, that's what I mean, that the battle is so tight. So I'm really hoping that both will up the game, that they will actually get the spot on the top 5, because otherwise, I mean, it's going to be a huge letdown for the other team who doesn't get that spot.
This is a phase 1 circle that I coining the Eastern Stars circle. This is the kind of circle where, at least for the time being, they can control from the mountainside, stick up as a full squad, and to hold things down across the way. Interesting if it'll continue to shift towards the Northwest Island, but for now, they're looking good.
Conqueror, they are going for the Hatchin, but we have Excuse Me players there as well. So we have 2 teams in Hatchin, as we can see. Excuse Me and Conqueror both will come for the Alpha and for the Hatchin. So this is definitely a change. We have seen Conqueror going for the boot camp. Actually, Excuse Me is going to take the boot camp this time, because Conqueror is not going to take them. So Exquisite Décode. And so definitely an interesting change here. Definitely will change the dynamics of the Alpha Island as a whole.
That's so weird. I don't know if it's something that they maybe, I don't know, mutually agreed upon before the game, if that makes sense. But I'm happy to see Exquisite take a more central area of the map. They still have Daddy and Painan, but it is definitely a bit of a surprise, I'd imagine, to Excuse Me, to see Conqueror drop in this area. It is the kind of city where you can have, well, not really a city, but the kind of compound where you can have one team either side and they don't need to engage on each other straight away.
Well, I mean, when we had the last Sanhok, Blank and John Allen actually spoke about it, that Conqueror has been kind of like depending from the playing going towards the boot camp and Hutchins area. So I think what actually happened here, that Exquisite Décode, they have kind of like, you know, understood when Conqueror will be going for the boot camp and when they are not. So they knew, they saw the plane, and they probably saw that their boot camp's going to be free. And it's such a central place, because I think it was I would say a small wonder on the first Sanhok of the day that there was no team on the middle of the match. But now this whole change for Conqueror, especially for the Excuse Me, I mean, the circle is kind of like favoring Alpha Island, so it might be paying off heavily for the Excuse Me.
Well, they can disengage a little bit to the west, right, and move out of the Hating region. They will get closer to Big, of course, but for the time being, they can make that early disengagement should they choose to. TSC have gone for a very early rotation copter onto the bootcamp hill, which I really like that proactivity, and unknown to them, they also technically create that kind of split into the Exquisite Décode players, because Daddy is still in Painan. I don't know if that will affect them negatively, Exquisite Décode, but it is good to see TSC realizing the potential of that bootcamp hill.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities there. Of course, if the circle will come towards the Bravo Island, then even more. But now it's a good place. You get some visibility. You can actually see on the other side of the river what is actually maybe happening on the Charlie Island and the Alpha Island. Because if you need to move, you need to understand what you're actually up against. There might be teams, holding those compounds right next to the water, so you don't want to be running into those guys. But now they are completely free. So if they want to make a move towards the Charlie Island, for example, I don't think it would be a bad idea to actually now do a split between Charlie and Bravo, because the bridge where they're actually heading right now, there's buildings on both sides, so maybe do a 2-2 split across the bridge.
Fair. You can also split your attention towards watching these games and jumping into the in-game store and getting yourself the PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate that's on sale. You can get the same outfits as the PMPL players. Like, look how nice they look. It does look pretty cool. You might not play as good as them, of course, but you can at least look good while doing it, as well as the fact that while watching in-game through the eSports Center on the tab, you can invite your friends to watch together, and you can pick up yourselves some tokens to win gacha prizes, which will give you special permanent items and more rewards.
Sounds promising. Maybe I need to visit the store myself. I mean, I haven't bought a lot of skins, to be honest, for this game. So maybe it's going to be finally time for me to get some proper gear. And what is a better place than the esports tab? So I'm going to do it from there.
My trick is to basically have the same clothes as a bot player, right? Because then I can blend in with the bots and kind of randomly kind of just shoot my gun, and people will think I'm just a bot, ignore me, and then I have the element of surprise. That's how I kind of play the game. It doesn't work out all the time, but when it does, it feels good.
So you're gonna blend in like skill-wise?
No, to be honest, I am a bot when I'm playing anyway, so I might as well act like it.
I would love to have like an Imperium skin, I mean beard and everything. That would be nice.
You could have an Imperium beard. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, the right color, of course. I mean, there's white beards. I think I have seen the Christmas skins, etc. But I haven't seen a red one. That would be definitely something. And then I think there's actually, isn't there the kind of the wood chopping shirt? That
there you go.
Use sometimes when you cast. So then I could actually make it. I could actually make it happen with a couple of skins. Okay, so maybe we'll have to put some kind of a petition going on that we have to get a red beard to the game, and then we can build our Imperium characters, and then all the players, they are buffed all the way.
Thank you so much for having my back on that. Copter, as phase 1 is starting to close in. Eastern Stars are on top of the mountain as we expected, but Big are around the same area. Now, they don't tend to kind of go for the mountain side. They tend to stick to the west, but I think this is a positive move, a positive transition in a team that are definitely struggling in this PMPL finals.
Yeah, and on the northern side at the same time, we have double DBs, so double boatations going on. So ChasMac Gaming with double boats, and LMV also kind of like following here. We can actually see it. It's not really the proper boat. It's the water ski, more or less, for the Shadow and his pals. But I mean, it works. It moves. It's okay.
Isn't that QB? So quadruple boatation?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they have 3 actually.
There you go.
Anyways. They are just moving in. But yeah, teams are moving towards the Alpha Island. That's the case. That's what they are pointing out here. Even though the amount of vehicles and the form of the vehicles is still like under debate. But LMV, they are following the same path exactly. These guys are just like 1.5 kilometers in front. And this is the LMV as they are coming in as well. They're just hugging the blue, more or less, and just hoping that they will make it. But I mean, they are arriving on the northern side of the Alpha Island. Exquisite waiting on that area. Big have moved away. So if they will make the boatation all the way on the western side of the island, it's gonna work out.
Super young roster rocking up towards the mountain that Team Big have already solidified as their own, so the knock comes through on the Sick, and that's a good opening, sticking as a duo, 2-2, pushing around the side of the buildings. This is the kind of compound where it can go against you, and there is that potential of a third party from Eastern Stars and the mountain above. Bazzi opting not to take those shots for the time being. Now they come through, and Times realizes that, we need to be very careful how we move around. Super young roster down to a duo.
Yeah, I mean, super young roster, they need a knock towards pick. I mean, other one. Svave is going to be revived.
Yes.
And if they will only play with 2 players, it's complicated. I mean, just getting away is complicated because if Faker without the vehicle, the downside hill, if Big is going to peek from that hill, they might find the players as they're leaving from that location. It's a good place to stay, but I mean, if you want to stay there, you got to stay alive as well.
Phase 2 is about to pop up. Unicorn's Loft still in the blue. Hate to say it, we do see that shift up towards the north still for the most part, having that northwest island in play. So that does, to an extent, give a level of security to all of these teams, even if you're not in the northwest island, because there's none of this, where is it going to go? Where is it going to end? You can now kind of focus on how you position onto that northwest island if you're outside it.
True. And the ChasMac, they actually got inside with the boat. They actually got a knock and a kill from Excuse Me. So they actually made it inside with 4 players and managed to take 1 player down just at the same time as they were hitting the rocks. And now LMV, they are rotating on the backside. Circle did shift completely more or less on the Alpha Island. There's like small parts of the Bravo and Charlie still included, but definitely the circle will be coming to the Alpha Island. And well, these guys, I mean, they are quite far away. This is the northern side of the, no, actually not on the northern side, but it is actually the northern side of the Bravo Island. Sorry, I completely forgot it. So they will have to, no, it's the Alpha Island. I mean, I can't even like spell the letters wrong. Right.
It's cool. We all have those brain fart moments. I had it in thinking it was Sanhok for the previous round, and it was Miramar for God's sake. So it happens to the best for the super young roster off the back of losing 2 players. Have sent the other 2 players into that kind of camp alpha area. So that's a good place to be, because when you're down to a duo in Sanhok, nobody's really going to be on that western side of the Northwest Island because it's the less viable area to go. So the last 2 players of Super Young roster being there is a good decision to make.
And LMV, as they will try to get inside of the Alpha Island in this map of Sanhok, they will be spotted down. So excuse me, they will open the fire. I'm just wondering about the location names. I mean, if Tiger, for example, ever comes to competitive play, I mean, those location names, they're going to be complicated. But anyway, let's focus on this one. LMV, they will get the revival.
They will. It's good. And I suppose one of the benefits to an extent of being on that coastline rocky area is that you don't really need to focus behind you, right? You only need to focus 180 degrees in front. They have a 2-2 split LMV, so it's a really positive split across the board, and it's unlikely that the likes of Excuse Me and ChasMac are really gonna focus on gatekeeping them all the way. They'll keep an eye, but they will look to try and be aware of what's in front of them a little bit more heavily, in my opinion.
And meanwhile, as we have been watching what is actually happening on the sides, Eastern Stars, they have taken the middle hills, all the rocks and the hills. They are controlling the absolute middle. They have a 3-way split. Conqueror's going to be fighting Dexter from Nexus Gaming, going to be hiding behind those rocks. Vito still, well, just proning on top of that hill, you know. That's a good spray from that distance, and he needs to heal, of course. DB is going to be still swimming there, so they are crossing the water by swimming from the Bravo Island. Dexter takes another damage, but doesn't fall down. But he definitely knows that he's pinched there and can't really move without the utilities.
I don't get why Nexus went in that direction for rotation in the sense of so close to the bridge. Why didn't you go to the very kind of top corner of Hatting, right? It would have been a tiny bit of a safer rotation, because if it wasn't Conqueror, it could have been Game Lord that shot at them as they moved across to the Alpha Island. But the next phase is about to pop up, and it's another shift up north, Hatting massively in play.
And Vodafone Giants, they're still holding the boot camp area. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't move away earlier.
Wow.
Because I mean, for example, the crossing of the Bravo and the Charlie Island was completely free, so they could have been waiting there a little bit closer. Now they will have to do like 2 crossings of a river, but I guess they will be fine if they have vehicles, whatever. They can do it, but they will be anyways a little bit late. And when they will get inside, the southern side is going to be completely stacked unless they decide to do something else about it. They might just go with the vehicles towards the north as well, or maybe like swim across, so we don't know, but it's gonna be problematic anyways to get inside.
Team Big, they opt to go kind of through the Camp Alpha area, and they go back to where they originally looted, up and towards the top of the hill, but one of them gets caught out by Super Young roster. Beast is eliminated. That will hurt Big's ability to control any kind of part in this circle. They're going to opt to move away once again, following Sway's direction into that compound as TSC and 4 Romanian Boys battling towards the central area of this circle. 4 Romanian Boys were on the mainland area and they full sent it off the back of this circle shift. Sierra cooking up a grenade. That's going to find Bujo. TSC are out of here.
And meanwhile, Eastern Stars, their third partying actually from the top of that hill. They stole, I think, one of the kills, so they're gaining some points. They want to continue that good momentum they have had on the previous 2 games. Meanwhile, Unicorns of Love, they're not on the zone. They're coming slowly from the southern side. Again, they're taking this slow approach. And I'm starting to wonder that if Unicorns of Love, they will play like this. Do they have, you know, enough chances to get kills to reach the point they need?
Yeah, that's a very valid question. And that's the one thing that's really worried me about their play in the Sanhok map, their play style in this map. For now, though, Eastern Stars, like you mentioned, continue to hold on to the central hills. Reese is knocked down at the hands of Mishi. That shouldn't pose too much trouble because a revive should be able to come out while Xtreme Slayers are being gate-kept massively by Exquisite Décode.
Yeah, true. They are in trouble. On the southern side, out of the zone, the blue is going to be moving, so they will have to like move towards the Exquisite Décode. Resno, which is the closest player for the Exquisite Décode, he's actually outside of the zone, so they're having 2 shooters still outside of it and 1 inside, so they have a good position here on the hill. And Xtreme Slayers, if they don't have the vehicles, which I don't think that they have actually, because I think that they run through the bridge maybe, or swim across, so it's going to be... I think the only play which they can do here is to go towards the western side, but then they have to worry about the other teams like Eastern Stars and Team Doom. So whichever direction they will take, there's going to be a lot of shots from the inside of the zone.
Pretty much you're trying to say they're kind of screwed.
In a way, yes.
And that's harsh, but that's the law of the land when it comes to Sanhok. If you're not inside the circle in the first 3 to 4 phases, your chances are so much more difficult in surviving for as long as you need to get to that late stage of the game. But the next phase does once again shift a little bit up north. All of Hatting is in play.
And the rotation by Vodafone Giants, they left from the boot camp, they didn't go from the southern way, and they actually moved with the vehicles to the north. And so now they can just, you know, drive inside of the zone from the bridge. And there's no teams, well, okay, there's Game Lord holding the buildings on the southern side. Yes, there's teams around Hattin, but still they have a like decent entry. Nobody will be shooting them before they are on the other side of the bridge. That is the most probable thing. Game Lord, yes, they have the angles, and they actually are currently moving towards them. But yeah, let's follow what is happening here, because ChasMac, they also have to battle their way out, and Unicorns of Love and Big, they are the threats for them.
And it was honestly a worthwhile sacrifice for Big to lose Beast with Swave, Mihi and Times getting together in that compound, because that circle shift has put them on the northwestern edge of the circle. ChasMac have to try and wrap around them, which is possible, but LMV are then going to be waiting in the wings as a full squad. So I kind of can't help but feel that ChasMac have maybe met their match, met their maker in this Sanhok game, but let's see what they can carve out for themselves.
Meanwhile, outside of the pictures on the eastern side, on the bridge actually, Game Lord moved away from the compound to welcome Vodafone Giants, and now they're having, here we go, a huge battle on the bridge. So Vodafone Giants, they are just swimming. We can see Game Lord, they're trying to welcome these guys with all the bullets they have, and just making sure that the guys will not get inside, but it's going to be backfiring heavily as CB is going to be making a flank but falls down.
What took him so long to shoot? What took him so long to shoot? And then he didn't wait for Pocus. I get that the urgency was there, but he should have waited for Pocus, and it would have been a two-man play. And I really appreciate Game Lord going from the bridge side, because it made sense from the compound that they held on to, because less chance of them getting third party. But that was definitely a mistake from Vodafone Giants.
And Game Lord, they got 4 kills, they can continue with the full stack as well, so they don't lose anything, they will just gain those kills. So definitely very well well made from Gamelord. Meanwhile, Conqueror gonna be trying to catch on the Exquisite Décode. Will's gonna be trying to hide below on the rocks. I mean, these are those tricky places. Jalas takes the damage. It's gonna be trying to get away with a couple HP only remaining. And Exquisite Décode, they are hunting it down. They're just waiting where they can actually find those angles. Maybe on nade if they guess the location where it's actually healing. But I mean, it is so complicated to know. So if it's not making like a footstep sound, but Jamas, he gets the heals and spots down the Gamelord at the same time. Gets Victor down.
And you're right about those nades. One gets trucked up by the players from Exquisite Décode, and it did connect onto Jamas. Not enough to get a knock. And Exquisite Décode can hug this cliff. And if anything, they don't need to worry about Conqueror. They actually need to worry more heavily about the teams that are in the north, as the next phase has shifted massively over to the west. And the only team that's in the center of the circle is Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, interesting circle, definitely. We can see Rolk is actually outside of the zone, holding a different place on the hillside, so he can definitely help with the kills when the teams are coming from the southern side. So he's in a location that he can try to find something from the fields as they will try to come. And if somebody will decide to crash towards the Unicorns of Love, then it's going to be all the way Rolk is as Elise finds the Conqueror. The spray is going to be going that way, but will not find the player.
Why would you do that, Conqueror? You knew that Exquisite Décode were underneath you. You knew that there's teams in front of you. Why didn't you just play the longer game? I know it's easier said than done because of that circle shift, but definitely a panic play from Conqueror. Left them down and out for the count as Licio, I believe the last player up for his side. No, Daddy is still going strong, but he's not exactly full on health, and that's where Eastern Stars are doing what they can to pick up the pieces, to pick up the kills, and to really punish the likes of Team Doom, who have two players knocked down and just Frosty and Zesh9 left up.
And I said this before for some other team, but I mean, Unicorns of Love now is the hammer time. If you want to get those kills, you have all the angles and all the areas for it, so you have to be active. Circle's going to be shifting away though, but still, I mean, there's ChasMac, there's Big on the other side. Team Doom is going to be taken down. LMV, meanwhile, having a battle.
Dropping like flies. Copter, they're all dropping like flies. I believe there's 3 teams inside this area. Gamelord, who've just been taken out. Actually, no, Robs is still going strong. You have Excuse Me and you have LMV. They both, all 3 of them, have to move. Just a tiny wall in play. The phase 6 has gone down south. Nobody, and I repeat, absolutely nobody is inside that circle. 4, 3, 2, 1. The blue zone's starting to move in.
Yeah, who's gonna crash on that shack? We have that small shack on the middle. I want to see what's gonna happen, how the team's gonna be battling from that shack. But before that, they'll have to battle in Hachin, and that's gonna be Gamelord losing Robs. Also, the whole team should be, falling down as well. But that's the team gone.
Excuse Me, able to survive with Michi staying alive for now as Fresh picks up the final player of LMV, and now it's just big Eastern Stars, Unicorns of Love left up. 3 giants of this PMPL. All 3 of them have really been underperforming in this final, so it's great to see them all in the final moments of this game. But I think Eastern Stars, they've met their match down the bottom of the mountain and they are taken out.
Yeah, 11 kills for the Unicorns of Love, and they will have to worry about Mishi, who's hiding behind the tree on the blue.
This is one and done. This is a Unicorns of Love chicken dinner. It's very, very nice to see that the 2 teams in the race for PMGC win the final 2 rounds of day 2 of the finals. It kind of feels like a breath of fresh air. The door is opening up and these teams are recognizing that, wait, this isn't going to be an easy task, right? Teams have adapted around us, and we need to step up to the plate. And Unicorns of Love have done this in the final round of the day. It will give them a lot of confidence. It will also cancel out what Eastern Stars had done in the previous round, as Mihi can only hold out for so long, and down he goes to Unicorns of Love chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's. I mean, this is what we were asking for. We mentioned multiple times that when these guys are going to be waking up, and they will do it on the last game of the day. So the whole point situation with the PMGC points that we discussed is going to have a completely new turn. So very happy surprise to me, to be honest. And they, I mean, I said that it's going to be time to get some kills, and they actually did get a lot of kills. I think they had like 12, 11 kills in the end. So all the way from the tree, which they had, just I think when the phase 6 actually started and they took that compound, they actually had, I think, 3 kills, and they actually managed to get away 8 kills on that last situation, and especially the kills which they got from the Eastern Stars, they were like super, of course, like super important. It's gotta feel good as well when you can destroy that team out of the last game of the day and get those points for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I think the biggest thing for me is that Unicorns of Love will have a lot more confidence coming into tomorrow's games. I know you have a sleep in between, of course, but to end on that high note is a big relief for the Unicorns of Love team, for the management behind, and again, it will cleanse their palette coming into tomorrow's 6 games. The circles were definitely volatile. I wasn't expecting it to end in that specific area of the Northwest Island, but Eastern Stars, they definitely made the most of it, right? They were not quiet, they were getting kills, and they didn't overstep their mark.
I mean, the circle was definitely, yes, interesting. We spoke about the Unicorns of Love rotation, playing it slowly, coming late to the zone. Yeah. And at some point of the game, I raised the fact, well, not the fact, but yeah, my worries about the situation that can they actually find enough kills. So I think it's now proven that it is possible to get a decent amount of kills with that kind of strategy as well. Getting the kills, getting the placement points. So they did it well. And I'm just wondering if they would have moved earlier, they probably would have been kind of like, you know, getting stuck on the southern side. So maybe just waiting when you actually see the circle and then you just send it, you know, try to dodge the other teams. I think they did very well on the rotation in the end.
That's fair. That's fair. But the one thing that I would say that is a difference in this game compared to others, if you think back to one of the Sanhok games yesterday where Unicorns of Love and Vodafone Giants were down on the south side and the circle shifted up north and a compound was in play, Vodafone Giants took that compound, Unicorns of Love didn't. I think the difference today is that Unicorns of Love maybe have looked back and gone, wait, we can't be afraid of full sending into a compound late game, especially in Sanhok. And that's what they did today, and it worked out. So hopefully that mindset will help them improve a lot more tomorrow, because again, Copter, the final game of the PMPL finals is on Sanhok.
Yeah, that is true. The last game is going to be in Sanhok tomorrow. And regarding the strategy still, I mean, yeah, now when you mention it, maybe if they, you know, use the same strategy, maybe up till, you know, phase 4 or something like that, and then you have to like accelerate the movement, maybe do the same, but exactly. You know, just take that like plus 10% for the speed and the courage, and then I think you have the mix what we just saw on the game.
The race for PMGC is continuing to heat up. The overall standings definitely continuing to heat up, but we are finished for the game when it comes to, finished for the day when it comes to these games. One more break, Jason and the gang will break it all down.
Well, there's our answer about Unicorns of Love. They get themselves a chicken dinner and help keep that gap close up against Eastern Stars going into that final day. And honestly, what a perfect way to end things out for them and for that race towards the PMGC, where I'm assuming they'll all get to play with these lovely OnePlus 9 phones and get a recharge in 15 minutes. You can play at 120 hertz refresh rate and get the tracking you need on every target you're shooting at. I definitely need it in my old age. And speaking of old age, Maxman, as we take a look at our match rankings here, quite a game indeed for Unicorns of Love.
What? Why? You have Kalar? Okay, what? You know what? I'm not even going to talk about that.
Say, Max?
No, that's
Polaris then?
No, I meant nothing by that. But Kalaris, how does this keep happening? Every time, this last game on Sanhok, they rotate late, they get themselves, the compound is dead center every time, and the circle ends up on that compound. Yeah.
I don't know how they're allowed.
Nothing else to add to that.
I don't know how they're allowed. Like, again, in a similar vein to, you know, I have my concerns about it being a bit of a gamble in, you know, the last game of yesterday. We get to this one. It's the weird thing is it's less of a gamble in this game because they don't quite have as much room to, you know, to maneuver and move around. But like they come late to the circle. You get yourself your 27 points because you've bombed it towards a compound that in theory, by the time you get there, should be taken by somebody else. But it's not. Good for Unicorns of Love, 27 points on the board.
You gotta give a shout to Big there too. Even Eastern Stars obviously getting some decent points for themselves, but for Big, considering they were at the bottom of the table at some point today, I'm not too sure if that's gonna be enough, especially with the result from the last one. Well, we can see here, Vodafone Giants 0 points, Nexus 1 point. We've definitely seen that fall off that we kind of expected today, right?
We expected it a little bit earlier, I would say. They've been falling off more towards the end of today. These last 2-3 games have been a little bit rough for them. So they started a good start, but unfortunately not ending on a good note. So that position's going to be contested towards the top. We'll have to see it gets closer. We're seeing Unicorns of Love being a little bit more present. We're seeing more of Eastern Stars towards the top too. So they're going to try and contest those positions towards the top. And Kapahala being the top damage of this game. But before we jump on that, something interesting I'm thinking about. You had that finish between Eastern Stars and Unicorns of Love, and you see the kill feed, because the kill feed, when you actually confirm those kills, you know who got that kill. And when you have such a strong position held down by Unicorns of Love, I'm thinking Eastern Stars know that's Unicorns of Love, and the fact that they did not decide to die to the blue, I think it was a little surprising. I would have personally done that myself, but it seemed like they wanted to give it a shot, but it didn't quite work out at the end.
Also, there's actually extra things that occur from this game which may not have occurred in any other game, right? And it's the fact that Unicorns of Love know that the race is very close right now, right, Jason? So usually, you know, you're 4 alive, you're in the circle, you know somebody's healing in the blue, nah, whatever, who cares, right? You just sit in your circle and wait for that person to use all their meds and then they die. But no, actually, Unicorns of Love, I love that they did this, and I was shouting at my screen just before they actually do it. Hunt the kill. You've got 4 alive. You know you're guaranteed to win if you just leave one person in the circle. Send your other 3, fan them out, try and find that extra point, because it could come down to just 1 point later on, Jason, in that race for the PMGC points.
I can confirm that while watching that, he was shouting about the game, among other things, and other people. But, you know, it was well done by Unicorns Love there. Still, again, like, even if we ignore the race to PMGC, like, they still are not in a position where they're safe at all, right? So even that extra point potentially could get them a little bit higher and maybe break through into top 5, so they, you know, don't have to worry too much about the race to PMGC points, though that would obviously be the ideal way to get through. Let's take a little stock of things and a quick little recap of what's happened over the course of today, and obviously check in with who won each chicken dinner throughout this day, because we did have, honestly, well, we didn't have a single repeat, but we also had a lot of newcomers, a lot of new teams in general in the finals finally get their first victory on the board.
Yeah, it's been really good to see, especially the resurgence of LMV Gaming, that good game they're able to get himself on the first Miramar. It was a very decisive one. They got himself the best position. Typically, they have a little bit of a hard time getting good spots on Miramar because of their drop towards Campo Militar up northeast. It gets a little bit tricky sometimes, but here, they were aggressive. They had a strong position. They fragged out 12 kills plus the chicken dinner. Happy to see that from LMV, even though it did kind of fall off after that. And of course, at one point, we had the 4th game that was the Doom special, and Doom takes the win, as expected.
12 kills minimum for all of our chicken dinners today. That's really reminiscent of our first week in league play.
Oh, I revealed it. I was going to say Alicio, damn it. Ah.
God. It said second page, which means we're going to look at the other stats. And then,
well,
you know,
lost that game.
Oh, well. It sucks for you guys.
I was going to say
I was going to say
Okay.
Alicia too. Yeah.
No, you
Okay,
won't.
I don't trust Max, man, but I have confirmation about Claris's choice. I believe you told Blank who you were going to pick. Is that correct?
Actually, I didn't tell him, but I was.
You didn't tell-
This was
okay.
the only
Well, I have
name
no
on my
confirmation
mind
then.
for the day, so.
Let's just assume you both had it. And you both get the point, okay? Because we're not really keeping track of points anyways. Doesn't matter. But it is good to see Alicio back into the things, considering he was the MVP at the end of the finals last season.
I think one thing to take away from this though, Jason, is yes, Exquisite Décode UK did not get themselves a chicken dinner throughout the day, right? But Alicio was still putting up big numbers. The reason my mind originally navigated to Alicio as well, one, MK14, best gun in the game, but two, the fact that you get yourself 7 kills as well as a 1.1k damage done in just one game alone, that already across the 6 games is putting up a decent chunk to push you towards that MVP spot. It's Alicio. Even though I don't know the stats for a lot of the other games, he's a guy that's gonna be putting up numbers regardless, be it 300, 400 damage here and there.
Well, you did forget about one factor in your choice of him, that it's coming home. Maybe
Coming
the
up,
MVP is
hey.
coming home. Who knows? It could stay home with him since he
Could.
won it last time. But let's get an update now. It's time to see who is our #1 team at the end of these 2 days of play. Let's see where all the teams currently stand in our overall standings at the end of 2 days. Pretty insane to me that we've been at this for basically a month now, and tomorrow's the last day, and Vodafone Giants still maintain that #1 position. But look at Eastern Stars. Now they've got 2 ways to potentially get into PMGC.
Well, what a cash up. That, of course, got yourself that big chicken dinner, but they've been getting a lot more consistently towards the late game. The average survival time, I think, was towards 17, 18 minutes. It is definitely not their strong point, and the kills is definitely slowly increasing, especially in the second day. But man, Vodafone Giants now having the best day. Game Lord getting himself some good results every once in a while. So I don't expect Vodafone Giants to still be in first at the end of tomorrow, because they fell off in these last 3 games pretty drastically. And we're seeing Game Lord get himself some good results. Eastern Stars, Exquisite Décode, as you said, Kalaris, they're competing for the top, and currently this top 5 could be in complete shambles tomorrow.
Yeah, it could. I mean, look at all the way down to 8th place, Unicorns of Love. Yeah, you got 2 chicken dinners on the board, but everything else has been a shambles, apart from those 2 chicken dinners. Realistically speaking, I mean, you know, I'm speaking in maybe 2 extremes here, but the Sanhoks have saved Unicorns of Love from absolute disaster down towards the bottom of the table. So tomorrow they're going to come out they're going to have to come out blasting, and obviously, if they for some reason then win the last game of Sanhok again of the tournament, that would be absolutely insane.
No, I got one step further.
Oh.
Eastern Stars is 5th place, Unicorns of Love. They win the final game, pass Eastern Stars in the rankings, and pass them in the Brace to PMGC points, and Eastern Stars is completely out.
You just spoiled the script right now. I don't, yeah.
And win this tournament, because I've been calling it since the beginning, yeah.
You know what, Max? That is an Avenger level threat ending.
I like that. I like that a lot. I'll go watch that in the cinema for sure. I mean, it's so close. I don't know what to expect from these 2 teams, because so up and down. They always win the last game too. We haven't seen really consistency from Unicorns of Love. But as you said, right, Galaris, is weird that last game. But it's so weird how they get in the position in the first place. But yeah, this is a weird finals. I think we can all agree on that one. So yeah, there you have it.
It's been crazy, yeah.
Well, now that we've seen the stands, let's get an idea of the Race to PMGC points and see how far ahead Eastern Stars are still currently at. I believe, actually, I'm not sure who is in the lead at the moment.
Single digits.
We're going to take a look.
I said a 2 point. Okay, we're really going to have to sort out the tiebreaker, though. I think we're getting to the point where we need to know what is working out. But man, so much back and forth. And the kills the Unicorns of Love got on Eastern Stars, I think they got 2-3 kills on that last game on Sanhok. That could be the difference maker. That is why I think that Eastern Stars maybe should have given themselves to the blue, knowing that fight at the end was versus Unicorns of Love. So, oh man, I mean, 2 points you just can't know until you see the games happening tomorrow. And it's great to see these 2 teams being so close.
Both teams right now have the opportunity for tomorrow to be the most important day of their PUBG Mobile career, to push them onto a guaranteed PMGC slot here in 2021. So it's a big day tomorrow for both of these teams who, I mean, you know, Eastern Stars really stepped up today. Still Unicorns of Love floundering a little bit, but both are not only prone to floundering, but also prone to looking amazing. Like, they can have ups and downs. So tomorrow is going to be exciting.
Well, speaking of tomorrow, that is when our next day of action will be kicked off the exact same time. It'll be 6 rounds left to go here in the PMPL Western Europe Season 2. And then we have some time up before we get into the European Regional Finals. And honestly, I'm curious to see how that one's going to go. It's going to be so exciting to see Turkey, CIS, and Western Europe clash once again. It's going to be very tough, I'd say, on Western Europe potentially with the caliber teams they're going to be up against, but it's still going to be exciting nonetheless. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for tuning in. We appreciate having you here. Thanks again to obviously the commentators, production crew as well. But we are off now. Until tomorrow, we'll have our final day of play. We're going to find out what 5 teams will go through into the European Regional Championship and which team will go straight into PMGC. We'll see you then.